Doduo and Dodrio's passive Runaway has two parts. When near enemy Pokemon, this Pokemon gains a small boost to their movement speed. Additionally, this Pokemon becomes increasingly faster the longer they're in motion, up to a cap indicated by the sprint gauge below the health bar. Slowing down or stopping entirely depletes the sprint gauge rapidly, so be sure to watch your speed and keep it high. When scoring, Doduo divides up the AO's points evenly between their two heads if possible, and takes turns scoring one after the other. After all, 2 goals are better than 1. Similarly, Dodrio will divide up the points 3 ways before taking turns to score. After all, 3 goals are better than 2. However, for the purposes of scoring items like Attack Weight or Aeos Cookie, Doduo and Dodrio must score all their points for the items to grant their stat boosts. Doduo's basic attack becomes boosted every 3rd attack, dealing additional damage. This Pokemon gains a stronger boosted basic attack when they reach and maintain their max speed. Performing a basing attack in this state will have Doduo charge forward in the direction they are facing, dealing damage to enemies in the way, and reduce ability cooldowns if this attack hits an enemy. Sprint boosted basic attacks can also traverse over small walls and other obstacles. Note that unlike normal basic attacks, Doduo and Dodrio's sprint boosted basic attacks will not automatically turn to attack enemies. Doduo's first basic ability is Peck. Doduo stops and jabs her beaks forward, dealing damage to enemies hit. If the sprint gauge is full, Doduo dashes forward in the direction she is facing, dealing bonus damage and consuming the gauge. Note that a sprint boosted Peck can traverse small walls and other obstacles. Doduo's second basic ability is Quick Attack. Doduo dashes forward and gains increased movement speed for a short duration and deals damage to those in the way. If Quick Attack hits an enemy Pokemon, the move's cooldown is slightly reduced. Like Peck, this ability can traverse small walls and other obstacles. Once Doduo levels up to 5, they evolve into Dodrio for getting Peck to learn either Tri-Attack or Drill Peck. If Dodrio puts her heads together to learn Tri-Attack, she swings her 3 heads together in a cone, damaging enemies and randomly applying one of 3 effects: Burn, Freeze, or Paralysis. If Dodrio's sprint gauge is full, Tri-Attack instead shoots out 3 ranged projectiles in a designated direction, with only the first projectile that hits a target applying a stronger Burn, Freeze, or Paralysis depending on its type and color. Burn decreases an opponent's attack stat and deals damage over time, and Freeze decreases an opponent's movement speed, while Paralysis decreases an opponent's attack speed and movement speed, albeit to a lesser degree than Freeze. After this move is used, Dodrio's next basic attack is Empowered, dealing additional damage and healing Dodrio for a portion of her max health. Dodrio can hold 2 charges of Tri-Attack to use one after the other. When the move upgrades at level 11, the basic attack following this move heals even more health than before. Additionally, sprint boosted basic attacks will reduce Tri-Attack's cooldown if it hits an opponent.
You'll almost always want to use the sprint boosted version of Tri-Attack for the additional damage and range, unless you need a quick burst of damage to finish off a low HP opponent. Why attack once when you can do it 3 times? Tri-Attack is the only move in her arsenal, not including her Unite move, that allows her to aim independent of her movement. This gives Dodrio some flexibility in her positioning and allows her to keep some distance while dealing damage. Though the debuff effects are random, you have a pretty good chance of slowing your opponents with this move, making it a decent option for chasing and escaping. Tri-Attack is often used to soften enemies up for you and your allies from the outskirts of battle before charging in with your sprint, boosted basic attack, or other abilities to finish them off.
If you're feeling peckish, Dodrio can instead learn Drill Peck. Dodrio drives her sharp beaks forward, dealing damage with each of her 3 heads. If the move is used while going full speed, Drill Peck shoves enemies forward, consuming the gauge, and rapidly deals damage to enemies based on the percentage of their max health while moderately reducing incoming damage during the dash. When the move upgrades at level 11, Drill Peck's cooldown is significantly reduced and additionally heals Dodrio for a portion of the damage dealt to opponents.
Once again, Drill Peck on its own may give you enough damage for a quick KO on a low HP opponent, but you'll almost always want to be running at top speed for the extra damage and the massive push that you get. Compared to Tri-Attack, Drill Peck requires Dodrio to be in the thick of the fight. Its shove, along with its high damage, makes it ideal for initiating fights or following up on allies. Or it can be used defensively to push opponents away from your allies or important objectives. In order to get the perfect angle of engagement, you may want to circle around the battle space to try and hit as many opponents as you can at once. However, be wary of abilities that slow or hinder you, as it will drop your sprint gauge, effectively nullifying your engage potential. A well-placed drill peck can sometimes single-handedly turn a fight or skirmish into a runaway success. And that's what Dodrio does. It runs away. Successfully.
Once Dodrio reaches level 7, she forgets Quick Attack to learn one of 2 sprint gauge recovery moves, Agility or Jump Kick. If Dodrio learns Agility, she puts some Nitro in her steps, gaining a decent increase to her movement speed and gauge fill rate for a moderate duration. When the move is activated, Dodrio briefly becomes immune to hindrances while jumpstarting her sprint gauge by a fixed amount. However, when the move upgrades at level 13, Agility instantly brings Dodrio to full sprint.
Agility is one of the 2 ways Dodrio can quickly get from 0 to 100 and make use of her full sprint gauge again. Skilled trainers can preemptively use Agility to try and cancel out hindrances thrown at Dodrio, but it's generally best used after depleting your sprint gauge. The added speed lets Dodrio stay extremely mobile and allows her to dodge abilities and reposition effectively. Make use of the boosted speed gain to string one sprint boosted basic attack after another to either escape from harm or rapidly reduce your cooldowns.
If trainers want to give Dodrio some hops, they can teach her Jump Kick instead of Agility. Dodrio leaps feet first in the direction they are facing. On contact with an enemy Pokemon, Dodrio uses them as a footstool, dealing damage and stunning them briefly, and leaps away or over them. Enemies in the landing zone take damage as well and are moderately slowed for a brief duration. Dodrio can also use walls and other obstacles to launch herself into the air and can choose which way she leaps. Dodrio gains a significant boost to her sprint gauge after vaulting over enemies or small obstacles. However, only footstooling enemies will reduce Jump Kick's cooldown on hit. At level 13, Jump Kick also stuns enemies in the landing zone for a brief moment.
Jump Kick can be used to jump over enemies and obstacles to gain better positioning, or make a daring escape.
Welcome on in, Pokemon Unite trainers. Underdunk is back with tournament number 54. We're calling this one the Psyduck Showdown. It is great day on Eos Island, an even better day when we can bring everyone Underdunk. I am so happy to be back. For those new here, I am Steel Agent Kyle, and I'll be the host of Underdunk today. I'll be guiding everyone throughout the night, but we have a lot to get to before the matches start. So let's jump in. Let's introduce our wonderful casters. We're going to start with a new face to the Underdunk broadcast and to my channel, Speedy Cast. What's going on, Speedy?
I mean, listen, first Underdunk tournament. I've been waiting. I've been fiending. Me and you've been talking about it for a little while, and now I'm finally here, so I'm ready to get going. Been enjoying this Pokemon Unite run, so I'm ready to keep it going. I mean, exciting patch coming up, but for now, just some tip-top shape Pokemon Unite to watch.
Absolutely. And welcome back to the channel again. The biggest jet is here on the broadcast. What's going on, Bridget?
Hello, thank you for letting me return. Very, very grateful. But yeah, just really been enjoying this patch of Unite, which I know is about to change, but hey, Psyduck dodge nerfs. I'm kind of chilling.
Psyduck somehow, once again, dodge nerfs, yes.
He's
Later,
free.
free. Yeah, we will get to the patch. We'll talk about that in a little bit. But later on in the stream, Nurse Gary, along with Zoinks, will be relieving these two wonderful casters. But okay, let's talk tournament and housekeeping first. We have, I think, 28 teams. We have a full house in this bracket. So let's go ahead and get to it. Best of 3 on the upper side, as per usual. Best of 1 on the lower side of the bracket. Grand Finals is a best of 3 with a best of 1 if we have a reset in the Grand Finals. As far as bans go, no bans. Everything is on the table. Alchemy has been plated and decorated and is up for the taking tonight. Likely one of the first tournaments where we may see it. It's still being played without a buff, so I guess we will see. But let's check in with the casters about the teams. We have, 28 of them. Let's talk about the teams. We have a lot of them. Bridget, any teams that you might be excited to see tonight?
Yeah, for sure. Definitely a lot of pickup teams for many of these players. It is kind of the start of the off season with NAIC now officially behind us, but I do see some familiar names a la Ignorance. I thought I saw 2-3 on here, but maybe they didn't check in. So Never mind. Flamin' Hot Dodrios, also some familiar names there. Even Mew World Order, which I feel like I hadn't seen too much lately, but I do kind of remember that team name coming up in Underdunk's past. Oh, I see T3. I forgot they got a bye.
Yeah, T3
Ignore
here.
me. They're playing.
T3, Ignorance. Yeah, a lot of really good teams today. Speedy, same question. Any teams that you want to look out for tonight?
Yeah, I mean T3 is a really common household name at this point for NA Unite, so I think everybody's excited to see them as usual. Pocket Rockets coming in at the top spot, always got to keep an eye on them, and of course I'm excited to see Ignorance as well. But one team that we haven't listed yet that I do want to keep an eye on is Facade. Having seen some of their games in the past, they are a little bit of a underhand pick. They're a lot of fun to watch. So even if we don't get to see them go too far in the upper bracket because they do have a tough early schedule. I won't give anything away just yet, but if they get a win here, they've got a tough team to go straight into. So they might have a tough schedule, but definitely want to keep our eyes on them. They could have a good run here.
Yeah, for me, we have a few teams. You guys nailed it on the head. We have Team, which is Delphi's team, Mew World Order, Shiggy Wiggy, which I believe is a reformed version of Everstone, Palace Dior, which has Pure and Mountain Mew, few consistent Underdunk participants, Flamin' Hot Dodrios, Barrel of Monkeys, which is formerly Goofy Goobers. Either way, lots of teams to look out for. But before we get into that, I do want to, I know we were kind of running up against the gauntlet right now. We did have a new patch. We'll get to that if we do have a little bit of time, but I do want to talk about something that is really exciting, and that is our new summer first step program. So a little bit of exciting news. Are you someone who loves to play Pokemon Unite? If you're here, I think it's very likely. Well, do you have the experience of playing as a part of a team in the UCS? Well, we have an opportunity for people that are interested in giving back to Pokemon fans who are beginning their journey in competitive Pokemon Unite. Obviously, we just got done with NAIC, and there are a lot of people that are very interested in playing, not only maybe just solo queue players or people that have never really joined competitive Pokemon, but we want to try to have a way for players to learn, compete, team up. So that's where y'all come in. We need you. We are looking for some mentors for our First Step Summer Series launching Monday, June 30th. That's when signups will begin. There is going to be a little bit of a timer in chat. I will also mark it in chat. It's going to be first step, ! First step in chat. And that is where you will find the link. There's also going to be a timer there. But it is a 4-session tournament, and we want to train some of these newcomers and casual players and those really beginning their journeys playing competitive Pokemon Unite. Will be hosted in our Underdunk Discord, so make sure to join the Discord if you're not there already, and potentially some broadcasts as well to help with VOD review. So if you are interested, please make sure to follow the link in the chat, sign up for our mentor info sheet. And if you know any fans that or casual players that do want to begin their journey and participate in our First Step Summer Series, please invite them to the Discord and watch out for our announcement on Monday. With that said,
Nice.
Yeah, I know. I'm really excited about this. This was so big shout out to Beena, who has put on a lot of work on this and kind of come up with the framework. We want to run it kind of like how the side events were at NAIC. So Bridget, did you have any experience playing some of the side events?
I did. I finally did. This was my first time at NAIC that I've played in an official side event. It was on my NAIC bucket list, and honestly, I'm kind of glad I did it. It was during semifinals, which was a bit of a bummer, so end of the day on Saturday, but that means I didn't have a lot of the pro players playing in my side events, like the ones on Sunday, which were pretty much ran by them, which was much scarier. This was also scary, but I didn't really know anyone on my team except Rustic, who is the sub for V1. He was playing with them at NAIC, though. I 5-stacked with him like a handful of times before, and so I was like, oh my gosh, yes, like my in-game leader. And he is an amazing, like, calmer, like, so nice. He literally was like, you only jungle Charizard? Like, okay, let's do it. Like, he is, like, I don't know, like the exact person you want in that scenario. Someone who like can give comms and like tell you what to do kind of, but is also not gonna spearhead it too much, or like they're not gonna like tell you what to do. So I loved it. Amazing time. Honestly, such an ideal way to play Unite.
Shout out V1 on that one. But with that said, we are going to get into our round 1 matchup. It's going to be the Flamin' Hot Dodrios. I'll get the overlay updated very shortly. Flamin' Hot Dodrios on the left side. And Bridget, I think you know this team that's going to be on the right, so why don't you go ahead and take it away?
I do. The right side team is called Verse Queens. I did not name them, but I know all of them and I love them. So I decided we were going to make their first game be on broadcast. I'm sure they're not nervous at all. But Speedy, what do you think of these draft lines so far?
Well, so far it does look like Verse Queens are celebrating the new TCG Pocket release for the EV pack. Very, very exciting. Hopefully they'll go the full way with that one. But as far as bans go, I think we have something pretty set and standard. Something very notable about the Japanese Championship was the lack of presence of Suicune in bans or picks. And now seeing it banned here again, it reminds me that we're back in NA. So Suicune's going to be out on this one. But it looks like that Inteleon Protect the President strategy is still going to be going on here. CC from the Psyduck, a lot of protection from the Snorlax. So I can see where Flamin' Hot Dodrios are going with this comp already.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Psyduck and Snorlax are both pretty premium in their respective roles. I would say Snorlax is like maybe the only tank right now that I like truly believe in, but liking what I'm seeing from Verse Queens in terms of that Raichu and the Ceruledge, which is on the cusp of getting a buff, but hasn't seen a ton of success lately other than with Dream Max at NAIC. We're actually getting it target banned against them. So it still has some pretty solid usage as well, and I'm almost positive Vamp is locking in the Eldegoss because he is a one-trick. This stream is delayed, but I just kind of gave away the whole draft plan if Flamin' Hot Dodrios wants to steal that for later.
Yeah, well, yeah, the Eldegoss is something that we're seeing a little bit every once in a while, just keeping on that trend of the Japanese Championship and NAIC just having passed. The Eldegoss came out a couple of times at the Japanese Championship, and it was big question mark. But sometimes when you get a certain amount of these supporters banned, you got to go back to old reliable. You got to keep that survivable. You can protect yourself a little bit, output a little bit of damage. But you talked about the Armarouge and Ceruledge are both going to be getting buffs, I believe, in this next patch. Ceruledge, I think, even a little bit more significantly. So like you said, that Armarouge, it did come out at NAIC. It had a little bit of success, and I think this is a really nice setup from the side of Flamin' Hot Dodrios to be able to protect this Inteleon and let it rain down from afar. I'm really not certain who's going to be able to put a shutdown to that. I think this Leafeon has a lot of pressure on them right now to be able to try to shut that down. So I think that we have to keep eyes on Leafeon here, and if they can't get that close, if they can't make it onto the Inteleon before some snipe shots come out, then I think it's just going to be raining down on Verse Queens.
Yeah, definitely. That will be honestly the sole job, I think, of the Leafeon. I don't really think you want to get too close to anyone else on the side of Flamin' Hot Dodrios. But here we go, our very first match of tonight's Underdunk. I'm excited to see how all of this meta develops throughout the night.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit interesting, but obviously things are going to change here very quickly. So it's kind of like a last chance moment to see where things settle in the overall community. Like, where did things settle before you get the second half of this patch? A little bit of scoring already coming through here from Flamin' Hot Dodrios. Some passive play from Verse Queens, but the Leafeon does make their way in. You see that Solar Blade coming down. So some quick levels allow for pressure. That does leave that top lane open, though, for some rotations from Flamin' Hot Dodrios.
Yeah, honestly, liked that quick rotation on the side of Big Boeing 767 on the Leafeon. Got up there really quickly, was able to kind of subdue the pressure that was raining in from that early game. Lucario and Psyduck is pretty nasty to be looking into when the guys on the other side need some levels here.
Yeah, we take a look at the Snorlax rotating, because you know what that means. There is going to be a strike, and it looks like the opening was a little bit early before the Snorlax get in there, but it will help to shut down the Umbreon. We'll have our first knockout of the round, and it'll allow this Psyduck and Lucario that have been fighting so hard up here in the top to finally get some scores in. Now, some good early scoring from Flamin' Hot Dodrios up in the top. They're going to get a shutdown here onto that Armor Rouge there. Sorry, I think onto that Ceruledge there. He still doesn't
mixed them up earlier, so
yeah,
I do not blame you. It does seem like Flamin' Hot Dodrio's got quite a bit of value up in this top path. Verse Queens are trying to stem this bleeding, but this Luca is now level 7, the highest level in the game. They're having a really good time in this laning phase, so I like Queens here trying to keep the pressure on, but there is like a lot of value on this map that they can be taking advantage of.
This Lucario is getting really aggressive too. This Psyduck is opening up a lot of angles for you, using that Surf to get some CC and a little bit of space as well. Very nice openings being found. So some good success found so far from Flamin' Hot Dodrios, up by over 100. It's a very good lead for them. This Inteleon trying to hit that level 8, definitely getting to dangerous territory. Obviously, the Snorlax and Psyduck lagging behind like you'd want from your supporters. The leveling going a lot slower from Verse Queen so far. They definitely have to catch up. It's a reason why the Psyduck and Lucario are having such an easy time. That Eldegoss is open, but won't be collapsed on just yet. Armorers is kept pretty safe with the Ceruledge. The big damage dealer from the side of Verse Queens has been taken down. Now the Lucario and Armor Rouge and even Psyduck just jumping on this Umbreon. They're cutting through very quickly. Going to take this family of birds here, and there might be an open scoring opportunity for them again.
Yeah, Flamin' Hot Dodrios, I mean, pretty much since that first initial gank, I feel like has basically kept 3 people in this top path almost at all times. Inteleon has been down here in this bot path for a long time now, so really, really good like prioritization on the times on the side of Dodrios to just like go for that top goal. They've already gotten that goal zone broken down. Verse Queen's trying to get some comeback XP, trying to find that opportunity. I like where their head's at, but we maybe needed to make that push a touch sooner. Oh. Inteleon just going sicko mode with those ultis. So whenever my games aren't going good, I say I do not want to be on the screen as the other team, and I avoid them at all costs. Dig.
Yeah. Absolutely, and now an opening allows for the Regice to be taken here from Flamin' Hot Dodrios as well. Verse Queens in their own side of the top path here. They finally do find a little bit of success, and the Regilucky going to be shut down before it can close in on their goal. It does leave a little bit of an opening in the bottom, so that Regice has been taken. And now Leafeon here, trying to let that squishy health bar find a little bit of an escape. Uses the eject button there. Snorlax just creeping around for now, keeping the pressure here in the jungle side of Verse Queen, so allowing for a lot of openings for Flamin' Hot Dodrios to get some of those middle contested wild Pokemon.
Yeah, definitely really smart on the side of Dodrios. You run the risk after you break those tier 1 goal zones. If you're not actively stealing the other team's farm, which they're getting a lot more spawns of, they can catch back up to you real quick. So this is the strategy that needs to be implemented. This Lucario is just wreaking absolute havoc right now. And honestly, Lucario is so interesting. I thought we would see it more at NAIC. I don't think it was played too much at PJCS either. I think you probably watched a bit more of that than I did, but I saw the stats. I don't think there was too much of it there either. Because it does get so hard countered by, I feel like, some very specific mods. I feel like Buzzwall, like Azu even, was basically built to counter Lucario back in the day. So maybe some changes like that, because yeah, I feel like this Lucario shouldn't, it's illegal what it's been able to do this game, to be honest. But in terms of the comp, I'm not exactly sure how Verse Queens could stop him.
Yeah, it's been extremely mobile this game, using not only its speed here, but also those bone rushes as well. Alolan Raichu here taking a lot of damage trying to get the score. Inteleon, all on its own though, doesn't get the support it needs, so gets shut down. The Regilucky is taken by Flamin' Hot Dodrios, and now they're going to try to put some pressure in the bottom lane as well. They find a 2 KO in a row. This Armor Rouge going to move in on the Regirock, despite them not being quite safe yet. It's really just supports hanging around at the moment. The Leafeon is there, and it's started to catch up in levels, but it's still just not at the point where it can take this fight, especially with the stun that Psyduck can provide.
Yeah, it's a pretty oppressive meta comp. Like when I think about what was successful at NAIC and even PJCS, obviously they had some differences, but not too much. It's really just the Suicune of it all, let's be honest. But it is extreme. All of the mons on the left side comp were, probably with the exception of Lucario, but Lucario is such a pocket pick that if a player sees an opening for it, they will probably take it. It is such a preference choice, especially for NA. And I believe Immortals is on it right now. No, I can't read. It's Elo Poppy. Yeah, he's smurfing.
Yeah, well, it's working so far. A 305 point to 33 point game right now, and there's only 1 minute left until Rayquaza at this point. And Teleon still hitting some of these snipe shots, being very, very impressive. This Snorlax and Psyduck are the exact partners that it wants to stick with. This is ideal for it. It's going to be able to put out shots without seeing much of a contest other than this Leafeon. But the Leafeon right now, trying to get some farm, trying to get these buffs online, maybe trying to get situated for this Ray fight here in the center. You can see with the lead that Flamin' Hot Dodrios have already, they're set to just sit here and continue to play around the Ray zone to just gatekeep. And that's exactly what they're setting up for, tracking the movements of Versquins on their own side and getting ready. I mean, they're not even allowing them to sit at full health. Like, they're snipe shotting and just causing Eldegoss to have to use all these cooldowns before they can even get in for the fight.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of speaks to why they're banning the Clefable, because it is such a pretty, not, I would say not as hard of a counter, but pretty substantial counter to poke damage, because you can just heal up the back line and it's like all of that doesn't do anything. But Vamp on the LD honestly doing a good job getting the team back to full health as this Rayquaza fight has begun, and the ultimates are getting popped with no KOs just yet, but Leafeon goes down on the side of Versqueens. Lucario double KO, and it looks like Flamin' Hot Dodrios are going to turn on the Rayquaza.
Yeah, they're even going to capture it here. I thought they might gatekeep a little bit longer, but when you get a wipe like that, I mean, only the Umbreon coming out of that one without getting knocked out, you might as well close in on the Ray here, even though you almost lose your Lucario. The Umbreon did obviously try to stick around, but now it's just kind of going to be hanging here in the center, going to be coming up from behind. These tier 2s are going to be taken down quickly, and it's going to be several hundred points more going on the board for the side of Flamin' Hot Dodrios as they close in on a win.
Yeah, that was a pretty sick, nasty comp, I would say, from Flamin' Hot Dodrios. All of them are incredible players. I actually got to meet Christian, who is probably playing... No, they have Galadite on Snorlax. What's Christian? Christian's usually a tank, that's why I assumed. But he's incredible, really, really kind. I was so excited. I always love meeting everyone in the community, and I love all my goats on Versqueens. They made me very proud.
Yeah, well, this is only game 1 of 3, so still a chance for them to come back here and start to make adjustments in the next one. They've only got 30 seconds left. They're going to try to close in to score a couple more points, so we'll see where this one ends score-wise. Some Unite moves being topped that weren't able to be used in the end. Some beautiful snipe shots coming out. That one's not quite going to hit, but the Unite move coming out again, so nobody going to have the shields or time to make many more scores. Umbreon does get 100 in, so the score's starting to look a little bit more substantial, a little bit more successful in the end.
Go, Mikey. Break it. Yeah! Oh, it's Snorlax. Oh, yay! I have a soft spot in my heart for many of these players, so that was very fun. Super excited for game 2. If Versqueens, what they pivot to. I know, man, it's tough when you kind of run it. I mean, the left side team is just such hard meta to me, especially with a pocket Lucario player. I mean, it's tough to deal with, and it's tough to pivot to, especially. I feel like you just need a specific comp that plays well into it. So we'll see how they want to adjust going into game 2.
Yeah, I think that on the side of Versqueens, they had some of the tools that they needed, but maybe not the composition synergy that they quite needed. I think they needed a stronger front line to kind of resist the pressure from Flamin' Hot Dodrios. That would open up a little bit of space for the Leafeon to go in on the Inteleon more often and try to catch that weak target that puts out so much damage. if they could find that opening by forcing a face-to-face fight in those lanes later on in the game, then they may have had something going. But I think they just didn't have enough pressure, enough survivability to stick around through those fights. Every time they would catch a snipe shot, they'd have to back off, and it just allowed Snorlax and Psyduck to play with however much space that they really wanted to.
100%. It is a hard wall to break through from both ends. So GG's to both teams, but we are in a best of 3. Speedy, if you were on the side of Verse Queens, what would you draft? Would you ban something different? What do you think they should do?
I think you have your answers and your picks, so I don't think that the bans need to be different. If you're making bans on things that feel weak to you, then or that you feel weak against, I think you go ahead and stick with what you've got. But in terms of making adaptations, I think something obviously the Blaziken couldn't have been picked because it was banned last time, but something like a Zacian, something just a little bit stronger that has a little bit more bulk and could make use of the Eldegoss healing to really stick around in a fight longer and take focus away from being able to protect the Inteleon. I think if you're going to let them run a sniper and you're not going to ban it yourself, you have to be ready to find quick knockouts and open space for your speedster. So that's what they have to do. They have to draw attention away from Flamin' Hot Dodrios being able to focus on their own team and make them focus on some front-facing threats on the side of Verse Queens.
Yeah, definitely a good point. I'm conflicted on the Zacian of it all. I guess when OG plays it, I like it, but I don't know. It doesn't feel like enough sometimes to me. Obviously, I think a Buzzwole is a major threat to everything Lucario is trying to do. Honestly, after Daybreak at NAIC, I believe in the Azumarill.
Yeah.
I think you can like frick it, we ball, like run the guy. It is a counter to Luca, like period. So obviously it kind of comes down to like the micro mechanics of it all, but I would definitely like to see some target bans because you might as well make them play something different that they didn't just kind of warm up on. So I do like these Intel ban and Psyduck ban on the side of Verse Queens. I'm kind of the camp is you might as well try something different.
Yeah. Yeah, I have to agree with you there for sure. I think that I mean, we could call them target bans because of what we saw in the last match, but truthfully, these are still meta picks. These are still bans that completely change the way that a team has to play versus what they've been practicing. So already Verse Queens making a lot of changes, taking out the Inteleon and the Psyduck, and then going ahead and picking a Slowbro for themselves. Now, not having banned the Clefable, it does look like that might be something Flaming Hot Dodrios want to capitalize on. So maybe you've made one sacrifice and you might have to adjust to something else now. Oh, notably the other ban from last game, the Blaziken instead.
Yeah, Blaziken's definitely nasty to deal with, but no carry on the side of Dodrios is going to be very excited about taking a Slowbro wall to the face. So I actually really like that first pick out of Verse Queens. They probably could have saved it for later just to be like a gotcha, but I don't think there's any problem in picking it now. Frog gonna go ahead and grab that Clef for themselves, and we're gonna see Greninja from Verse Queens this time around.
Yeah, very interesting seeing the Greninja come out. Things are definitely going to change up here. We are going to see the Eldegoss again, but this time it'll be from Flamin' Hot Dodrios. And the Mewtwo Y coming out here, kind of in the stead of Psyduck, do a little bit of what its job was, but of course be a lot more present, put out a lot more damage. Now, looking at some interesting stats here on the left side, these are from the final stretch of NAIC, something that I'm sure a lot of people have been curious about for a couple of weeks now since that event. This Snorlax had a 78% pick rate, and while its win rate was right down the middle, I think it shows just how significant it is in this meta. Now our top bans, in game one, all 3 of those in this very game were banned out, so the banning meta is very hard set at this point, I would say.
Yeah, in the West at least, it is very solved, I would say. But we are seeing some off the wall picks, I feel like, on both sides here. It is pretty interesting. Dodrio stole away that Eldegoss. Obviously, Verse Queens had already picked up a tank and a support, so maybe they weren't necessarily going for it. But either way, I like when teams kind of like also try to counter in terms of like taking each other's previous picks. I think it's pretty interesting and fun to watch in a set like this, but I'm very excited for this Darkrai. We have kind of two pretty scary scaling Pokemon. That was harder to say than I thought it would be on the side of Earth Queens.
Yeah, I think what's really interesting here is the Darkrai that we usually see in the modern meta is more of that supporting Darkrai, or at least the one that I've been seeing around in my short time hanging around here has been that supporting Darkrai. So
the ignorance of it all. They'll put light bulb on anything.
Yeah, I don't I'm curious to see what they do going hard speedster Darkrai, trying to make this a heavier damage dealer using a lot of that special attack boosting, and we'll see if it pays off for him. The Clefable coming out here, but the Delphox and Greninja are obviously the really interesting thing coming out from Verse Queens here. This is going to be a very interesting matchup. I think Slowpoke is looking absolutely great, ready to go. We've got Verse Queens on the left in purple, Flamin' Hot Dodrios in their Flamin' Hot Orange Flames over there on the right. Game 2 is getting started. This is game point for Flamin' Hot Dodrios.
Yes, this early game is always crucial, I would say, but definitely very crucial in terms of Verse Queens. They want to kind of get some momentum going after this previous game. It looks like they were able to secure that piece of farm. Honestly, kind of huge in the face of Snorlax. He is annoying, and a lot of the mons on the side of Verse Queens really need their evolution to get online. So they are experiencing some pressure from Flamin' Hot Dodrio so far, but honestly, from a secure position, they're doing really well. They were able to secure that middle farm too.
Yeah, I think they're playing safe and smart at this point. Early on, Froakie and Clefairy aren't really going to be able to put out a whole lot of pressure, a whole lot of damage. So you have to play it slow and smart against something like a Snorlax Mewtwo that's kind of power scaled already and just going to be doing a little bit of increasing as time goes on. Now the rotation has been made, though. Flamin' Hot Dodrio is wanting to take this top lane here. The Slowpoke slowly heading back, starting to lose some of that health, getting really low, and will be taken down alongside its teammate, opening up for 4 players to score here early in the top, leaving only 12 points left on that tier 1.
Yeah, and man, literally only like a level difference between that Froakie Clef and the Mewtwo Y, but because Mewtwo Y gets its Mega at 5, the spike on it is just so big. It's insane amounts of damage to be doing to the opposing team while they're literally standing on their pad. But Verse Queen's making a really smart rotation, actually getting to the spot path first and getting some of these dunks in while Lax and LD are here to try to kick them off their lawn.
Yeah, they did a good job taking advantage there of the opening that they found. Slowbro isn't going to be able to retreat quite in time. This Venusaur is online now. Interesting to see what it does here with this Sludge Bomb. Definitely doesn't feel so safe under your tier 1 anymore when that Sludge Bomb has hit the ground. So more scoring going to go in here now as players get taken out one by one. Slowbro's back in, going to be hitting some of these surfs, playing that pseudo Psyduck at the moment, using a lot of that same utility, but it's not enough to take anything down. Flamin' Hot Dodrios got done what they wanted to get done. They got their scoring in, and they're going to go ahead and reset. Blaziken here looking like it might be ready to try and break that tier 1 suit up top.
Yeah, it has its pockets full of money and will actually be getting a pretty solid overcap up there. Really smart moves on the side of Dodrios, maximizing their dunk, especially since you have to take advantage of moments like that.
Yeah, now Mewtwo still looking for some spots to find openings. It's a 3v4, but they still look like they feel confident about here, the Flamin' Hot Dodrios. Venusaur's creeping around in the back, does have that double aura online right now, trying to steal just a little bit of farm, and I think it shows how comfortable Flamin' Hot Dodrios right now. Blaziken taking that Regieleki uncontested. Meanwhile, the Reggie down here in the basement can't be taken because Verse Queens have had to fight this fight here in the bottom lane. Right now, everybody focusing targets together. That Clefable getting caught out, trying to make the retreat. It looked like the Solar Beam there went through the Clefable onto the Dark right now. Blaziken holding on to every single bit of distance it can get while the focus is down here in the bottom. Regirock is going to be taken too. Flamin' Hot Dodrios are starting to get that roll going.
I know, they just really get online so fast. I mean, and it's truly like the team's ability to really like say, you know what, Blaziken, you go the top path, do whatever you want to do, and then we'll just fight without like a guy less down here, which can be frustrating, honestly, and pretty rough if the other team is hard committing like that. But the confidence on the side of Dodrio's to just know their abilities and like when they can push and when they shouldn't, it really shows.
Some of that game planning that you just have to have, and the teamwork is immaculate right now. Eldegoss rolling out with the Blaziken to get that double knockout. Clefable and Delphox having to get away. Slowbro here doing a good job of stalling out this tier 1 in the basement lane. Has had a couple of chances now. Sorry, the Flamin' Hot Dodrio has had a couple chances now to try and break that one. It's taken them up until now. We'll see if Mewtwo can get this score here. It will be allowed, so they will finally break that tier 1. This Solar Beam has been so dangerous, and that Sludge Bomb combo as well. They're so good at finding that CC time, and now a Unite move going to come out from the Venusaur, still putting on tons of damage. Delphox has gotten split up top, going to be taken down by Greninja, and now even under the tier 2, Darkrai cannot stay up, so going to be heading right back to the Pokemon Center. Looks like it's just going to be another roll through. These levels are far too high with a level 13 Blaziken and level 12 Venusaur. What can you really do with your Verse Queens right now?
Yeah, I mean, you're just seeing, like, the way they're able to move together, like, as a unit just, like, really speaks to these players, like, not only ability to play their mons, but, like, play together. It's, like, so dynamic, but, like, coordinated at the same time. And Elo Poppy is proving why the Blaziken is usually not allowed. Obviously, he's doing an exceptional job on it, but that guy is nuts. It is... The shield when he ults, oh my goodness. I could write a thesis on how much it has frustrated me. But it is putting in so much work.
And a nice engagement there from the Snorlax as well, dropping that Unite to kind of stop the dispersion there from Verse Queens. They're not able to pull back in time, and so the Snorlax going to stay behind them a lot. They're using that Heavy Slam to just keep them in the air, and the Greninja gets absolutely disintegrated there by the Mewtwo. Who's going to go ahead and score again, so that's another tier 2 down. It looks like it's going to be another one of those games where the end game is going to be Flamin' Hot Dodrios trying to gatekeep that Rayquaza area. There's still a minute and a half remaining. Verse Queens really have to get their levels up to try and come back in this one.
I know, they just need, about to say, they need some momentum. I feel like they need some comeback XP, a pick, like, that was really good momentum there, but there are a lot of, like, there is a lot of farm up on the map right now. Like, maybe the game plan is get our carries, their spikes, their 13s if we can, and get a good pick at this Rayquaza fight. So I like this plan from Verse Queens, honestly getting the couple KOs there. Good for the momentum, but I think at this point you save it for the end game fight.
Yeah, it looks like that's what's going to happen here. 50 seconds remaining, and it looks like Flamin' Hot Dodrios have the call to pull back a little bit. They're putting that pressure on Verse Queen's jungle side. That's what we saw in this central area last time in the previous game before they started to try and gatekeep them. This time, feels like they don't have as much of the utility to keep them away. That Solar Beam's on a long cooldown, so it won't be able to be used again like Inteleon Snipe Shot that kept them out of the central area, out of the Rayquaza zone last time. This time is a little bit of a setup from Verse Queens, but it looks like one last Regieleki is going to be focused here from the side of Flamin' Hot Dodrio. So there is going to be Regieleki pressure going all the way to the home goal of Verse Queens. They're going to have to be really on guard about that. Now they have multiple things to focus, but this Rayquaza is going to be coming down 3 seconds. This fight's going to get kicked off here soon.
Yeah, I'm a little worried about the members of Verse Queens that were in that central area, but it was worth it. They were able to kind of like get back alive in terms of score, which is really crucial at this point. Greninja getting a KO on that Venusaur, honestly, kind of huge. The Venusaur in the backline has been a problem. Clef doing everything they can to try to keep their Darkrai alive, but it just wasn't enough. Blaziken down as well, and it is basically one carry versus the supports in this Ray fight. And Delphox able to get these picks on the Eldegoss. Oh my gosh, they're just trading. I'm stressed out.
It's a little bit back and forth, but it looks like Mewtwo got the better end of that one, and they spent a lot of time getting there as well. So now Fable trying to get out. Not going to have help from the respawners just yet. They're trying to head toward Ray here from the top side. Clefable with just so much bulk. This Mewtwo can't do it alone, but you see the impact as soon as Blaziken gets there. It becomes so much easier to cut through. And now more health bars going down. Greninja just got in the fight, but has to use a little bit of mobility if you want to survive much longer. So not going to be able to stick around too long. Gets knocked out pretty quickly, heading back to the Pokemon Center. Now Delphox trying to make something happen with some Fire Spins here, but time to focus that Ray. That's really all you can do in the last 40 seconds here. Wrist Queens have to try to find an opening, but this Mewtwo Y is online. It's going to be sending out some really quick Shadow Balls that take down the Slowbro. That should be about it. Flamin' Hot Dojo is going to close in for good measure on the Rayquaza here, and it looks like they are going to go ahead and take Game 2 and make it through Round 1 winners.
Yeah, honestly, I really respect that Ray fight out of the side of Verse Queens. They were able to get some really solid picks almost immediately. I know they obviously allowed them to rip that Alecki, which is always kind of a scary thing to do when you have the home base wide open, because they really could have just like rode that in home, like dunked a bunch, which I don't know what their pockets looked like necessarily, but obviously they didn't do that. They pivoted down south to try to take the Ray fight after Verse Queen's got that big dunk bot. But really, really great job. I feel like never give up, never surrender, because I don't know if they maybe would have necessarily had the points to catch back up, but they really were only down like 150 after that dunk they got bought. So GG's to both teams. Obviously, Flaming Hot Dodrios proving why the meta is meta. And Christian honestly popping off with those beams, but Elo Poppy and Immortals both over 100k. They were doing a little farming.
Yeah, it really felt like Christian was just getting the kind of damage that couldn't be healed back off. It was that early game and mid game damage that will just take down a health bar before it can be reacted to and kind of find an execute knockout on one of those players. So it's one of those things you use to close in on the last half of a health bar in the mid game. So the damage may not be high, but the knockouts sure were there. Obviously, we saw just how much damage that Mewtwo was putting out through the game. And the way the game scaled, I think it's how we mostly expected. This time it was a lot closer in the early game. The first 2 minutes, both teams found scoring opportunities. There was a nice rotation from Verse Queens down to that bottom lane to find some scoring and put 50 on the board. It was starting to close up, but that was really the improvement that was made by Verse Queens was in the early game. After that, it started to kind of get taken from them again, but it was nice to see some sections of improvement in the beginning of end of the game that showed that, you know, if we go 5, 6, 7 games of this, there are adaptations to be made that might start to even the playing field.
Absolutely, man. Also, shout out Gremlin for taking over 100k. Good God, Snorlax or Slowbro is very, very beefy. But man, it just really like Yawn and Block out of Lax are just such good like getaways for your carry that really like not much compares. Like the Surf just doesn't doesn't hit the same way in terms of protecting your goats. So good job, everyone. And Verse Queens will still be alive in our lower bracket for the time being, and Dodrio's moving onward.
Yeah, a great job from both teams there. Definitely a great showing and a great way to open the day as well. Underdunk is back, baby. That's what we're talking about. Great way to kick it off. So that was round 1. We will be heading into another round shortly. But before that, we are going to take a quick break. So stick around. We will be right back after this.
There we go.
Oh.
I fixed it. I fixed it. I caught it before anybody else did. Because I mute myself. For those that don't know like OBS stuff, I mute myself so the casters can hear me, but stream can't hear me. So I can tell them like envision, go into draft. But I caught it. Normally I don't catch it, and I wait like because we're on a delay. Normally I see somebody or someone messages me. I'm on it today, sort of. I didn't do it before, but we're on it enough. Anyway, we are back, trainers. Underdog 54. We just saw an incredible set. Shout out to Psyche. Shout out to all of Verse Queen's. Very fun match. Flamin' Hot Dodrios, though, they're moving on. Good team. They also beat I Hardly Know Her in group stages. So, you know, just good teams, right?
Kyle relates with you.
We feel it. We feel it. Honestly, I think y'all did better than we did. So TBD. But we are back. Speedy, Bridget here for Underdog, going to be taking you through the next match. But while we get set up for the next one, it is going to be Police Dior versus Hoon at Noon. So this is That's Danny's team, and then Police is, I believe, Mountain Mew along with Pure. So this is going to be a pretty good matchup, I think. Bridget, any thoughts about this one?
Man, do I have any thoughts ever? I am definitely interested in That's Danny. I don't think I've seen him play in a while, whereas God, how am I supposed to say Palace Dior, man?
I know.
I'm not going to say that right at all. But this new little Pure Dream Team definitely sparks interest. I feel like Ikea and Aaron Mack have played together previously, but I'm not sure how much Mew has played with them or Pure, or I don't know if I've seen XP share lately, but I am interested in the Pure Dream Team is what I've donned this, so.
The Pure Dream
should be a good
team.
one.
I love it. Speedy, so we just had a patch. Well, it's not live yet, but we have a patch that will be going live approximately, I believe, 2 or 3 a.m. Eastern. Any Pokemon on that patch that you're surprised about, or maybe one last hurrah today in this tournament?
Well, listen, for those of you who don't know me, you may not know this, but I have a particular obsession with one Pokemon in Pokemon Unite that has helped me rank up very quickly as I've been learning this game, and that is Leafeon. And Leafeon is getting, for some reason, yet another buff, as if it needed it. We've already seen plenty of play from it, so I'm actually pretty excited about that. But as far as last hurrahs go, I don't know that anybody's really on their way out that's getting nerfed right now, at least not readably so. Right now, we kind of have to see what the buffs are going to make adjustments for and see if anything else falls off because of that. I don't know that any of the incoming nerfs for Blissey or Blaziken are really going to make them drop off, but the introduction of this super powered Alcremie coming out just might make a difference in what the support meta is going to look like. So we're going to have to weigh those options and see which one's going to be coming out on top.
Significant buffs to Alcremie. I mean, you looked at the buffs that it got buffs to defense, special defense, HP, like you name it, heals, like every part of this Pokemon's kit is getting some sort of buff. I'm very interested to see how broken it could potentially be, or if it's going to surpass some of these other enchanters like Blissey or Clefable. But that is it. My biggest takeaway is the Armarouge nerf. Armarouge had like a near 90% win rate at NAIC while getting played like nearly a quarter of matches. And they only nerfed Psyshock's damage. They didn't nerf really any other part of it, whether it was the way the boosted auto attack engages with Psyshock or Fire Spin itself, which we saw played a ton. But with that said, we have the draft getting ready to go. So Speedy, why don't you go ahead and take us into draft?
Yeah, absolutely. So first things first, I got to make a little bit of a note here that between Mountain Mew and Flamin' Hot Dodrios, we need to start making some residual on these ad placements for these in-world Pokemon snacks. But they do sound absolutely delicious, so I really can't blame them. The bands that we're going to be seeing coming out here first, the Leafeon and Greninja going to be included. I think we know a little something about that Greninja being a target ban. Am I right about that?
Yes, that's a hilarious target ban against Dad's Danny for sure. That guy probably has like 1 million points on the Greninja, if I had to guess. So don't really know what else he plays. Can't remember. But I'm sure he has more tricks up his sleeve. The Leafeon may have been a little targeted as well. It's a bit of more of a targeted one, I'd say. But Leafeon can run away with the game very quickly. So not too surprised on that one, especially since they had second pick. They kind of, by banning something that's not super OP, you kind of get the opportunity to take like 2 OP things, which I would say they did in that Blaziken in Inteleon from their side so far.
You are completely right about that. That is some really OP picks. And then on the other side, Hoon at Noon are going for a completely opposite strategy, which is to build a really strong supporting core. And now they leave me really curious with what Danny is going to do here. The Pokemon that he's hovering right now are very interesting, but I'm not certain what they're going to lock in on. Now, Kite as well. These two players are going to be left to do the damage dealing for the team. It's going to be a Dodrio getting locked in for Hoon at Noon. So that's going to be a very invasive damage dealer that's going to be dealing, I think, a lot with this Inteleon. I'm almost certain that that's the main goal here. While this defender core, I think, is going to be really strong, holding back a tough front line from Palais Dior. So I think that Hoon at Noon have the right idea to try and counter an Inteleon comp here.
Yeah, I like it in theory, but then when I look at the Blaze and the Clef and the Umbreon, I'm just like, man, Dodrio just sounds awful into everything. But it does have one of the highest win rates in like solo, like in the game right now. Like over the past week, I think it's like the 3rd highest win rate. We didn't see it a ton at NAIC, but it got a lot of usage at the PJCS, which I keep referring to, which was the Japan Worlds Qualification Tournament that happened this past weekend. Yeah,
Yes.
I think it was this past weekend. I've been traveling a lot, so I'm losing track of time. But I did want to talk about that Mimikyu pick on the side of Dior as their final pick. I thought they were going to go with the Glaceon, which I thought was really smart, into all of these really, really big tanks that they have on the side of I'm gonna keep saying High at Noon, but it's Hoon at Noon, which is also difficult to say, but it's fine. But instead, going with the Mimikyu, I am curious to see Pure on this Mimikyu. I personally don't think I've ever seen him play it.
Yeah, got to make a big impact here. Could definitely be a good way to slow down that Dodrio's invades if you stick it close to the Inteleon. The threat of having that Unite move will make Dodrio play really, really carefully. So might be a good counter to that. Other targets for that Unite, though, might be hard to find unless you get really up close and personal. So I'm curious how the actual execution of that Unite is going to go throughout this game. However, we are getting started here in game 1 between Hoon at Noon and Palais Dior. Palais Dior on the right in orange, Hoon at Noon on the left in purple. This is game 1 of winners, round 2.
Yeah, interesting from the side on the, I'm gonna say purple side. I can't say either of their names. I'm not gonna try anymore. Letting that little Beldum take the jump for the Matang, is that what this evolution is called? Matang gank, and letting this Dodrio just try to do its best in the lane, which seemed like it's going okay. The Inteleon definitely has the lion's share of XP in its pocket.
Yeah, it's an interesting strategy. I think it kind of shows where the priority is here, and it's not quite on that Dodrio trying to make distance and find an invade on the back line of Palais Dior. I think what's actually happening here is that Matang / Metagross is going to be built up over the course of the first section of this game and used as yet another frontliner to just create these impossible walls to break through. The utility for breaking through walls, other than the Blaziken, is a little bit rough here. Looks like we're going to have the first bit of confrontation. There were some rotations here from those central area roamers. Now 4 committing to this top lane, while some scoring goes in from Hoon down at the bottom. Doesn't look like Palais, despite having an extra teammate, really get anything too successful out of that first push. So a really nice defense from Hoon at Noon and good offense in the basement.
Yeah, I know. There was kind of like a lot going on. I was trying to like also like what was going down in that bot path with the Umbreon actually able to get its evolution and even get this Duncan when it was kind of struggling as an Eevee not too long ago. So honestly, pretty parity so far, as it looks like these teams are going to be looking to move to that middle area for those middle 8 o'clock birds.
Yeah, and here they are. It looks like both teams are pretty ready to go. Nice little bit of push there from Umbreon, getting them away from most of the other teammates from both sides, truthfully, just kind of isolating them. Mimikyu does go down first as Matang finds 2. Clearly, that central area farming has gone very well for them. Not only that, but the team fighting going very well here for Hoon at Noon, going to allow all 5 of them to start scoring. Drizzle can't possibly hold them all back. Dodrio getting in the triple score. Trevenant putting in a little bit more. They still don't break that tier 1, but they've got it awfully low, and now a decent point lead their way, and there's the break.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised they broke it there. I thought they would maybe leave it on 1, but that Matang did have its pockets full of 30, giving them a 29 over cap. Definitely seems pretty worth it. Something I wanted to call out is this Damage, Flail, Snorlax comboed with a Helping Hand, Safeguard, Blissey. Might as well get that Safeguard use out now before it is getting nerfed this evening. And Pure is actually running the Trick Room Mimikyu. I was really curious to see which way he would go, because Trick Room is not very popular in the West, but the East loves it when they play Mimikyu, which hasn't been a ton lately, but when they were playing it a lot, it was almost exclusively Trick Room. So I love seeing Western players experiment with that. I am a little worried because it does feel like it's less burst potential than you have with the whole Shadow Sneak, Shadow Claw resets, but it still is an interesting strategy, especially into this Dodrio.
Sure is. It's working out well from so far. There's another few points on the board. It seems like all the ground being made here. Metagross really proving its worth now, getting them all trapped in this arena. The Trick Room is there, but it can't be utilized much anymore. Trick Room's continuing to be put down just a little bit too late. Getting their distance to Dodrio, amazingly getting out of there after sticking around too long. Very lucky to not get knocked out in that situation.
Yeah, Mew popping off on the Inteleon. A little confusing, but you know what I mean. Their username is Mount Mew, but they are playing Inteleon, and they were just chunking them in combination with the Blaziken, finally getting a KO up in this top path, getting some momentum, pushing in the Alecki, but honestly, pretty passive on the side of Palace Dior. Maybe they're aware of this, like, slight level lead that Hoon at Noon has. They didn't really have a lot of ults, I guess, to make a push with it, so just kind of deciding to turn it around and play it safe.
Yeah, it looks like this Dodrio finally starting to get a little bit aggressive, but the target choice is weird. The Umbreon here is just not the target that you're going to be able to take down easily. Luckily, the leveling, it's not getting too far out of hand, but there's definitely an advantage here for Playas Dior. They've been picking up in these last few fights, definitely grabbing an advantage. Dodrio this time doing a good job of routing itself through Playas Dior and just getting out of dodge, not taking too much damage. It does look like Hoon and Noon are finding a tough way to really engage on these fights, but for a moment, they've isolated 2 of these players, the Clefable and Mimikyu. They break that tier 1, so no more healing and shields coming out here. The Clefable is in danger, but that Umbreon as well. 2 big health bars to take down. It looks like they will be the Umbreon free for now. It opens up a little bit of a chance for Playas Dior to take out this Regirock here, so it's not all a loss for them, but they have given a little bit of experience over that they may have wanted to keep.
Yeah, honestly, I really like that play from Palace. Like, they got vision and knowledge that I feel like they got sight of everyone at Hoon at Noon being in that top path, so the Intel and the Blaziken knew they were pretty clear to just rip that bottom objective, which does award team-wide X speed anyway, and Metagross is still pretty large this game, farming back in that jungle, but Palace really isn't too far behind. At this point, it's more about, yeah, getting a push on one of these tier 1s, which looks like that is exactly the plan right now to kind of get these scores in check.
Inteleon here using that Unite move. It looks like Dodrio tried to get in there, was trying to skate around and avoid that snipe shot, but could not stay away. Inteleon continuing to hit these snipe shots, chunking down even the Snorlax health bar. It's a nice Unite move from the Snorlax there, rolling over, trying to keep this goal safe. Clefable's trying to keep the healing for Peleus right now, and Mimikyu just barely staying up, but will eventually be taken down by the Metagross. The snipe shots are just being split between too many targets. They're not able to find any finish pressure as now this Umbreon has to get out while Clefable will be taken down. A nice fight there from Hoon and Noon. They had to expend a lot of resources, but I think in the end they probably feel it was worth it. They'll get quite a few of those Unite moves back online, and they were able to save face for a bit, and they still hold over a 100-point lead.
Yeah, that fight was like so back and forth to me. I was like, wow, like Inteleon is popping off, hitting these snipe shots. I think they got this, but was just a little too far in. And then Hoon at Noon was able to like really push back on the back of their Metagross, while Dodrio kind of diverted their attention. I think even got a back half in as well as 2 KOs in the end. So kind of an awkward fight maybe from both ends, but this was a pretty chaotic comp on both ends, so not surprised that the fights tend to divert and diverge.
I think this Mimikyu has to be a little bit careful about where it's using those Trick Rooms, because it seems like it uses it into those Snorlax blocks a little too often, and it gives too much of an opportunity for Hoon at Noon to back away from that fight and just kind of stall it out for a while. Now it looks like the fight is starting to be engaged. Mimikyu wants to take the front line still, putting out a little bit of damage, but not too much. Inteleon has to get in the fight here. Snorlax realizes it's getting pretty dangerous, and that Rayquaza now online. This fight's kicking off. Maybe not quite in the central area, but it sure is happening. Metagross catches one. It's the Mimikyu going down, a very big piece of the puzzle that they needed, and had the Unite move open as well. Now the Blaziken goes down. You have to wonder where the damage is coming from. It looks like control has been taken from Hoon and Noon, despite having such a level disadvantage throughout most of the mid-game.
Wow, I just feel like Metagross had their number. That was a bit scary in the end there. Understandable surrender from the Palace Dior side, because wow, I just feel like I can't remember who even the Metagross picked first, like in that initial engage. It seemed like Inteleon maybe was either first or second KO'd. So I think Metagross Kite on that Metagross just found the perfect opportunity to swoop in and, man, really ran through that team. Because once Metagross gets those shields going and has like even a slight level lead, it just like rips through you. Like you can see they ended up as 14 just from like getting all those KOs. So they crushed it. Really, really great engage. I'm giving a lot of credit to Kite on that Metagross, but really from the whole team for honestly like probably running with the calm of him saying go, 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 now.
Yeah, I think Faith and Love did a great job there too of eating up a lot of damage. I would have expected that number to actually be a little higher because of how many of those Inteleon snipe shots were taken, how many of the Mimikyu Trick Rooms were put down under its feet while Mimikyu just went at attacking. So I'm really surprised that it didn't take as much, but it sure did output plenty. That Snorlax put out so much damage. Even the Dodrio pales in comparison. And it was an interesting way we saw that Dodrio played. It really was just a bit of a distraction tactic. It would kind of get in, speed its feet around, be like, Inteleon, I bet you can't shoot me. And then it would get shot, go down, and Metagross would get the Inteleon. So that was kind of the goal there, was to say we can sacrifice our Dodrio for getting a way more impactful target later on.
Yeah, it's very fun. It was almost like Danny would be like in the team fight initially, and then he'd be like, all right, I'm leaving. Just go do something else, like be annoying, and then come back later and get some KOs, which I mean can be frustrating if you're the teammate being like, help me, but honestly worth it in the end, because he's getting you value elsewhere and probably ultimately getting those KOs after you like waste their time, basically.
Yeah, it was really smart to keep that Metagross in the central area and make sure that it was getting focused for the levels, because not every team would have made that decision. They wouldn't have all gone for the Metagross leveling being the primary target, but that's what Hoon at Noon did, and it really, really worked out for them. So definitely earned that win from the pick phase all the way forward, and that's game one in their pocket. Now as we head into game two, Bridget, what are we looking at in terms of adjustments? Because I feel like it's not very straightforward counters that we have to be looking at. You're going to have to get a little creative.
Yeah. Yeah, there's definitely like a lot of options, but honestly, I think Mew popped off. She was cooking, absolutely did amazing. I think it also just speaks to like Snorlax is such like a premium tank. Like I really feel like Snorlax was setting up plays for Hoon at Noon that just it's hard. Like I can't really think of a tank that like comes close. Like Trev kinda, and they also picked the Trevenant. So
Yeah.
like really it's just hard to substitute that. So I would say either maybe prioritizing that Snorlax a little more or like banning it out, making it a non-factor. I did really like seeing Pure on the Trick Room, but when I was like wondering which one he was gonna go, I'm like, oh, like Trick Room is more like passive to me, it feels like, whereas Shadow Sneak, you can really, I mean, if you get your combos going, like Mimikyu is getting like chain KOs, you know what I mean? Like it just has like a really big pop off burst potential, which I feel like their comp could have benefited from. Not to say I believe they had Blaziken last game as well. Like obviously that's already insane amounts of damage, but I just feel like they almost needed that assassin to come in and clean up, if that makes sense.
Yeah, definitely some adjustments to be made. I feel like two pretty different compositions that we saw played. Neither of them were extremely standard meta. There were definitely some, I would say, awkward because I don't know if we really saw perfect execution on either side of the funky things they were going for. But how much experience do you really get to go against some high level teams and pull out tricks like that? So the Metagross definitely came out strongest in that one. Hoon at Noon getting very creative with their leveling focus, like we talked about before. So moving forward, I think Palais Dior just they have to find some sort of answer in the form of being able to output damage quicker because a lot of their problem was trying to catch a target and shut them down quickly so that they had a number advantage and not being able to find a knockout. The Mimikyu by the end of that game, I believe it was 5 assists or 4 assists maybe, and 0 knockouts of its own. It was all Inteleon snipe shots. So I do think that everybody has to kind of be able to, maybe not everybody, but any of your targets that are going to be outputting damage, you have to rely on them for a few more knockouts in the early game. They have to be winning their lane because if you can't win the early game, even if you start to level in the mid game, there's still a bit too much momentum moving forward in the way of grabbing those purple and orange auras in the central area, having those online and being able to focus the objectives because you've made so much space on tier ones. That's why the early game is so important because you can look at levels, but it's not the only thing telling the story.
Yeah, absolutely. I know. And it's hard. Like, I was reflecting on the draft a bit because, uh, I don't know, like, Hoon at Noon did a good job of picking the supports first. So they were kind of able to counter pick with the Metagross, which I feel like is when Metagross shines the best. So definitely curious to see what we're gonna get from both these teams as we go into game 2 of the set with I feel like Hoon at Noon is up 1, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I
Yeah,
think we
it
just need to
is.
switch.
Yep, I think we have to flip the scores. Yeah, it was Hoon at Noon
I
that's
know
up one
Kyle is working on it, but just wanted to make
Kyle
sure I didn't speak
nailed
lies.
it. Yeah, we were so close last game too because I know.
They switched sides. They switched sides. It's okay.
Yeah, we were very close that last game. I wanted to see what that last basement Reggie that came online was because it was 2 Regirocks in a row, and I know that if we get 3 Regirocks in a row around here, Kyle has to do his best Regirock impression. So I was really hoping that we would
Wow.
see that, but we didn't get to see it. I feel like they kept the camera away on purpose, so we wouldn't have to do it. Yeah, we'll have to earn it, but. For first bans opening this one up, it is going to be the Blissey and the Leafeon on the side of Playas Dior, keeping that Leafeon ban but not going for the Greninja this time, leaving that open.
Yeah, I guess they are not afraid of it, or maybe would prefer it over the Dodrio. Gren can kind of do similar things, I would say, but obviously isn't as fast of a guy
Yeah.
as the Dodrio. And there it is, the almost insta-lock Greninja. I mean,
Yeah.
he is the Greninja guy. Like it's on brand. He's got it. They also pick up the Psyduck, which I love to see.
Mhm.
And Palciora actually got Suicune with their first pick, which I don't think I've seen make it onto stream yet today.
No, it hasn't. It was banned out for the majority of games so far, maybe all of them. I believe there were some openings for it to have been picked at this point, but it hadn't. So the Suicune going to get locked in. That Snorlax once again coming in. This time it's going to be Peleus Dior picking it up. I feel like it's a really big swing to have going your way. You've been talking about how few defenders there are that can really make an impact like Snorlax. Hoon and Noon are still going to lock onto that Trevenant, but missing the Snorlax in this one is really going to change the pace of the game. I think it gives Peleus Dior a much better chance moving forward in this one.
Yeah, I feel like they're gonna be able to draft these last two picks a bit better than they were able to previously, even though I know they were on the other side previously. It just gives them, I don't know, more information to respond to now that they see their two kind of like main carries and that Grunt and that Buzz. And it looks like they are gonna go to an old reliable on this Metagross. I mean, it shined very bright in this past game, so I totally understand leaning back on that one and actually going for this Comfey. We are seeing no Hoopa in our games, even though it kind of is nasty, but
Yeah.
Comfey is definitely an interesting one.
Yeah, I think Hoopa's a little bit mechanically difficult to work with, so maybe some of these teams not feeling so confident about working it right now. There's a lot that you have to think about. You have to be a serious team player, so I'm sure there are plenty of players here that can play the Hoopa, but just might not be the night for it. You know, it's been a couple weeks without Underdunk. They've got to get back in the circulation of things. Maybe wait for this next patch and see if Hoopa is still the way to go. I imagine it will be, but in the end, a lot of all-rounders here. This is going to be a very, very bulky game. We are not going to see a lot of quick knockouts. There's going to be a lot of really big team fights here, actually.
Yeah, this is. I'm just trying to process everything because I forgot that Hunat Noon was on the wrong side and Palsior stole the Metagross, which is fun. I love it. And in response, Hunat Noon picks T-Tar, which is like the natural enemy of the Metagross. Because it hits you through the shields, and Metagross's kit is basically giving itself shields. This should be a pretty fun one. I actually am really interested in how both these comps will go. Pura is playing no EXP share on his Snorlax, which I also think Hunat Noon did last time. So they were like, you know what? We can do what you do, but we'll do it better. And I'm excited to see it turn out. So let's get into this game 2.
Yeah, it's going to be Peleus Dior this time on the left side in purple and Hunat Noon on the right in orange. That Larvitar, so very cute, but unfortunately they'll have to leave us. Larvitar, notably, does take a long time to evolve for that Pupitar to come online. So going to get some scoring here to get some early experience. You can see the Phantom trying to take a little bit of the focus and does a really good job of it too. I think Snorlax Comfey, this Snorlax is definitely built just like the last game, I think, on the other side even, to be a damage dealer. This might not be an extremely defensive Snorlax because it's going to be outputting a bit of damage here with the Comfey focus and without that EXP share like you mentioned.
Yeah, I mean, this guy is stacking and he is aggressive. he is on the pad. He sprinted towards it. He's putting out major damage on this little tree and Larvitar. Larvitar and T-Tar honestly got some decent buffs. I guess I should say Pupitar got some decent buffs not too long ago, but we still don't really see it very often. But I do think it is hilarious in response to the Metagross. But in picking it, you almost have to concede that you may not win the first Reggie fight. And that's okay as long as you know how to get online, manage it, and maybe accept that part. Especially when the Flail-Axe is already invading your jungle with the Comfey.
Yes, yeah. You do have to be wary of that. Definitely have to be game planning for it. You can see it's still a Larvitar here, still at level 4. It's slow leveling, whereas this Metang at level 6, just like it had an impact for Hunat Noon, gonna be having an impact for the side of Peleus Dior. And now a knockout onto the Buzzwole really opens up this Psyduck. It doesn't look like there's gonna be a huge chase from Peleus Dior. They're just gonna make a little bit of space, knowing that the Psyduck's probably gonna get away. There is a Pupitar finally on the field. It is slow leveling, but the leveling is happening nonetheless. Something to keep an eye on as those levels go up. Now those 8-minute birds are gone. This Suicune and Comfey definitely comfortably took those ones, didn't really have any pressure. I think the Buzzwole here has to figure out how to get back in this one, and starting with the Snorlax is not a bad idea. Some comeback XP on the level 7 Snorlax would be nice, but they're not going to grab it. So I think this is where everything's going to slow down a little bit, and both teams are going to try to figure out if they're more comfortable than the other or how they're going to be leveling up.
Yeah, both these teams have some late game scalers that they definitely want to get online ASAP. They do not want to be in awkward puberty phase anymore. They want to be big and grown up and fully evoluted. Looks like Palace Dior is going to prio this bottom path, kind of bullying that Trevenant. Not even giving a frick about the overdunk there. Man, they just dunked it in. But hey, points and points at this point, and Hunat Noon has not gotten a lot of them in so far.
No, but it's the focus from Palace Dior on this Regirock. You talked earlier about how it's going to be difficult for Hunat Noon to contest that because they've got the Pupitar, but Pupitar making good use by going up high here, collecting experience by going in on the team fight. The Snorlax gets taken out again, not as defensively built as you would expect it to, so it's going to be going down a lot easier.
Comfey, I would assume, coming in clutch with that slow smoke to get the Greninja off their back, but heading right back in. I don't think they were able to secure that from the Greninja, but definitely being pretty annoying, putting a lot of pressure, and honestly hurting this Pupitar who is fiending for the T-Char, and now he has hit it. Does he insta-ult? He does! Classic. You know they always do. But this is a big team fight. I don't blame them for doing it. I would have done it too.
Yeah, I mean, clearly it is starting to come to fruition now. 85 points on the board for the side of Palace Dior. They do get 2 knockouts. So they're chasing down the Trevenant, who's taking some quick damage. So definitely this Metagross starting to scale, starting to get to a dangerous, scary point. It just hit that level 10. Greninja at level 9 needs to be taken down quickly. It looks like something Garchomp is going to focus. Sorry for the call out. I think you may have heard me there. But, these birds going to be taken down, just a little bit more leveling. Palace Dior starting to scale out of control of them.
Yeah, I just feel like literally Metagross got like 1 level up on the competition and has just been able to help them carry through this mid game so well. They're absolutely full pushing the Alecki, and it looks like they will definitely have it go in. I mean, this death ball type comp they have going on is extremely oppressive. I think we are reminding ourselves, and hopefully anyone in Japan watching, that Suicune is a problem. It is so dominant, even post the most recent nerfs.
Yeah, the level of CC that it's able to put out while still putting out damage as well, I think is just too much of a combination to ignore. You really can't put that one by the sideline. I'm not sure why the Japanese region is continuing to neglect it, but it's definitely something that I think teams are going to take advantage of in the World Championship if things don't change. So a quick Regice taken here from Hunat Noon. They've got that T-Tar on board and things are starting to get scarier. This is where the scaling is going to start to get even. They're not so worried about the Psyduck and Trevenant being behind as they are about now being caught up with their other 3 players. So things starting to look a lot better for them. The scoring is still far out of their hands. It's almost a must-have Rayquaza for them, unless they have some really strong fights and start pushing forward here, but they're playing very passively at this point.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be an important play if they go for this Alecki or not. It looks like they are starting to linger up there. I mean, it's just too early to let a Rayquaza and Alecki walk into your home base. They just have so much time to get to score with it, and it doesn't look like Hunat Noon would like to see that happen. Trying to get an engage, but Metagross so large, KOing that Buzzwole in the thick of it, but T-Tar is showing why it takes so long to get online. It is so game-changing, and just like that, Hunat Noon is getting back in this.
Yeah, I think the Greninja now is really making its point and making its kind of name for itself in this game as that backline invader, because the Tyranitar being online and the Trevenant being a lot bulkier now, it's really helping to hold a front line that has to be paid attention to, where the Greninja can split their attention versus earlier where they could really ignore that Pupitar and Trevenant didn't have too much to threaten them with long term. Now that Tyranitar is making all the difference, and Greninja can kind of have a field day in the back line of Peleus Dior. So they're going to have to set up for this Rayquaza fight, and this is going to be the big difference maker. The score line is not out of hand anymore. This end game, everything that happens here is going to be all the difference. The Regirock will be ignored, it looks like. The Metagross likely not going to be able to take it in the next 10 seconds, so these teams are going to start setting up, and the fight's going to kick off before Ray comes out.
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
Pierre absolutely caught out on that Snorlax, did not realize he was walking into enemy territory. Buzzwole getting the KO on the Suicune, using its ult. Garchomp also trying to get in the mix, but Buzzwole is just running shop down there.
It was the angriest prison I think I've ever seen in my life, was 4 players
Oh my gosh.
in the Metagross walls there. Not going to last for too long. It is a steal, though, from the Snorlax here. Maybe going with the damage output Snorlax isn't such a bad thing. It is Pierre's revenge, absolutely. And now the block saying, we gotta get out of here. We've got some scoring to do. Those shields are broken, though, and there will be a shutdown here. So if this team fight is won by Hoon at Noon, they're still definitely not out of it yet.
Yeah, and Cheetar is actually able to hit through those shields, but they are getting exploded. Too many people are on 1 HP. It's stressing me out, but... Oh! Cheetar was able to get a dunk in, but it's only a 7-point difference. And both teams are now aware it is a close battle and that they don't know who's in the lead.
Oh no, Aaron gave up the positioning. If he would have gotten to the goal first, Tyranitar wouldn't have the shields and healing here, but instead had taken a little bit of a diversion and now won't be able to win this fight. So it's a 3-point game in the last 40 seconds. This is anybody's take. There's going to be a lot of chances to score here for Peleus Dior, but only if they get moving. Right now, it's only the Suicune moving through the edges here. Gonna try to stay out of sight lines, but with the T-Tar here, there's nothing you can do. You have to take the fight. Gets the quick score. It's 8 points, the lead. Now going the way of Peleus Dior.
Comfey's broken. They were able to score so fast because if you have 2 people or even more people standing on the goal, your dunk goes in faster. And they snuck right in to get that dunk off. I don't even remember if they were winning initially or not, but they locked it in with that dunk. Great job on the side of Peleus Dior. And Mountain Mew has played an amazing set. That was such a sneaky maneuver. Oh my god.
5-point game there. Hoon at Noon were so close to taking it. They had to play the defense, but Mountain Mew sneaking in there with Yoruichi on its tail hanging in. And I mean, look at the points scored here. Kite was an absolute tank for this team, just walking in and putting in all the points. Not only the 100 at the end, but almost everything needed for that team. So a lot more spread across the board for Peleus Dior. Everybody doing their part in terms of scoring. And wow, a really great game from both teams. They both had their highlights in that one. Peleus Dior definitely came alive, and they're ready to try and make this a reverse sweep now.
Yeah, oh my gosh. I mean, Palace was definitely running shop with the Metagross, but I feel like you could definitely see the shift as soon as T-Tar was able to get online. I mean, it was just like not looking great, I feel like. T-Tar just seemed to check every box in terms of Oh, the scoreline's crazy. Sorry. I lost my train of thought. It's gone.
That last little. I mean, the train of thought was looking like the little railroad in the analytics there at the end. It was all over the place. It was yeah, that was a wild ending to that game. That was really, really exciting though. Both of these teams now on game point. This is winners round 2, so whoever wins this one is starting to secure a spot higher up in that bracket, looking pretty good. You still have your chance down in the lower bracket, that's second life. So if you can make it to winners round 3, you're feeling pretty good about yourself. Peleus Dior in that one, I think the Metagross steal was the big influential difference. Everybody was playing very well. The Suicune was very good at securing a lot of knockouts, but in the end, I think the Metagross was the big difference maker, where those team fights felt a lot safer because of the utility of the Metagross and the ability to kind of shut down any kind of really strong push that might look threatening from Hoon.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, honestly, what I'm learning from this is damage Snorlax is broken. It is winning the game. I mean, Pure absolutely. I think he slept on it. I think he ulted on it. Like, I don't even think he flailed. He just, which I don't know, I guess, what the better secure is. I don't know. But I guess
think we
with the
know
knock up
now.
on the ult, yeah, I guess you knock them all up with your ult, so they can't hit it really, which is absolutely evil. I don't know. I was talking about Snorlax being at a premium, and they're just proving me right, and I really appreciate that.
Yeah, the proof is in the pudding for sure. That was a really interesting ending to the game. The Rayquaza was very interesting. And I mean, just think about it. If that hadn't been stolen by Pure there at the end, Peleus Dior, I don't see a way that they end up being able to secure that and stall for time. Hoon would have swarmed their goals with all the knockouts that they had and just had the shields to be able to do it safely instead of having to take fights. So I think that Rayquaza fight was the big difference maker. And of course, the Suicune finding that final score at the end. But we are on our way into this game 3, and we've got our ban cycle ready.
Yes, let's let's see how the Metagross is handled this time. I'll say not exactly sure what to expect out of these bans, but it looks like Blaziken will remain being off the table until he is hopefully nerfed significantly this evening. I don't like that guy.
Absolute haters out here.
I
Listen,
am.
all I know is Leafeon's getting even better. So maybe it'll transcend the ban at this point. It'll be just so good that somebody has to pick it. Blissey and Comfy being banned out here from Hoon. You know what? Do you think the Comfy was just a random ban just off the top of the head?
I mean, I would say the Comfey debatably won them the game by sitting on the Suicune, so...
Yeah, I guess there's an argument to be made for that, too.
Yeah, and for the most part, support ban, there's so many good supports, but clearly no one's really gravitating towards Hoopa. Suicune, I guess you could debate is a support, but Hoon at Noon just gonna go for the Blissey and the Comfey of it all, since it's probably been annoying them, giving up the Suicune and getting the Psyduck and the Lax. You know how I feel about the Snorlax. Oh my gosh, if they pick both of them, I'm gonna laugh. Okay.
Oh, that was almost evil what they just did.
Yeah, I maybe they were debating which one.
Yeah, that would have been really evil to steal the Metagross in game 2 and then the Metagross and Tyranitar in
I don't know
game
if that's the draft line necessarily, but it would have been funny.
It would have been. It would have felt scripted at that point. Hoon at Noon falling back on that Snorlax Trevenant again. And they've got that Greninja going out as well. So it feels like they're taking the strongest parts of game 1 and game 2 and kind of melding them together. So Peleus Dior doing the same thing, though. I think this is going to be the best game we get out of both teams here.
Yeah, I really like how they've kind of optimized their drafts throughout this best of 3. And this time we're going to see Clefable on the side of Palstior and the Darkrai. This is 2 sets in a row we've gotten the Darkrai.
Huh. All right, there's NA's cooking something that I don't
Yeah,
understand.
what are we cooking?
I'm not, yeah. I don't. Well, I guess we'll find out if we're cooking. Oh, the Miraidon band getting locked in here. Okay.
I like it. I like it. Miraidon actually had a pretty good showing, I think, at NAIC. Not a ton of picks, but I'm pretty sure it did well when it was picked. And I mean, it has had some nerfs in the past. No Inteleon, but I actually feel like this is in my head. Hoon at Noon is just so terrified of getting like dunked on like that again that they're picking Miraidon for its passive that makes scoring harder.
Yeah,
just in case.
They
in
are
my head,
scarred.
that's the reason. But we'll see. It is obviously fallen from what it once was, which was priority first pick pretty much every single game. But I think it does still have some good utility. I mean, the range is really, really beneficial. I mean, the other team does have a clef on their side to kind of heal all of that poke damage up. But depending how much you're able to output, which is hopefully a lot with the Greninja. And honestly, the damage Snorlax is putting in work. It's putting in so much work. That is actually a really solid like way to get them low enough for Miraidon and Greninja to hopefully pick up those KOs.
Yeah, it actually is a little bit scary. I'm starting to fear the damage Snorlax meta starting to roll through, become even more popular. I mean, certainly some of us have seen it in our ranked games, but game 3 here has a lot more on the line than a game of ranked. This is winners round 2, game 3 between Peleus Dior and Hoon at Noon. Winner of this goes on to winners round 3. And starting up here up top, it's going to be that Snorlax Psyduck again, a very strong combo, but a nice sleep early on, and this Snorlax isn't looking so healthy to start.
Yeah, they were actually able to put out a lot of damage on that Lax. They are obviously not quite as tanky in this early game as they begin to scale to in that late game. So able to stay alive as they're just kind of fighting it out for these early lane farms. Miraidon sitting back and trying to fill up its pockets, and that it is doing. Miraidon seems to be winning this early game pretty well.
Yeah, so far doing a great job. Phantom still going to stay up here. Not going to be knocked out just yet. Some of that backward cap being secured here from Hoon at Noon. Things are starting to move slowly. There is a Frogadier up here, so that Greninja is what we'll have to be scared of very soon. Maybe looking into it in the result of this fight. That Umbreon going to be chased back, and the Umbreon Darkrai just feels like it's not able to output a ton of pressure, and this is why a lot of focus here in the bottom. They're not really focused on the top lane. They're just trying to stall for time. This Matang needs to get an evolution at some point soon, because this Miraidon's going to be focusing damage on it all game. The shield just in time to save it. Stays around for now, but eventually will be taken down, and I feel like that's something the Miraidon's going to be trying to do all game long.
Yeah, definitely a testament to why that shielding does come in handy, especially if you don't have a T-Tar on the other side hitting you through them. Psyduck in a bit of trouble in that mean look from Pure. I'm interested that both the Umbreons we've seen tonight have been mean look. I think foul play was nerfed pretty hard. I believe it's, I can't remember if it's Star or Foul Play. Whatever the other one was got nerfed pretty hard, and it's interesting seeing kind of the rise of mean look, and they're getting some success with it in this bottom path, getting 2 KOs on Hoon at Noon, but not looking to push it too hard.
Yeah, I think what Peleus Dior just said there is we've scaled enough to the point where your Miraidon is no longer safe to be a frontliner. You better start playing with your Snorlax, because we're not going to be just giving that away to you anymore. All right. I'm sorry. Darkrai's legs are just uncanny valley. No, I have. It's just, it always trips me up. It's such uncanny valley. Seeing like the sprite from Legends Arceus where its legs are all the way. I hate that.
It's my favorite thing they've like done. I can't believe they did that for the story animation. It's actually so funny that it grows its legs to do it. No, I love it. It's like, it's probably stacking. It's probably doing something very important. Really great job, guys. But it's very funny that I kept just like doing it.
Yeah, really. They knew that we were focusing on it. Well, the Regice is going to go away for Hoon for now. So they've been doing important work. Well, we've been getting uncomfortable over here. Miraidon playing from a distance. I think you can see just how unsafe it feels now.
Yeah, I mean, Palcior did group up hard in that top path. After it was probably clear they were not getting that bottom objective. That's Danny gonna make use of it though and break their opposing bottom tier 1 as well in retaliation, trying to contest for some of these birds, doing a classic Greninja, ulting the farm. There were enemies on top of the farm, but in my head, I'm gonna say you ulted the farm.
Yeah, so ulting the farm for sure at this point.
Yeah.
Listen, Danny on this Greninja is just like, the mobility is insane. I feel like he's almost never getting caught out And it just feels like it's been a really solid option. I can see why they wanted to keep it for this game 3. It was one of the better parts of their game 2, even with them not coming out on top in that one. Once again, though, these birds going to mostly go the way of Peleus Dior. They're going to continue to roll that forward. Trevenant gets caught out just a little bit, but able to use those wood hammers to put out a lot of damage. Miraidon now playing from a distance, playing safe behind the team. They have made a very wise rotation to allow him to put out even more damage. Greninja going to close out on the Suicune there. And that is the fastest Snorlax I've ever seen, not to mention how much damage he can put out. Look at Trevenant coming out here to help now, though. He's pushed them back in with the block, and the Clefable's going to get caught out. So Psyduck going to stun for even more. Clefable can't move. Only Darkrai gets legs in this duo.
Snorlax also kind of wreaking havoc. I've been a little too fixated on the frog. Danny already at 11. They're trying to get this tier 1 down as well and getting KOs to match. 2 KOs for That's Danny, and Trev is trying to ult to keep them away. It looks like they might have overstayed their welcome a bit, but they are getting this goal zone on 1 at the very least.
Yeah, they do. They have it on 1, which means now they can take their time to overcap it as well. Miraidon wisely playing from a distance at this point, not getting too close. Has to be a little bit careful about getting closed in on. But no, Peleus are going to play it slow. They know the Regieleki's coming up. The disengagement from Hoon means they're not feeling too great about taking a fight. So this is the time to go for an objective, and that's what they'll do. Hoon and Noon still not taking that basement objective right now. They're just going to play a little bit of defense. So this has opened some time for Peleus to recover off of that last loss.
Yeah, definitely like that move from Palace. Just focus on the objective, maybe back off a little bit. They're looking to get information where the other team maybe goes or will be. So they obviously know Miraidon is in that top path, but we're not able to rotate down to that bottom objective in time, going to the side of Hoon at Noon.
And Ninja's been doing a great job of keeping the level up, doing the farming that needs to be done here. I mean, you can see in the central area, there's nothing online right now. Such efficient farming from both of these teams. But eventually, one of them is going to have to come out on top of a team fight. I mean, you can't wait a minute and a half, despite it looking like both teams are trying to set up for Rayquaza right now. There's just a bit of a stall. There's not a lot of farming to be done. There's not a lot of points in everybody's pockets to be scored. There's just no openings for them to get them in. So now these teams are going to meet in the middle. It's a 3v3 with an awkward cluster of 3. Not a lot of really big damage dealers here, but Greninja is going to try to make the first strike, and they just chase Peleus right back off.
Yeah, Metagross initially trying to go for that back cap, but then gives a lot of information to both teams that no one was really in the bottom path, allowing both Snorlax and Darkrai to get those dunks off. Obviously, keeping Hoon at Noon in their point lead, but honestly, Palace Dior like right at their heels. It is not a big lead by any means, as exemplified by Umbreon now getting it within 12 points of one another.
Yeah, only 12 points remaining between these teams, and it doesn't look like Hoon and Noon are going to have the advantage for a Regieleki fight here. Definitely going to be gate kept by Peleus if they even go for it. They're only going to have about 20 seconds, maybe 18 seconds to do it. So it looks like they're trying to set up for it, despite how little time they're going to have to do it. And they're not going to be challenged by Hoon at Noon, so they're going to get that Regieleki for free. And all they're going to have to really sacrifice is good positioning here. This Umbreon, though, it looks like in the central area, might be getting caught out. They've definitely taken note of it. They're not chasing too hard right now. So it is the Regieleki being taken. 5 seconds to Rayquaza.
Yeah, good on Hoon at Noon for realizing that they were at least some people up there getting the objective. They knew if they were to find anyone, they were split from the group. They were looking to hopefully get an early pick, and if nothing else, get that map control. Greninja able to get the first KO in that Umbreon. He is running through that enemy team. It's only Darkrai left up for Palace Dior, and he is gone. Hoon at Noon with the quick team wipe.
That was a very quick team fight. Losing the Regieleki is certainly worth it, because that Umbreon was just out of position, standing up front, but having to use its cooldowns before the team fight ever got started. So 100 dunk on a tier 1 with only 1 remaining, another 76 going into the Psyduck. It's a big advantage here for the side of Hoon at Noon. They're up by 320 points Palacio are going to try to slow it down a little bit. They'll have to take a team fight at some point, maybe waiting for these shields to burn down. They haven't forfeit, so they do still want to try to take a fight and go for some scoring, and this is where it's going to kick off. Metagross going to go in first here. They do target down the Greninja. A good squishy target to find first. The Miraidon would be a nice one to get next, but the block here isn't going to allow them to close in. They've been playing the Miraidon distance so well. It's been so detrimental to them, and it's going to catch the Umbreon out as well.
Yeah, man. It is tough. It's pretty good to not have to fight them on their pad, but at this point I just feel like the point lead is pretty steep. There are 2 members down of Hoon at Noon. I mean, surely they know they could probably give up this tier 1. I think those might be the comms if I was playing, but they're holding it down and not doing too bad. Metagross trying to get the KO on the duck. He does not like that guy. Danny also with that big Unite move, trying to keep the team alive, but it's actually looking a little scary. It's one of those times where it's like, oh, if there were 10 more seconds on this clock, they had a pretty good push there, but a little too staggered to get the job done.
I love the little shot of Snorlax standing still with the block there at the end. His arms were spread just perfectly to make it look like he was trying to block the goal. He's just standing still. But great game there from Hoon at Noon. Definitely picked up the best pieces of what they had used in the last 2 games and put them together. Danny went really, really big on outputting damage super quickly. It's a tough team composition to put out quick damage against. There's not a lot of squishy targets to really target down on the side of Palacios, so it's hard to focus anybody as this Miraidon or Greninja, but they did a good job of focusing them out together when the team fights came through, and you'd see 90,000 damage output there by Kite on the Miraidon. That is nothing to scoff at. That's really significant, and even though a level behind Danny, putting out a ton more damage.
Yeah, I mean, and only 17k damage taken just speaks to how well Kite was able to position and chill in that back line and just output all that damage for Danny to pick up all of those KOs and seal the deal. I mean, really, really great synergy. Palstior had honestly like such a fun and exciting run throughout the set. It was so close until, it happened so fast. I'm not even sure like how that first pick even happened, but it just seemed like the clash in the middle. Hoon at Noon just put the pedal to the metal. That's what they say, right?
Yeah, I think
Went
they
for
did.
it.
I mean, they went for it, and at the end of the day, come out with a win. So congratulations there to Hoon at Noon. They really had to fight for it. Palacior put up a tough fight, and being able to make adjustments like that in the middle of a set, that's what's going to make tougher teams here in this Underdunk tournament. So I think as time goes on, Palacior are going to be a good contender in that lower bracket to really be fighting up for a spot to go even further and maybe try to, meet one of these teams there at the end. So a lot more, I think, to still come from them. Hoon at Noon going to continue in the winners bracket into winners round 3. So big congrats to them.
Yes, very, very great job from both teams. I think at this point we are going to cut to a quick break, but we'll be back with more Unite right after this.
Welcome back, Pokemon Unite trainers. I unmuted my mic before we got on stream. How smart am I? I'm just double checking. Yep, mic level's good. We're back. It's Underdunk 54. It's the Psyduck showdown. However, we haven't seen a ton of Psyduck. It's been banned a lot of the night. Well, we're back. Steelage, Kyle, Speedy, Bridget. This is going to be your two's last set of the day before we have a little bit of a shift change. Zoinks and Nurse Gary. Nurse Gary, get in there! Are going to be joining us. What an iconic call from Dubesex. That was probably my favorite one, watching the stream back.
That's so funny. That was your takeaway.
That was my takeaway. I can't remember who sent it to me. I think it might have been Pina that sent it to me, or maybe Rex. And she said, this is great. Send this to Gary. But we do have another set here. Winners round 3, also known as the winners quarterfinals today. Brouhaha versus the team we just saw take down Pierre's new team. I'm not going to try to remember how to pronounce
Don't try.
Palais Dior, Palaeus. I don't know. Either way, they took him down 2-1. Brouhaha, though, is an incredible squad. A little bit of a roster change since, I believe, last summer, but still a really good squad. We'll start with Bridget. Any predictions here as we get set up for the next draft?
Ooh, man. Yeah, I was like, okay, I recognize Brouhaha, but I feel like I haven't like seen them in a while. But like Helmet Swag, Jimmy Bear, Delion, familiar with, they might be their sub. But
yeah.
Some recognizable names. I'm looking at, they did have to take down T-Gang to get to this spot in the first place. They won that one 2-1. So both these teams coming out of a 2-1, which is pretty interesting. T-Gang is no laughing matter to slay. I don't know why that was the only word I could think of, but I was really impressed at Hoon at Noon kind of clutching those games up and how their draft lines went. They were pretty fun, pretty entertaining, but I'm gonna put my money on Brouhaha. Don't know why. Just feel like it.
Right, my money was gonna be on a Greninja ban, but as we get into the draft, you will see there is already a Greninja ban. So Speedy, why don't you go ahead and take us away?
Yeah, Kyle, I think I'd also like to put $20,000 on a Greninja ban here. I think that's a pretty safe bet, so I'm going to go ahead and sit on that one. It looks like the Leafeon coming out as well, so stopping a whole lot of aggressive offense. And then the Rapidash ban, the Galarian Rapidash coming at her from Hoon at Noon. It is legal to be played in this tournament. We don't have any bans here, but hasn't really been played tonight, not that we've seen. So in some of these other games, it must be coming out. Brouhaha going to be just locking out a lot of offense. So for once, we have a ton of supporters on the board.
Yeah, almost all of them. Blissey still at large. Brouhaha going to be locking in that Mew first pick. Must be something they really hinge their strategies on, because they're kind of giving up some monsters in return. Hoon at Noon going to grab that Snorlax that's been pretty much leading them to victory on the stream games we've been able to watch, and Psyduck kind of becoming an old reliable at this point.
Yeah, when Psyduck is available, Psyduck is picked, and it's going to be Stun and Faith and Love picking up on those. Those are, I believe, the two players that actually will be playing those roles. Greninja's not available. The Leafeon's not available. So Danny, once again, being very target banned. This is a player that's clearly on everybody's radar. Some strong picks now coming out of Brouhaha, especially in the Blaziken there. Clefable, nothing to laugh at for sure. Going to go for a little bit of sustainability here. Whereas Hoon and Noon are going to go for more of that built-in sustain rather than that group healing.
Yeah, Hoon at Noon loves doing this draft line of the Lax, the Duck, and the Trev as their first couple picks, so they can really get a hold on what the other team is trying to do when they finally do get around to picking their more carry-heavy mods. Danny, going with that Dodrio, he seems to kind of like to play this into Blazikens and Clefs. I've been seeing so far, and obviously Mew isn't the worst time for a Dodrio either, even though Mew actually has a lot of movement and escapability as well. Brouhaha locking in the Lapras and the Armarouge to square out their draft.
The Lapras I find very curious here. I'm wondering what it is, what the goal to be accomplished here is. This is pretty curious. I've seen it a bit with and against some Inteleon teams trying to land,
Mhm.
trying to either invade on those snipers, especially when it was Decidueye and Inteleon being doubled up on teams, trying to counter that, or trying to be able to be on the team to speed them around and protect them. But here, I'm not 100% sure why it feels like something so strong for Brouhaha. They must have something planned. It definitely adds to the mobility you were talking about with the Mew, so that could help. But Dad's Danny is going to be kind of all over the map trying to keep up with anybody moving around at this point.
For sure. Yeah. And I must call out the Cinderace pickup on the side
Yeah.
of Hoon at Noon. So an interesting comp damage wise, I feel like, from Hoon at Noon, but excited to see what they're able to do with it, and how this kind of carry Snorlax will do into the likes of an Armarouge and a Lapras. I mean, the Lapras is an interesting pick, but after the Lax and the Trev are taken, really the other thing you may want to go is that Mamo, but you do have to worry about getting those evolutions, and it looks like Brouhaha has really prioritized mons that get online pretty quickly, relatively. Maybe with the only exception being the Torchic, but even then, your level 5 is pretty solid. So let's go ahead and see what they're able to cook up in this game 1.
Yeah, the Torchic already heading into that central area, very predictable. Whereas on the side of Hunadun, it is going to be once again that Dodrio in the bottom lane. Pick up the central area. That's not very unusual, finding it in the central area. It's just that the Dodrio being in lane is such a strange thing that Hunadun seem to be sticking with. A lot being picked up here from the side of Brouhaha in the bottom lane in terms of picking up some of those some of that farm, but it's already points on the board for Hoon at Noon, and the Dodrio has been picking up experience by scoring rather than finding some of those wild Pokemon.
Yeah, Hoon at Noon with some interesting lanes. I mean, really just going like super strong in that top path and kind of like letting this bottom side almost be like weaker, but you wouldn't really know it based off of how the Dodrio's just been able to run around in that path. Seem to get pretty many stacks off and are definitely not losing the lane by any means, but both junglers are going to be in this top path. 4 members from Brouhaha actually are trying to make something happen here, but gonna be a bit of a stalemate.
Yeah, Hunanoon doing a good job of just keeping them away, especially with that distance pressure of the Raboot. I think that helped a lot up there, being able to put out a little bit of damage from afar and really not have anything super open to be threatened at the moment. There's nothing from the side of Brouhaha that can engage too well on an opening like that, so they're not going to, and it's just going to be pretty open space for the Raboot to put out damage that resulted in a back off from Brouhaha. Now the Armarouge is online. We're going to see those flames coming up. This Psyduck being faced down a little bit, but they're just going to hover for birds. And with Snorlax coming in, oh man, there is a lot of Hoon at Noon here. They're going to close in on these birds. It's going to be Lapras getting trapped in the middle. Doesn't have much assistance. The Mew trying to stay away. He puts up a barrier for a moment. Can't really lock anything, so most of that going to go the way at Hoon.
Yeah, Hoon able to get at least 1 KO on that Lapras. Not too shabby. Both teams, I feel like, playing this, like, relatively safe. No one wants to obviously overextend too hard. Cinder, it looks like it went Pyro Ball, I feel like, from that pass move. Sometimes I can't tell if it's auto attacking or Pyro Balling. No, it is definitely that Pyro Ball in that very cute new sleepy Cinderace skin. I like it a lot.
Oh yeah, I mean, look at it. It's absolutely beautiful. And picking up a lot as well. All of those birds going down right away. 2 level 7s for the side of Hoon at Noon. It's a pretty close one for Brouhaha. They do have a level 8 of their own as Cinderace hits it as well. So that's Cinderace and Blaziken, those fire starters, keeping up with each other for now. Everybody else still trying to collect some experience. Now, Regirock is online. It's a really quick engagement from Brouhaha. They start trying to take it. They know that not everybody is here, especially that Dodrio, who'd be really good for trying to steal. So despite how many players are down here, the Blaziken's going to secure that Regirock. The defenses are up. They can start to engage, but Lapras still almost being taken down. Cinderace going to send out a Pyro Ball. It doesn't quite catch the right target, so Lapras will barely not get knocked out at the end of that fight.
Brouhaha are just like skirting around this map, I feel like by like the skin of their teeth, but they are like not dying. Like, knock on wood as soon as I say that, so I'm sure I will curse them. But they're really like playing their HP bars well. Like, they have a really good sense of their own like micros, like what their characters can handle, what they couldn't handle, even how they played that bottom objective, letting their team rip. But oh my gosh, Hunat finding a big pick on that Armarouge. Really great cooldown uses from the Dodrio. Tries to make something happen with the ult, but not too much was able to get done. While I was so scared of the Lapras, but they are able to secure that Regilucky and get some momentum in this top path.
Yeah, right now, a lot of Unite moves coming out as they've just come online in the last 30 seconds or so. Trevenant gonna find Lapras first, and often early target, strangely enough, and now this Mew going down as well. Maybe the synergy being questioned earlier is warranted. We've seen how difficult it's been for them to make this Lapras work. It always seems to be caught out of position, and they haven't yet used it in a way that makes it feel like it's effective enough to sacrifice another kind of defender or supporting Pokemon.
Yeah, I mean, I just, even if you're not using it as a Flail-Wax demon, it still has so much utility as just a pure tank build, but the way Hunat has been playing it is just kind of speaks to the flexibility Snorlax can have that personally I don't really think of it as, but I'm eating my words severely. It just KO'd the Armarouge. I know the Dodrio was there too, but I'm gonna give it to the Snorlax.
Yeah, getting that dunk up top as well, getting a few points in, so did the Dodrio. So put a couple more points on the board, almost a 100-point lead. The Regirock will go down to the side of Brouhaha. Blaziken closing that one out again. Such a good, secure Pokemon. Now Trevenant is low. They can try to capitalize on that, but guess who's been caught out again? It is the Lapras. Getting the numbers disadvantage now. Trevenant finally to a point where it looks like it could be knocked out, but instead going to be dropping more of these wood hammers, still staying secure. It's rotating between the front and back line very freely, and there's nobody on Brouhaha that can really focus it enough. A nice block here to separate the team as well. The Clefable gets put in a rough spot. They don't get to take down the Blaziken just yet, but they've opened it up by taking down its support. Now Blaziken trying to kick its way back in. Snorlax is low, but gets another block to split the team, and this time it will get the Blaziken.
Low?
Oh.
Sorry, I've only been watching the Snorlax in this team fight. I don't know how he's alive. I actually don't. I didn't watch anyone else. I've just been watching the Snorlax. This flail block is horrifying. I am like, I don't understand it. I can't. He juked the Blaziken. I can't. He moves too fast. How is this allowed?
Yeah.
Really great push from Hunat. Didn't see anything other than the Snorlax, but I'm sure everyone was doing a really great job. Great work, everyone.
Yeah, it was. Oh man, you should have been there. It was a great fight.
Yeah, that was
awesome. Yeah, this side not getting a little bit of focus here on the Blaziken, already spotting them out. There's about 1 minute left until the Rayquaza here. The Regilucky is being hovered. You can see that the right side team does, in fact, have a huge lead. 161 points of a lead, exactly. This Armarouge trying to do some damage, but it can definitely be stolen, especially by the Cinderace. It won't be, though. Blaziken being a great, secure Pokemon that it is. They have engaged on the fight. Hunat do lose their Armarouge, and their Trevenant's looking awfully low as well. It goes down and gets knocked out. So now both sides having lost one, although it's 2 down for Brouhaha at the moment as they lose their Lapras. Again, it's very back and forth in this fight. The block from the Snorlax, it splits up half the team. They trap the Blaziken, and that's the target you want. Now you find an opening on this Clefable. You can start making your way forward. That's a great final team fight win to have before this Ray comes up, especially with the level lead that you've built.
The Snorlax is so bloodthirsty. He just like ran at the Clefable. Like, brother, you can let it go, but no, he needed the KO. He needed the XP. I get it. He's level 13. You don't get to be level 13 lax without running in their elbush and blocking them out of it like he's doing right now.
It's gonna keep happening continuously. It's
It's
those
demonic.
those 151 Pokemon quizzes online on Jet's computer just kind of look like Snorlax and nothing else. It's the only Pokemon she knows about, but there's a couple of other ones doing some damage on the field. It's all I've got. It's all I need. A lot of Unite moves coming out on the field right now. Psyduck does hit that Psy at the right time, and it looks like it's done enough damage. The Surf comes out to stall for a bit, but the Armarouge is still able to put down damage. It's so hard to get close to that Pokemon without eating up all of your HP. So now, so many survivors. At the end of it, allows Brouhaha to take a team fight win. They're about 141 down. They can certainly still make this work. They have to find this Ray. There's a very low health Psyduck that's going to go for something sneaky here. Doesn't grab anything, and in fact does end up going down. So a little less defense here on the goals in this endgame.
Yeah, honestly, that Armarouge just hit the Fire Spin, hit the Psyshock button, get it in while you can. Honestly, it's still probably going to be pretty good after its nerf this evening, and I feel like that was really good showcase on the end of the Armarouge. Blaziken was able to make some big plays as well. Clefable, honestly, keeping the team alive. Like, everyone was like 1 HP for a moment there, and the sustain from Clef really came in clutch.
Yeah, it feels like the first time that had a huge impact because of how many early fight losses Brouhaha had suffered in team fights in this game. This was the first chance for Clefable to really assist in the long fight and make sure that things were going to stay in their hands. Now, dropping on in there, doesn't have anything to score. Just going to keep up the pressure to make sure that there's going to be no scoring from Hoon going on right now. And it looks like that is not going to happen. So Brouhaha, in what I think I would consider to be a little bit of a comeback victory with the way that game was going in the early and mid game.
Oh, definitely. I feel like Hoon at Noon had a lot of momentum going into that Ray fight, but Brouhaha kind of like clutched up. I'm not even sure how they got that first pick or kind of who. I don't know. The fight just like lasted so long, and eventually the people started to like trickle away as I feel like the Armarouge was just able to clean up with that Fire Spin.
Yeah, it felt like some of the team members of Hoon at Noon kind of got lost in all the Unites being popped. Everybody kind of had their own singular focus of what to go for, and I believe they lost some of their squishier targets early. So I think Kite and Danny were some early ones to fall. The Trevenant as well, I remember going down a bit quick. So some early losses there from Hoon, unfortunately, result in Brouhaha taking the win. So I'm sure they're very happy with the way they played that final fight. They stayed focused. They know that any slip up from Hoon was going to allow them to find an opening, and that's what they did. Some even damage across the board. This Lapras putting out a surprising amount of damage as well. Not what I expected.
Yeah, I mean, really, the star here was Kite, and honestly, Faith and Love on the Snorlax, like out damaging the entire enemy team. You guys understand why I was getting a little lost in the Snorlax gaming. It was unprecedented, but I definitely made me miss the 100k that Kite was able to do on that Cinderace. But in the end, Brouhaha getting the Ray and taking this game 1.
Yeah, Brouhaha took a win in game 1, but I will say you brought up that Cinderace and being able to do over 100k. I think that Brouhaha need to be a little bit safer about those distance damage dealers coming up in the next game, because while they were able to take a win in game 1, I don't think that they're going to be able to capitalize on mistakes like that again. So they have to be a lot more conscious of these distance damage dealers, making sure they're closing that space and having somebody that has the resource. I mean, that Lapras Express should be used to try and engage a character like that, any Pokemon that has that kind of distance. So they need to start working toward being able to close in on that, because if they hadn't won that Ray fight, I would focus on that as one of the reasons that they weren't able to find many wins in that game. I wouldn't say they got lucky in the final fight, but they are fortunate that the final fight carries so much weight in the game, because they kept up enough to be able to turn it around later on, but there was never a point at which they had a lead until the very end. So they really turned it around just from that final slip up from Hoon.
Yeah, and I will say the Blaziken on the side of, oh my gosh, I'm blanking on their name because it still says Palace Dior, and I don't want to say Palace Dior again, but I just did. Brouhaha. My mind went blank. I was gonna say the Blaziken on the side of Brouhaha was honestly doing a great job knowing when to rip the other objectives, like the Alekis and the bottom Reggies as well, while the other team either distracted or kind of kept them off of it and was like always making sure to use like Blaze Kip, like full secure, no matter if they had like vision of anyone getting close or not. Just kind of playing the objectives really smart throughout the game, even if they weren't maybe necessarily winning every like team fight along the way or like pad push necessarily. But I will definitely commend them for their ability to like know when to focus on those and when they have opportunity to grab those, because those ultimately play into the levels and like their mindset going into that Rayquaza fight.
Yeah, I think that's actually a great point that you're making there, because it's something that seemed negligible because of the fact that there were so many impactful moments from Hoon where even when a Reggie was taken, they would always seem to shut that down and it didn't seem to have much of an impact. But it
Mm-hmm.
really is the reason that Brouhaha were able to keep up in levels, because their farming wasn't quite on the same level. They weren't winning the team fights to steal the experience. So it was getting those objectives and getting that universal XP for their team that allowed them to keep up. Even though they were behind, they weren't so far behind that they couldn't come back in a singular fight and they couldn't make a difference with their Unite moves. They were still almost on level ground because of that. So you make a really good point. That was a huge impact in that game, I think.
Yeah, for sure. So I think as long as Brouhaha kind of keeps their, I don't know, at least like overall play strategy in that sense the same, like maybe some I guess maybe some different draft mons. I'm trying to think back to their draft. I don't know. I just feel like Snorlax is like, how do you stop the Snorlax? I'm kind of like interested in maybe like a Glaceon kind of thing. I mean, it just really can like start ripping through the front line like pretty quickly. I mean, once you're at that like 5 through 7, I feel like it's pretty aggressive early on. You get the Unite move early on. But I'm not sure what else or what other pivots maybe Hoon could do.
Yeah, the Dodrio is feeling like it's not having a huge impact. I do think that with the Greninja getting banned out and then the Leafeon as well, it's a little bit tough to find out where Danny's going to sit, because it's been that Dodrio fallback and it just doesn't seem to ever quite do the job. It feels like when that Greninja is on the board, Hoon are in such a more comfortable spot and they just take over the game. And that's why we're going to see once again Brouhaha are going to be hovering that ban for the Greninja, because they just want to take away the one thing that makes this team a step above, just completely changes the way that they're able to play. They're still a great team without it, but it's a real hamper on them.
Yeah, for sure. I believe the Leafeon is a bit of a target toward Danny as well. And we are going to see the horse band yet again. I have to, I mean, I feel like I always hear Galarian Rapidash is a major threat, but I haven't really been able to like see it in action since it was obviously banned in the more recent tournament. So I'm excited to see what the horse can do, but I will not see it today. But I have to assume someone on Brouhaha is a fan.
Yeah, it's got to be somebody there that you know is just going to take over with it. So it is going to be the Armor Rouge locked in again here for Brouhaha and Hoon at Noon, starting again with the Snorlax and the Psyduck, as long as they have not swapped sides, which I believe they have not. No, they have not, which we see from the team's names. So Reggie and Chimi again going to be looking to lock in their picks, and it's going to be a Suicune this time, which I actually like a whole lot more. I think that's a really good lock.
Yeah, I mean, I think I personally always hate going against the Suicune. It's never something that's very enjoyable, especially for an early game. Looking at Armor Rouge, if it does end up in the lane, and Clef, which it probably won't lane with, but you got to kind of keep track of who is going to carry you through that initial early game, and Suicune is something that definitely can do that. And on the other side, Hoon at Noon, we see their favorite three to pick first: the Lax, the Duck, and the Trev. And Danny gonna grab the Charizard.
Yeah, that Charizard pick is very, very interesting, but I like to see the switch up. They're going to leave that Dodrio on the board, which it looks like Bruja is going to take advantage of. They're playing some split styles here. I'm concerned about how the Inteleon is going to be able to play safe at this point. If Hoon at Noon picks something that can threaten a backliner like that, something that can invade, this Charizard already has a good opportunity to do that. This Meowscarada is being hovered for a really long time. Oh my goodness. We're
Oh,
gonna see it. Oh,
yes.
wow. All right, Kite's going to come out on the Meowscarada. Not what I was expecting, but Hoon think that they've got something up their sleeve, and this is how they're going to turn it around. Brouhaha changing up their game plan a lot to focus heavily on damage dealing. We're going to have to see which one of these strategies works out better.
I know. I like these kind of off the wall choices from the side of Hoon at Noon. I mean, Charizard has become the overlord Pokemon to me. Anytime I see someone pick a Charizard, I'm like, they think they're overlord. Like, it's happening.
Yeah.
But, I mean, when Overlord plays it looks pretty dang good. So maybe I'm just believing in the Charizard. And I'm excited to see what Danny can do with it, because he obviously seems to lean more towards, like, the speedsters, or, like, to me, Greninja's almost like a pseudo speedster as well.
Yeah.
So Charizard does have, like, some movement in the fire punch of it all, but I'll be interested to see how he plays this guy and steers it. But, I mean, yeah, the Inteleon is going to have a hard time hitting these, like, more valuable targets when I already know the Lax is going to be running at it nonstop and eating those snipe shots.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the idea here with the Inteleon is. When you don't play Inteleon with a good, bulky defensive front line for the late game, you're kind of asking to just not use your Inteleon for the late game. So this better be a quickly scaling Inteleon that can keep these lanes under control. Otherwise, I worry about the impact that it's going to have through most of the game. I think it's going to be jumped on a little bit too easily. And I hope that doesn't happen. But for now, on game 2, as it starts to get up, we're going to get a little bit of a pause here, and we'll get right back into it as soon as both of these teams are ready and everything is ready to go.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I don't mind kind of talking more about their drafts really quick. Feel free to go back to that screen so I remember what they picked. But I do want to talk about the Meowscarada. Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, I know it's boring, but I like looking at the comps and the bands. But I am interested in the Meowscarada. I do feel like if the other team has a speedster and I feel like you almost need to, like, match their speedster card personally. So I like that as their bottom barrel pick. Meowscarada is an interesting one. Do you have any strong opinions on Meowscarada's current state?
I haven't had any opinions on Meowscarada for a couple of months now, since I
Yeah.
first started getting into the game, and it was starting to take over as one of those few in the rotation. Even then, when all the other speedsters still got the same buff as Meowscarada, it was still kind of a last resort pick. When everything else was banned and the other speedsters had been chosen in the speedster meta, that's when Meowscarada would come out as like a second speedster for a team. So I don't know. I really doubt the capability of it versus some of these other speedsters. I think an Absol would have been amazing for jumping in on that, uncovered Inteleon. Just has not a lot of protection. I think it would have been a lot better.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how they want to utilize the Meow. Currently, it's hanging out in this bottom path, allowing that Dodrio to get the jungle this time around, but obviously, Brouhaha has a different strategy, but all things are the same in that the speedster is going to go in the lane. Wait.
Yeah, it sure is. They do that pretty consistently. Now we've got, poor little guy's going to get caught out. Suicune chases a little bit too deep on a Snorlax there and gets taken down, but what is the Charcadet doing? Our armor is just kind of sitting in the corner, hanging out. Suicune was trying to get away there, and Snorlax got it. That was a very weird split that Hoon got on Brouhaha, and truthfully, I think the Armarouge giving up the knockout and just going back to the Pokemon Center was probably the best idea.
Yeah, it looked like they kind of gotten split up before we had full vision of how, like, all of them, like, kind of got up there in the first place. I'm getting so confused on who's on what team, because everyone's in weird places, and my brain is having trouble. But I do know that Brouhaha is invading on the Dodrio, and he's very large, but he is.
Oh,
I can't believe he greeted for that, but he did see the clef and knew it was going to be fine. So, really, really evil KO on the side of Brouhaha.
What a play. Great job there getting that final shot onto Danny. Danny was going for the chase. Danny, you're not a speedster anymore. Doesn't work like that. You get jumped on a little too easily, but the Psyduck getting taken down. This Dodrio play, this is what we've been looking for in terms of Dodrio. This is the speed we're looking for. That tier 1 down bottom already going to be broken before the first quarter of our game is over. Clefable probably going to want to get out of there. Good job stopping the scoring, but going to have to get some help here from the Drizzle, who is so close to that level 7.
Oh, yeah, and he was definitely fiending for it, but this Charizard power scale is scary, and I believe that he was running that Flame Punch, which gets him stuck to you, and he basically gets in melee range, which is horrifying if you are Inteleon, but he is able to at least get that level 7, so he's a bit more on par with the now level 8 Charizard.
Yeah, level 8 already, level 7 on the Meowscarada and the Snorlax, so a lot of damage still capable here. A really great block, once again, a reverse block, pushing these members of Brouhaha into Hoon. The Regirock does get taken, that looks like by Hoon there, to get us started. So, no, actually, I believe it's Brouhaha. They've got the shields right now, and they've begun scoring here down low as well. So, still making progress here down bottom, while the top continues to go to Hoon. It's just been very, very split. And now a snipe shot, not going to hit the Charizard, but it will still be taken out by this Dodrio. There is a lot of damage coming out here on the side of Brouhaha, and Hoon at Noon have to take advantage of how squishy they are if they're going to shut this down.
Yeah, I mean, it has been difficult. They've basically kind of traded these lanes while Brouhaha has been roaming around on this Dodrio. It looks like he's maybe finally gotten caught, but it is Armarouge to the rescue as they are really putting a lot of pressure on. Brouhaha has been in their jungle quite a bit so far, and it's only been like 4 minutes. We are ulting in their jungle. They are playing so aggressively. They want these KOs. They want this level lead. It is going to come at the cost of that level 11 Dodrio. Not ideal, but they tried it, and I'm proud of them.
Yeah, it is 3 level 9s, a level 10, and a level 11 here for Brouhaha. Still 3 level 8s lingering for Hoon at Noon, and they don't have a level 11 of their own. So definitely starting to lag behind. This is where they're going to start to pick up, though. The level 11 Charizard is first to get up. You talked about that power scaling. As it gets up in these levels, it is really starting to kick up. So going to see a lot more impact from Danny. No more moments getting caught out by that Dodrio anymore. Some more scoring coming through here from Hoons. They're trying to catch up to that lead. They're feeling a little bit safe. The Inteleon just barely missing a snipe shot. Charizard does get caught. Going to be taken down by the Dodrio with a nice team play there. And now invading from the back line. They've trapped the entirety of Hoon at Noon. They all get caught in the whirlpool. It does plenty of damage, but they're able to escape it and catch that Dodrio. Now there's no threat from the back. They're able to take down the Clefable, and it's only the Inteleon trying to stop them now.
Yeah, Meowscarada putting in a lot of work there, getting that. I believe they were able to ult, like, right on top of someone, getting that initial KO, and then following up with the Clefable just to make sure that they had that really steep person lead and that 4v2, leaving their 2 tanks to kind of be a nuisance on the pad, while Meowscarada was able to basically rip that with the Trevenant, I believe.
And now we're halfway through the game after that fight. We do see the Regieleki being taken here by the Armarouge. It tries to take the fight with the Charizard, but will not win. Now Charizard has to be occupied. Dodrio cutting in there, making me eat my words. I had said the Charizard's not going to be so easy to jump onto this Dodrio, but it's doing a good job of finding it later into the fight, about halfway through when things really need to be kicking off, and Charizard has been damaged a bit. We haven't seen Snorlax's health bar drop that low in any of Hoon at Noon's games so far, so very quick work here, and a nice lead being put up by Brouhaha in levels, in scoring. The only thing they haven't done much is level up that Suicune Clefable, and finally the Inteleon gets 11, but they've been really focusing experience on one side, and they're kind of getting caught up too.
Yeah, Clefable even able to get some of these demonic stacks in. Like, this is disrespectful. Get off the tier 2. But Clef has not a lot of HP. They probably are stacking, I would imagine, if they're doing that. OMG, are they gonna stall the KO? That would be evil. Don't do that. It's just a Clefable, guys. They're joking. They're joking. Definitely worth it for the Clefable. They have plenty of time to respawn. If anything, they could ult again. They already have their ult. You could ult at 3 minutes on Clef. It's broken.
Yeah, there's a few in here that actually probably could get theirs back online before. But now that there's 45 seconds remaining, likely not going to happen. There's going to be 30 seconds by the time that, or maybe 28 seconds by the time this Reggie comes online. It's Charizard once again getting caught out. Won't be there for this fight on the Reggie. It starts to make it feel like 28 seconds will probably be enough, especially with that Snorlax going down. The rest of Hoon are going to have to set up for this Rayquaza fight now. They will not be able to contest this Regirock. There will be a defense boost going out the way of Brouhaha as they get ready to rotate into this Rayquaza, and they have a couple of seconds to work with to reposition as well, so not really any sacrifices being made.
Yeah, Meowscarada and Dodrio are both level 14 for their teams, but Dodrio just seems to be picking up these KOs. Noon is really running in there. Obviously, Meowscarada has that double team to send out a decoy and then kind of switch back and forth at their leisure. Dodrio getting a bit of damage, getting healed up by that Clef as each team is poking each other to bits, but neither is quite committing. Trevenant finally going in, getting a lot of damage out on Hoon at Noon, but no one quite going down just yet. Finally, Dodrio KOing the Duck, KOing the Trevenant, and it is not looking too good for Hoon at Noon at this point. They're both 2v2 now at this point. Dodo able to escape, but these teams love both fighting till they're 1 HP. I don't know how they do it.
Yeah, it looks like Meowscarada is gonna get a score in here, but it's unstopped by this Dodrio. The Dodrio does hit it in time.
Huge.
So the score will not come through, but Hoon at Noon are still on this Rayquaza. They are fighting it right now. There could be an opportunity for Dodrio to get this once again. Now the Inteleon's here as well, could catch the snipe. Didn't have the best impact in the last game because the Charizard jumped on it. Yeah, now Psyduck is down. Who's caught it? It looks like it's gonna be Brouhaha picking up the shields there, which means they have closed the Rayquaza. Hoon, they won a fight in the center, but it was not enough. It was too early, and they lost too many team members. Brouhaha winning a much more secure fight, winning themselves a game 2, and sending themselves to the upper bracket semifinals.
That was so demonic. Brouhaha can't lose Ray even if they tried. I feel comfortable saying that because I will not be casting them more, so I can't curse them. So that it's not my fault if they don't secure some, but the 2 I've seen, they're secure. Demons literally whisking it out of the hands at Hoon at Noon. I think both times, which, wow, you live by the Rayquaza, you die by the Rayquaza.
Yeah, it certainly feels like Brouhaha had more of a grip on this game through the entirety, luckily. So they really feel like they earned it a lot harder this time. Of course, you win, you earn every game that you win because you had to get there somehow. But this time around, it felt like they fought for it every minute of this game. It was no comeback. It was no, recouping at any point. They really had control for a majority of the game, and so they picked up on what they had learned in the first game and made themselves even better for game 2. They weren't satisfied just barely winning in the last moments. They wanted to take it all the way. So they very much so did do that. They carried it all the way through, and some significant damage from the Dodrio and Inteleon here. I like the way Impala played the Dodrio in comparison to what we saw from Danny. I think the Charizard was a better fit for him.
Yeah, I actually feel like he was doing pretty good on the Charizard. I mean, honestly, Charizard ult is just always really annoying to deal with. It feels like you need at least 4 people on the guy, and someone's still probably going down, depending who he's spitting the fire at. But really, really great job from Brouhaha. I feel like they just know their win con extremely well. They seem to have a clear vision on what they're trying to do together. And man, Tame Impala on the Dodrio was very, very scary. It felt like he owned the place. He had just bought Thea Sky Ruins, and it's his.
Yeah, bought some of that stone property. It's definitely
Exactly.
donks going up.
Yeah, if you can buy a house right now, oh my gosh.
Yeah. Oh.
Good for you.
Yeah, you gotta have that early experience farming if you want to do that. A lot in the pocket, as they say. So,
Exactly.
yeah, well, I
But
think
yeah.
that's gonna be it here for us today. I believe so. That was our last game. We're gonna be ushering in 2 other casters here after a break. But for now, that's all from us. So, Bridget, thank you very much for being my first co-caster here at Underdunk. I had an
Yes.
absolutely fantastic time. Thank you to everybody for welcoming me. Kyle, thank you so much for bringing me in. The Pokemon community is always so amazing. So I appreciate you guys being so warm, and I hope you get used to me because I plan on being around because I had a lot of fun tonight. So thank you guys so
Yeah.
much.
I'm glad. I forgot. I didn't even. I forgot it was your first time. Honestly, you were doing great. So we love Underdunk. It's always a pretty good time, and the gamers show up. So you guys are in for a treat. I'm sure for the rest of the black bracket. I think it's Zoinks and Gary of Nurse Gary fame will be popping in shortly. But until then, we'll see you guys later. Bye.
Welcome back, Pokemon Unite trainers. I turned my mic on again. I almost didn't. This has been great. But I brought two new friends, Zoinks and Nurse Gary. Gary, this is your first time, not on this channel, but this is your first time casting Underdunk. Welcome to Underdunk.
Thank you. I'm excited to be here.
Super excited to have you. Excited, I hardly know her. So there's no our ending word there, so I had to throw it in there some way. But Zoinks, obviously you've been here before. Welcome on in. Yeah. How are you doing? How was the trip back from NAIC?
Trip back wasn't too bad. So yeah, not doing too bad. Very excited to be back in these hallowed halls of Underdunk. It's always a blast for this tournament. I have made it no secret online how much I love this series. So pretty pumped to be here. We're got an exciting rest of our tournament. I think we're already in like our top 5-ish area. So this is going to be very exciting. It's also my first time getting a cast with Nurse Gary, which I'm so excited about. This is going to be really fun. Of hardly nowhere fame. I mean, both of you kind of surrounded by a lot of people's highlight of the NAIC weekend. So this is intimidating, but I'm excited.
Alrighty. I do want to remind people one more time. We talked about it at the beginning of the show, but going to give it another shout out here before we go. And Reggie, I do see that. I'll make sure to get that updated. It exists somewhere, but I'm not sure if it's live. We'll try to figure that out. But Pokemon Unite first step. So we are looking for some experienced Unite players, people that have been part of the UCS in some capacity. If you are looking to give back to Pokemon fans beginning their competitive journey inside of Pokemon Unite, we are looking for you. We are stepping up First Step Summer Series. We are going to be setting up for signups starting June 30th. It's a 4-session tournament and training series designed for typically newcomers, but also casual players and those who have not played competitive. So those looking to try to get into, maybe break into the competitive Pokemon Unite scene. We are going to be hosting it through our Underdunk Discord, along with potentially some broadcasts here on Twitch. So I'm really excited to do that. I'll make sure to get that updated. So if you're interested or you know people that maybe are hesitant to get into competitive Unite, we're looking for some help getting that going. It's going to be a lot of fun this summer, trying to get some more people into the game, more life in the competitive scene. But that is all I have to say about that. We've seen
Kyle and I will be signed up for the Inteleon school. We've already taken first and second block, so don't worry. Both of us are going back to class.
My Inteleon's not that bad. I promise you.
Yeah, neither is mine. So.
Garrett, vouch for me, man. I do okay sometimes, right?
It's true.
You do.
But we are getting towards like almost the end of the bracket, Zoix was saying. And we've seen a lot of teams fall off. We've seen a lot of teams start to make their way downtown. Brouhaha, a team that has kind of come and gone in and out of competitive, but they are looking quite good tonight. Zoinks, are you familiar with Brouhaha? Have you seen a lot of these players?
I am familiar with Brouhaha. They're a fun team. I mean, also, they're one of those teams that gets a huge vouch for just having epic gamer tags, which is always a huge one. I mean, you got a player named Helmet Swag on the roster. Like, I think that's already pretty great. It's up there with like some of these Underdunk like frequents, like IKEA shoes and stuff that I'm just like, yeah, I got the chance to meet IKEA shoes, by the way.
Oh yeah,
at NAIC. I thought that was so cool. I was like, you're a real person and not just a great gamer tag. But either way, I'm very excited to cast this team. Seen a lot of really fun stuff from them. They've always been a very team fighty team, which is always a blast to commentate. So very excited to see that squad.
Winners semifinals underway already. We're going to pop into draft for game number 1. Gary, it looks like we already have a couple bans. It's Suicune and Psyduck.
Yeah, pretty textbook bans here. And it looks like we're getting a Galarian Rapidash ban too, which I'm kind of surprised to see after, it got fixed. I feel like it's not at the level that everybody was saying it was, but textbook bans otherwise for both teams here.
All right, I'm gonna
see how long this Blaziken has. Oh, sorry about that, Kyle.
I was gonna say I'm gonna pop on out. I'm gonna let y'all handle game number 1.
All right. Well, now with Kyle being gone, I am 100% canonically the worst Inteleon player in this call, so that's a bit of a bummer. But, Gary, that's all right. We're still jumping into this draft. Interesting stuff. I mean, Brouhaha, this Arborouge, obviously we have nerfs incoming, but with how big of a splash it made at NAIC, I think, first pick territory, over supports, over tanks. It feels like this Pokemon has just carved a niche of its own.
I totally agree with you, Zoinks. It ran rampant. And then we have Hoon at Noon picking some pretty good, strong defenders and supports for their side, getting a good, strong draft setup for them, and then getting the Clefable and Lapras on the other side. Like those picks as well.
Yeah, I personally love the Snorlax pick. I'm not saying that just because it is like my most played Pokemon out there, but genuinely, I think we're at the point in Unite right now where there are so many defenders that just feel second rate right now in the metagame, and Snorlax like is kind of the one and only defender that you always feel really good about having on your team. So I love Hoon at Noon going with a really heavy support core in their first pick, and then saving some of these really powerful damage duos for the second one with that Mewtwo Y, just a lot of poke damage, and then Garchomp being added to the mix. Of course, both Pokemon that really rely on those auto attacks, so likely Blissey Helping Hand could be a major part of this Hoon at Noon strat.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking good for them. And then the Luca and the Scissor or Scyther pick on the side of Brouhaha. I'm assuming it's going to be a Scyther, and I like that pick here. Scyther has a lot of just dive that's going to be really good to get after that Mewtwo on the other team. So I think it could do really well here.
Yeah, I think it's a great point, Gary, because like the rest of their composition, if you take a look at it, maybe Lucario being the outside one for this point, but everybody else, Clefable, Armarouge, Lapras, are all incredible at living, you know? They're fantastic at not dying, but the problem is sometimes you're really got to turn that over into the knockout territory. Otherwise, Mewtwo Y going to be pretty safe in that back line if we're not looking at a more dive-oriented Scyther, or potentially even an E-Speed Lucario. And with not a lot of crowd control on the other side, E-Speed Lucario could be a very viable option in this game, I think.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. A lot of it depends on what that Snorlax kind of runs with its build. I feel like that Snorlax could make or break the E-Speed there, but I do like E-Speed Luca. I mean, obviously we all saw on stage that E-Speed Luca did indeed destroy me. But
07.
Still can respect the game.
And it was by Bruv HD, which is a whole other plot twist that I don't know if people expected. But...
trust me, none of us did on stage.
Yeah, I was in a game with a Comfey Jungle. It was a wild world there at NAIC, but again, I meant it when I said it. A lot of people's highlights of NAIC was watching your squad play. I don't know if I got the chance to tell you this, Gary. I was saying it, I think it was on the podcast recently, but I was backstage during your match, and the green room was like, whoa, your crowd's really popping off. What's everybody cheering for? And I went, you know what? I don't know. And then I looked at the game and I went, okay. we have a team called Hardly Knower playing on stage, and there was a unanimous, groans or cheers, depending on who you ask, from the backstage folks. But it was pretty good. Either way, Gary, let's get into this first game. We got Brouhaha versus GG No Team battling together. We are going to have this Snorlax and Mewtwo Y battling against the Lapras and Armarouge on the other side. Certainly, I would say an early game favor for that orange side, but purple side could scale pretty well.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like it's going to be the same thing up here in the top lane with the Chansey and the Gibble against the Clefairy and the Luca. Luca has quite a good early game, but so do Blissey and Gibble here. So once that Gibble gets online, I fear that it could be over for that top lane.
Gibble's such an interesting lane Pokemon because honestly, its last hit secure is, I would say, fine. I would never give it the title great, but its ability to get knockouts is pretty fantastic. I don't know if there's a lot of Pokemon that fall into that niche where last hitting wild Pokemon is tough for them, but opposing Pokemon are great. But we're going to set up for this first fight. We will be at level 5, so that means Dragon Rush can bring all those wild Pokemon to the other side, but that is just going to set them up for a really nasty dive. What a Dragon Rush! Will create a little bit of separation. In the end, though, it is Brouhaha taking a KO. Response by Absol will be a trade on 1-to-1 on both sides, but I think Brouhaha might be counting their lucky stars. They walked away, but maybe GG No Team is as well. There's a lot of low HP bar, Scary.
Yeah, absolutely. Really good early pick from that Scyther. I figured that was going to play a role up in that top battle there. And it looks like we're getting the teams ready to go for the middle birds here. Snorlax needs to gain some HP before heading to that middle there.
Gary, I know you do play a decent amount of the top lane. Again, hardly know her fame. So how do you feel about this Lucario-Garchomp matchup? Which one do you think is kind of more favored right now in this metagame?
Honestly, I think it depends on the rest of your team comp, because I think after the Luca buffs, Luca is in a very much better spot than what he was previously. But Garchomp is still very relevant. Garchomp has kind of been there, and especially with a Blissey in its pocket, you know, that makes Garchomp just that much better than what it already is. So I'd say it's a toss-up, but more flexible, I think, is Garchomp compared to Lucario.
Yeah, I think we've already seen that Blissey combination working out pretty well. Not even from the auto attack, just giving them that safeguard as a fair dash out. Shimmy will get knocked out here. I think it was a small score put in that bottom tier 2, so getting a little bit more in the stacking department. Clefable doing their job to the best of their ability, just making sure that this very tanky defender-focused side of the map stays alive, but they're going to have to deal with a 4-player push now, Gary, as Absol and Scyther will be vacant, but the rest of the squad is going to face down against each other here on this tier 1.
Yeah, and a really smart move here from GG No Team to just go top and not even bother with bottom since they got their first goal broken down there. But it looks like we're kind of standing at a stalemate here. Nothing really happening. Snorlax looking for an engage here on the team, and it looks like we have GG No Team just ripping the Regieleki, and that was a good play from them.
Not a lot of initiators. I think they're kind of hoping for a nasty Lucario E-speed, but GG No Team with great positioning on the opposite side of the Regieleki, giving no Lucario reset opportunities, allows just a really difficult position for Brouhaha to be in with no Unite move. But now this Regieleki does have the way paved towards this tier 2. Absol Unite will clear out 2. That's that main source of healing us outside of the gold zone already down, and even the tanky armor is just going to fall in the chaos. Regieleki does find its way towards that tier 2. Knockouts will be sliding in the favor of Brouhaha, but that is a ton of points put in by GG No Team. So maybe they relent that tier 1 on the bottom side early, but a great counterpunch to really come back in a major way on the points leaderboard.
Yeah, absolutely. And level-wise, we're looking pretty even here. Brouhaha slightly in favor level-wise, just because I think they've gotten a little more knockouts than GG No Team, but still could be anybody's game. That push put GG No Team back on the board, and Brouhaha was just left to retreat and gain farm.
Yeah, I think that level point's really, really good, Gary. Like the Scyther getting a little bit farther ahead, even above the Absol, who did have a 3-piece in that last team fight. So you kind of imagine that Z-Ray is going to have a decent level lead, even if they get knocked out. But I think Scyther responded in kind with at least a Chaos Rika 2. I might be misremembering, maybe even got a 3 for themselves. So I think right now the level race being the most important is between those two central area players. But watch out for that Garchomp. It does scale so well in the late game. Armarouge, also pretty decent scaler. So they both sides kind of have these late game damage dealers to rely on.
Yeah, absolutely, and I totally agree with that. Those two are kind of like the hidden gems of the team. Once they get to that level that they want, it's kind of game over with them. They're so much harder to kill, so much harder to defend against. So I'm really interested to see how it plays out here.
Yeah, both of their, like, it feels like their plus moves are just so important. You know, you have some Pokemon where they're kind of, you know, negligible, they're fine. Some Pokemon, they are so important. I feel like Armor is one of those. Regice will start getting hit, but a Garchomp with an aggressive play opposite. So we are going to have a ton of Blissey support alongside that Buddy Barrier from Snorlax and a Blitz Assistant. So all 3 Unite moves getting utilized on this big push. And it's actually Absol on the flank to take that first strike of the knockout. It is a very tough team to get KOs on with all the HP recovery and tankiness. So they need some way to carve through. That's a big investment of resources. Brouhaha will have the chance to come back as Tame Impala takes 2, chases down that Mewtwo Y, their intended target even from the draft screen. That will be 3 knocked out. Make it 4, looking for the Snorlax to take down this entire Penta. That's a block Snorlax, but there it is. All 5 Tame Impala on the Scyther with a full Penta KO.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is exactly how I thought the Scyther was going to play out. Once it knocks out the one that is its biggest threat, it's just going to keep knocking and clawing away at that team there. I thought it was interesting, too, that I like how GG No Team, they kind of send their Snorlax maybe +1 to get that space made really well at objectives and then keep the others back to it. But unfortunately, they all pushed together onto the pad and it just did not work out in their favor there.
Yeah, I mean, a bit of a hero play from the Scyther, but yeah, maybe you're right. A bit of a mismanagement of communication. Doesn't exactly line up in the Scyther. Nobody had vision on that central area Pokemon hiding in the tall grass. They're able to take out one. Absol not finding a single target to try to jump on. They do have ambush potential of their own on that Absol, the ability to kind of one-hit KO, but we're starting to see that fade a little bit. These speedsters very, very strong in the early game. Of course, Absol can be powerful in the late game, but we're starting to get to that point where it needs its Unite move to really make a major impact at the beginning of fights. Otherwise, we're going to start seeing Absol sort of be this late endgame fight sweeper role a bit more. One of those few Pokemon that kind of transfers its role mid-fight. Or mid-game, I guess.
Yeah. Yes, totally agree with that. And we're starting to see that little slight creep. Actually, as I just spoke, Absol kind of evened it out there with Scyther. Brouhaha still a little bit ahead level-wise, but we do have GG No Team leading by 10 points right now. So this Ray is going to be a very, very important objective, which I mean, it typically is. But right now, this is totally anybody's game, and it really just depends on how this fight is about to play out.
Totally. And Brouhaha, despite having Lucario and a Scyther, who are just such great dive Pokemon, actually want GG No Team to come towards them. That would be absolutely perfect. Already, they are going to have the Snorlax caught out, brought down extremely low, won't even have a chance to use that Unite move. That's going to be a double-digit respawn timer as Ray has already spun up, and the major engagement tool that GG No Team's used before is now absent.
Yeah, absolutely. Really good, smart pick from the team of Brouhaha here. Looks like we've got some moves going out there. Mewtwo Y had to back out and use its Unite move to stay alive without being able to pick anybody on it. And we still have all Unite moves on the side of Brouhaha.
Okay, GG No Team do have the Snorlax back, and with a Unite move. So if they want to push with Garchomp, they do have the Buddy Barrier from Snorlax, and of course the Bliss Assistance from Blissey. Still in the tank, they just won't have that kind of late-game Mewtwo-Y sweeper potential. And of course, that ever-present threat of the Absol still lurking. So Brouhaha have been defending this Rayquaza well, but they are behind. So a bit of that poking of the Ray is going to be important. Scyther, I don't think has been spotted in vision yet, but now Garchomp's got eyes on him. There they go.
Yeah, absolutely. Bunch of Unite moves going off here. Bliss Assistance onto the Garchomp and his Unite move. Clefable just doing its job, keeping everybody up on the side of Brouhaha. The Ray is getting extremely low. We're going to look for a secure here, and the Absol Unite is able to get that secure for the side of GG No Team.
Wow, really well done from Z-Ray. I mean, lands that Psycho Cut debuff onto the Rayquaza. With that in tandem of its Unite move, it has a tremendous amount of burst damage. So that is a KO streak of 2 to boot, but the Rayquaza really kicking that off. It means GG No Team does not lose the lead whatsoever in that final stretch, holding on to it and then taking down the Rayquaza as well. Only 30 seconds left on the clock might be that final nail in the coffin for Brouhaha. They're not behind by too many points. They do have a good amount of damage on that Garchomp, but I just think the clock might probably, at this point of the game, too difficult to overcome.
Totally agree. I think if there were a little bit more time, maybe Brouhaha would be able to pull something off, but the Snorlax putting in another 66 points for the side of GG No Team to just increase that lead just a little bit more as we're fighting here on this Tier 1 pad with Brouhaha trying to just get any extra points that they possibly can.
Clefable getting in a few points, maybe pocket change at this given time, as GG No Team are going to go up 1-0 in the series. Brouhaha kind of having superior positioning for a lot of that fight, but that huge push that we talked about, Gary, you and I, that basement Reggie fight was kind of a early preview of what we were going to see in that final fight. A Garchomp going in with the backup, a very early Snorlax Unite to give them the Buddy Barrier, and then the Bliss Assistance right after. It was just a really cool tandem play that bought GG No Team so much space around that Rayquaza. Allows Z-Ray to basically just to walk up and hit that Ray.
Yeah, absolutely. And honestly, I think they were in a hard position on the side of Brouhaha because they didn't really know who was winning that, so they weren't really sure what to do because, you know, they could have been winning, so they didn't want to like throw it away or anything. But on looking at the stats here, we have a pretty even stat spread amongst both teams.
Yeah.
Clefable putting in a decent amount of healing for the side of Brouhaha. Chibi not able to pick up as many KOs probably as they wanted on the Armor Rouge, but I still feel like it was utilized well, just not the easiest comp to play that mon into on the side of GG No Team.
Yeah, it feels like you're kind of the pseudo counter to the Garchomp on the other side, but then everything else was rather difficult for them to deal with. I think specifically, I feel like the Snorlax on GG No Team was maybe my MVP vote of that last game. I thought they were doing really well. But Gary, feel free to award. Who would you award an MVP victory to on GG No Team?
I'd have to go with probably the Blissey.
Yeah.
I just think the Blissey was able to follow up on all the things very well and make sure that Garchomp was staying in and staying alive and doing the things that it needed to get done. So you know, I think the supports and tanks too, honestly, get slept on in those MVP picks.
Right. Yeah, maybe a little too often. But hey, those two Pokemon we just mentioned, I think both could be considered for bans. Maybe not Snorlax, but I think Blissey could very much be a ban consideration for Brouhaha going into this second game. With that loss for them in this best-of-3 series, that does mean they will have their choice of first or second pick. I have to imagine they're probably going to be going back to that first pick. Well, it's always been my favorite pick side, but I'm talking to a pro player who played on stage at NAIC. So Gary, how about you? How do you feel in terms of draft? Do you like that first pick side, or do you like the last pick side?
I actually like the last pick side.
Okay.
There have been certain metas that I did like the first pick side because there was a certain Pokemon that it was just like you needed that Pokemon if it was not banned.
Yeah, totally.
But right now, I think there's so many viable picks that getting 2 strong ones in your first pick is almost better than getting that 1 mon in the first pick on the first side. So that's just my view of it. And being able to hide a pick for the last pick, you can do a really good counter pick there at the end if you really would like.
Yeah. Unfortunately for me, that's a super good point. And I think both of the things you said were evidence in that game number 1 of how important they were. I mean, we just said our 2 MVPs were probably the Snorlax and the Blissey, right? Of how important they were in that team fight. Well, the only reason you're getting those 2 Pokemon in the draft is because they're back-to-back. I mean, you add a Suicune in there, and that's probably like the holy trinity of draft picks right now in North America. I mean, you want to add Blaziken in for a quadrinity, I don't know. But either way, there is a lot of extremely powerful Pokemon for who knows how long. I mean, knock on wood, we'll see how hard this patch hits.
Right.
But I mean, we're gonna see a lot of Elkrimi bans or picks. I think very shortly. I'm pretty excited about it.
I'm so excited for that. I have been a big Recover truther, and I know that is not popular anywhere.
Yeah.
But I have been loving that move on the Pokemon. I've been playing with some people, and they're like, wow, I didn't know Alchemy was good. And I was like, I promise you just gotta trust. And then I saw that they're buffing it, and I said, even better.
You gotta pick up the things I'm putting on the ground if you want it to be good. Exactly. So it's the same thing as a Hoopa problem, right? It's like you gotta take the portals if you want my want my Hoopa to be good. So yeah, I get it. So Gary, you do play supports. Would you consider yourself a support main, top lane main? Where do you stand?
So this is a really fun fact. I'm actually a bot lane attacker main.
Okay. How's your Inteleon? Kyle and I are looking for a coach.
I'm not the person.
Okay.
I'm probably worse than both of you, and that just hasn't been brought up on streams yet. But no, so I play a lot of mons in all the roles. I just enjoy playing different Pokemon. But when I got asked to be on I Hardly Know Her, we were just kind of figuring out what people played, and I was the one that has the most experience with the top lane Pokemon.
Right.
And I do love me some Azu.
Right.
I didn't do it justice at NAIC, but Joe did.
Joe sure did. Hey, if you are a niche Pokemon fan, Joe might be the player to watch at any given tournament. I mean, the Scizor God, the Azumarill God. He's a fun player to watch for sure. He's got some crazy stuff. But who knows? We might see some crazy stuff in this one. I want to see the horse. I want to see it real bad. I can't believe how frequently it's getting banned in these games over things like Blissey, which feels so straightforward as a ban pick. I'm trying to remember all the bans we had last time. Surely Blaziken, Galarian Rapidash, Suicune, Psyduck, I'm assuming were the 4 that we were missing. Okay. How do you feel about the Psyduck in today's day and age that we have landed in?
I think Psyduck is still extremely annoying to deal with. Yes. It's a very hard support to kill. Honestly, just speaking from experience in game and just seeing people that are very highly level players on it, it's just it's even better. Like the Pokemon itself, I feel like is good, but there's so many people that just make it even better, and I'm just like, how do you do that? So I think it's a valid ban. I don't know if I'd ban it over Blissey personally. I just don't like Blissey has too much utility, and if Blissey isn't banned, I want that on my team. Please.
Right. Yeah, we're snapping
Don't
that
put it
up.
on the other team. Put it on our team.
Exactly. I don't care if nobody can play it. We'll pick it.
Yeah,
we'll make
we'll
it
figure
work.
it out.
Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, it was funny because I was about to like say, well, Psyduck is more of a flexible like slot Pokemon. Could be your defender, could be your support, but low key, Blissy's done that in tournaments in the past
yes.
too. We've all been there in that season 1 era where randomly Blissey tank
Yes.
became so popular.
Yeah.
So there are crazier things have happened. So maybe we'll see some shenanigans like that. I don't know. I'm always a big fan of shenanigans. We give that to me as much as possible. Yes. I was already pretty pumped to see Scyther. You said something in that match that I thought was so important about the Scyther. It's a Pokemon that I've went to bat for maybe a few times about how good I think it is, and the other commentators who I'm on stage with sometimes have not supported in that. They are less fans, much more of the Leafeon kind of gamers. But there's very few speedsters like Scyther that I think if they get one knockout, you're kind of closing your eyes and preparing for the worst. If Scyther can get one, it's like, oh gosh, the cooldowns, the resets, it's going to get ugly real fast. You need a crazy lead, and you need to really get that first KO. But after that happens, it feels like this Pokemon is kind of untouchable sometimes. It does a lot of things well. It tank busts, it assassinates, it's just made of paper. So
yeah,
it can be tricky.
And the one thing I think about it though too, I don't think it has a super big drop off late game. Like I feel fair. Like compared to like a Leafeon, don't get me wrong, Leafeon is still very good. But I think Scyther stays better throughout if it has the strong early game that it needs. Leafeon is very easy to have that strong early game. Scyther depends.
Yeah, it does. It's a tricky Pokemon. Again, if it like faces any form of crowd control, it obviously can be pretty difficult. But yeah, either way, I really like watching it, if that's anything. Scyther, one of my favorite Pokemon to commentate. I've always had the opinion, any Pokemon with a reset are my favorite to cast over. So I think it still takes the cake as like Surf Greninja is still my favorite Pokemon to cast by far. But I got E-Speed Lucario and Scyther in that last game. So honestly, I'm still pretty happy. Even if Surf Gren isn't exactly defining the meta, I think I can be pretty excited about some of those choices. Gary, how about you? I know this isn't your first time commentating. Maybe you're only your first time on Underdog. How about you? What's your favorite Pokemon to commentate while the matches are happening?
I'm always for an EV. Those who know me super well.
Wow, you got a lot of choices.
Yes, I love the EVs. I play all of them quite a bit. Leafeon probably the least, just because I'm not a good speedster player.
Sure.
But I enjoy just seeing the mons that I enjoy playing. Honestly,
yeah, that's fair.
And obviously Azumarill. I would love to cast for an Azumarill. I haven't gotten to do that, but
yeah. I feel like I'm almost the opposite. Is that I'll commentate Pokemon that I play a lot, and it's fine, but I get more excited seeing Pokemon I don't play, because then I immediately want to go and play that Pokemon. But I am a true believer in variety being the spice of life in Unite. This is a little shameful to admit as someone who's played since the Switch release of this game. I still do not have a single gold badge on any Pokemon because I can't play the same Pokemon 2 games in a row. I just can't do it. So I need to be constantly shaking it up and having fun stuff. But I'm hearing some word from Kyle. I'm not too sure. I think our matches are almost ready. These players are they're chilling. They're buying their time, but it looks like we are headed into our draft. Let's go, Gary. We made it into game number 2. Your first fill on Overdunk. We crushed it. Let's get into it on this draft screen. I called out, I think the Blissey will probably end up being in that ban slot, considering it is the biggest ban from the final stretch of NAIC. But who knows? Suicune will be that first one.
Yeah, and obviously, rightfully so. Playing against that Pokemon is just incredibly difficult. Seeing the Psyduck ban from the side of GG No Team, and I think we're looking at another horse ban. I am shocked that Brouhaha did not decide to get rid of that Blissey there, unless they plan on first picking it.
Yeah, okay. The bans are going to be identical, Gary. Headed into our picking phase. Let's see if the picks are in this space. Last time, Brouhaha did first pick the Armarouge, giving up that Snorlax Blissey. history is going to repeat itself. Now, a reminder, game number 1 was not a blowout by any means, right? Like, we were, 20 points difference at the end of the game? Like, it was extremely close between these two squads. So, Brouhaha going back to the same well. Maybe not the worst plan, but right now it is an identical well.
Yeah, absolutely. If this is what they're about to lock in on the side of Brouhaha, I am excited. Now that was not what I was expecting at all. Wow, get to see a Mr. Mime on the side of Brouhaha. That is exciting. A mon that is, I feel like, useful in a lot of ways, but we just don't see much play from it anymore. And I am super excited to see what they have in store with this Pokemon.
Tell you one Pokemon I like it way better than is Lapras, so I'm really excited that Brouhaha is making that swap, if only for the early game, right? Like, Snorlax and Mewtwo-I are both incredible early game last hit secure. Well, now you add truly one of the best tank Pokemon to do it in Mr. Mime. That Confusion combo is devastating amount of burst damage, even at, like, level 3. So I think Helmet Swag is looking to get a little bit more of that early impact, but Tame Impala and XLR8 are going to return to the damage Pokemon that they were at before, which is interesting to me that we're playing 2 dive Pokemon with a Clefairy, right? Like, we're kind of doing this weird segmented team fight strategy, but so far working out for them. GGNO team, however, are going to have an identical team composition.
Yeah. And I'm liking both team comps. I mean, I liked this team comp last time. I think it might work even better for Brouhaha with the Mime down there. I think they're going to be able to get Chimmy on the Armarouge online even faster than what they were able to last game. And I think that could change the trajectory of how this game could play out.
Totally agree. Totally agree. Now, one thing I wanted to check here, Gary, was the Armarouge items, because we did say Shimmy playing for scores a little bit towards that tier 2 in that game number 1. However, it could just be they're trying to catch up on levels too, right? Obviously, it was a tough early game for the purple side. So that could be what we're looking at, because they are going with the Kirsten Sense and the Rocky Helmet Focus Band combo. So I personally love Rocky Helmet on Armarouge. I just love Rocky Helmet in general, if I'm going to be totally honest. But on Armarouge, I really do think it's nice. You're kind of dipping your toes into both wells, where you have Armarouge's passive, eating up and absolutely loving when you get hit by special attack range damage, and then the Rocky Helmet for when you have to deal with physical up close threats. It kind of feels like a bit of a best of both worlds Hannah Montana scenario.
Yeah, I am trying to become a Rocky Helmet believer.
I have not convinced you yet, have I? All right.
I mean, I have played it myself, and I just feel it's probably something that I'm doing. Let's be so for real. I just might not know what I need to do to proc it correctly, but I've seen people really cook with that item on Armarouge, so I know it's good. And it looks like our lanes are going to play out the exact same way that they did last game.
In the final defense of Rocky Helmet, that I don't even really need to make. I think it is a weird item, and it does have differing opinions on it. But the one time that I used it, that I was like, oh, I'm using this all the time, is when I secured Ray on Snorlax while in block animation. And I was like, yep, okay, I'm keeping this item on. This is, I am definitely holding on to this. It's way too good to give up. And, ooh, pretty scary spot for Gible there. Meteor Mash putting them into a very disadvantageous position. But they will be retreating. Absol from GGNO team has rotated up to the top side. However, Brouhaha shaking it up in game number 2. Tame Impala actually helping out this Armarouge Mime lane, maybe hunting to get an early knockout on that Mewtwo-Y if they're able.
Yeah, and it looks like we have the junglers switching lanes here. I noticed that last game, Scyther did do something similar and went bottom and then went to the top lane. Absol only stayed in the top, but now we have Absol coming down to the bot just to make sure that they are okay, and it looks like we aren't going to get any huge fights here. Brouhaha able to get in quite a few goals on their side, which is good for them, and it looks like we are about to get into a little kerfuffle here.
Oh, not the kerfuffle. Run! Yeah, GGNO team gonna bail. Helmet's like trying to steal a little bit of that EXP from the Absol if they can. If you can hold them below level 6, we get to that 8-minute mark, will be pretty fantastic, but that is a full refresh of the central area Pokemon. Now, not for 4-0. Brouhaha has been the first ones to clear, and Scyther doing an incredible job of clearing that central area so quickly. One of the biggest benefits of that Pokemon, again, in that same Leafeon conversation, right? So they are stacked up, ready to take this fight. It will be a push in by the Snorlax first. Lucario in a very good spot to deal some damage, but that safeguard Blissey making it a bit more challenging with the combo of Lucario and Scyther. Way too strong. That burst damage absolutely obliterating GG No Team.
Yeah, absolutely. Scyther picking up a quadra kill there, and oh my lord, already having its ult. The side of Brouhaha is leading in levels here big time.
Yeah, this is massive. They do break that top tier 1, which is a really interesting spot to be for Brouhaha. You could try to just take out that Regieleki, even set up for a tier 2 push and kind of punt this fight on the bottom, or you could try to win both. And I think Brouhaha, with 20 seconds to go, kind of considering that to be the main strategy, taking a look at that. Psyshock into a barrier from Mr. Mime. Just nowhere for GG No Team to run, and Tame Impala using that extremely early Unite move they have access to carve up this orange side. What a play. I mean, I love that when teams are very aware of the game state, when they know they have that level advantage, particularly when they're at that point of the game where they have a Unite move and the opposing team does not. And then you basically force a fight, even if they're stacked up, even if they're hiding on top of their goal zone. It's worth it because you'll be able to put that fight in your favor with that Unite advantage. So great heads up play from Brouhaha. They are talking about a bounce back game, Gary. 193-0.
Absolutely. They are coming back with some vengeance. You can see it just with how that Scyther is playing, already picking up 2 quadra kills in a game that has been not even 4 minutes is insane. We're getting a push here from GG No Team, trying to get this Regieleki, being able to hold Brouhaha off for a minute. Still only the ult for Absol on their side.
I think Lucario was thinking a lot about a Unite move to try to swipe away that Regieleki in that moment, but hey, great heavy slam by Snorlax to be able to stop them just for a moment and make sure that even that steal potential wasn't available. So GG No Team getting the Regieleki and then just immediately turning tail and farming their side of the map. It's just too important that they catch up on some of these levels. They are at the point where they got a lot of Unite moves to work with. Absol, the only one that will not have it available. Mewtwo being cut off, not able to make it back since that tier 1 is missing. That is, I mean, it's a Scyther playground in that goal zone area.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking at it now, we got ults on all Pokemon except for the Lax on the side of GG No Team. So surely we're going to wind up with a little fight here. Mime just playing with them, building the walls, running them, and Scyther able to pick up some kills here. Possibly even a 3-piece, or at least stealing the red buff from the side of GG No Team.
Yeah, I swear that must have been a misclick. With how bloodthirsty Impalo's been playing on this Scyther, I feel like there's no way they don't chase down that Garchomp. But yeah, you're right. They do take the red buff. A consolation prize, fine. You've already got a Penta on the match. You don't need to pad those stats anymore. We're only halfway through this matchup, by the way, and there will be a Reggie spawning on the bottom side, but this fight is actually going to be taking place in a bit of a roaming territory. GG No Team are trying to catch up in some way. They do have the Blissey Unite move to work with, and there's that Snorlax. So that triple combo we've seen a couple of times is available, but Garchomp's already lost 50% HP. They're going to take a Bliss assistance, but they're just going to bail back. Unfortunately, a bit of a miscommunication on the side of Orange Team.
Yeah, Garchomp looking to go in for to create the space there, and it just was not, if there wasn't the matchup there, but that they did the right thing, backing off, going to get their farm. Scyther able to pick up the red steel on the side of Brouhaha, and it looks like Brouhaha is going to get positioned for this Regieleki and get it off the map ASAP to try to get maybe another one before Ray.
Yeah, ooh, that's so scary. And I think, you know, with that context of them potentially getting a third one for the end of the game, they likely push this Regieleki, right? Like, they do have the chance to. They are pushing against a lot of Unite moves, and no Armors and no Mime Unite may make this a little bit more of a tepid push. So they're just going to be looking for a bit, but with all that damage already going into Regieleki, probably not going to be an option. Do like this play from GG No Team, by the way, by aggressively taking down the Regieleki, you know? Not giving Brouhaha kind of the chance to position sneakily in that grass and play off of a bit of a dive around the Regieleki push. Instead, taking out in clear vision, in broad daylight, if you will, to make sure that nobody can surprise him.
Yeah, absolutely. And Luca looking to back cap here. I think he might get that 40 off. He definitely does. I like that play, but I think he might go down. Scyther picking up a pick on the Absol. Luca trying to just waste the time of some of the guys here on the orange side and might be able to get out even.
Nice bone rush. Nice bone rush. And now they will have Deloan to give him some backup, a follow me to save them if possible. But we're it down to the minute mark, Gary, and still GGNO team is scoreless. Have not found one of those opportunities to back cap like maybe Brouhaha has found. And so far, they've been doing a really good job of kind of splitting across the map. I think this Mr. Mime being, I mean, it is in that support category, right? So it's kind of allowing Clefable to pocket a single Pokemon on one side of the map and everybody else rotate around this Mime. Brouhaha kind of has like no holes in their defense, if you will, able to guard both of these goal zones at any given time. Lucario and Clefable are going to get vision on potentially a push towards the top side from GGNO team. Is the rest of the squad going to pick up that Registeel? And that's a big attack buff for the next 90 seconds, notably bleeding into the final stretch.
Yeah, absolutely. That is huge for them leading into the Ray fight here. Scyther able to pick up that level 14. I will say the one thing GGNO team has done a good job of, even though they have no points on the board, they were really able to bring those levels back to closer to even. And we have the level 13 on Mewtwo and Absol, and then Luca being a 13 and 14 on the Scyther on the side of Brouhaha.
Yeah, that's a great point, Garrett. They have caught up a little bit. And if I'm on GGNO team, my team comms are just find Scyther. If we see a green Pokemon on the other side, you press every Unite move you have. Take down that Pokemon, and potentially we can swing this team fight in your favor. You have such a long way to come back. And all of a sudden, Garchomp is caught out. That is Bliss assistance given, and the Buddy Barrier from Snorlax. That is a very tanky Dragon. Mewtwo Y with a big stun, and that does mean that Armarouge will go down, but Scyther has found its way to the backline. The worst nightmare for the Blissey, and they are gone. GGNO team, with losing their support, have elected to try to rip down this Rayquaza. Lucario will be on the top side, looking to try to prevent a steal. That Absol still at above half HP. Clefable down. Scyther down. What a great play from Absol, and that's going to set up the third. Garchomp going to take credit for it, and Armarouge not going to be at the Ray in time. This is as good as GGNO team's orange team taking the Rayquaza.
Yeah, what a smart fight from the side of GGNO team. Early on, it did not look in their favor for sure. Able to pull it off. Really smart of them to just stop hitting that Rayquaza and knock out the rest of Brouhaha, just so that they can confirm that they are getting it to go in their favor here.
All right, well, it's that time of the game where, Gary, you and I have to debate whether this is a comebackable game or not, but at the moment, it's looking like Brouhaha, they just need a little bit more firepower. That back cap Hundo Burger Snorlax actually double dipping a little bit, going and taking a whole 50 points in, doubling it up to 100, and then returning to the Rayquaza pit, the scene of the crime, to go pick up more Eos energy and double down. That is just going to be too many points. GGNO team holding on to this lead, holding on to the series lead, by the way, and taking down Brouhaha in 2-0 fashion, the second of which, a almost 300-point comeback in the final stretch.
Yeah, absolutely. Really, again, really strong Ray fight, and the team comms had to be crazy there for GGNO team. Brouhaha looking really strong throughout both games of this set. They played very well. Just some unfortunate things about the Ray fight. I really am going to say it. I do think Blissey made a huge difference on the side of GGNO team. I personally would have went for that ban immediately. I think that could have made the whole difference there, because it makes Garchomp a little less viable for this comp that they have.
Totally agree. Yeah, I don't know whether to cut, like, is it hindsight 2020 or is it just that Blissey is the most banned Pokemon in basically this entire region of gameplay? I don't know. It's a tough spot to be in. Oof. I mean, tough looks and stats wise, and for a couple of the Brouhaha members. Not for Tame Impala though. This Scyther, I think, was phenomenal. 77,000 damage in total. It will mean this team is going to drop down to the best of one territory, the losers bracket, and GGNO team are going to forge their path ahead to our winners finals, by the way, this being their upper semifinal victory. Some great stuff there. Obviously, monumental comeback to bring that around, but I think it was on the back of some really incredible team fights. Also, in that final one, I think it took Absol, I think it took Z-Ray quite a long time to warm up in that game number 2. It felt like they were a bit of a non-impact throughout most of that matchup. They're kind of relying on the Garchomp to do a lot of the work, but eventually, that Absol finding a way to get past those mime walls, you know, get past some of those stuns from Clefable with the follow me, and eventually just started crushing it in the end game. So Z-Ray really showing up when it mattered most.
Yeah, absolutely. I totally agree. What?
Oh, back to us, I believe.
Oh, okay. I heard something and it just threw off my train
Kyle
of
has this
thought.
thing where he whispers when he's telling us to do things. It's really fun, yeah.
I'm still getting used to this. I apologize, everybody. But again, that Absol did, like you said, take a minute to get warmed up in that game.
Mhm.
It wasn't as impactful early on, but it didn't matter. It
Yeah.
brought that impact right at the end, brought the heat. GG, no team was absolutely not wanting this to go to a third game in the
No.
set. And they were playing good there at the end. And like I said, Brouhaha looked great. I'm sure they are going to do everything they can down in
Mhm.
the best of one games to work their way back up to these grand finals.
Totally. Yeah. Now you got a bit of footage on what can go wrong in those final Rayquaza fights. That's a pretty, well, on paper, a simple thing to try to go and correct, I think. That'll be the immediate response from this squad, as I assume they're going to be waiting for that matchup on the loser's end of the side. And you mentioned it. I know GG No Team did not want that to go to a game 3. I think normally you don't, but you certainly don't want to be going to a game 3 after a loss like that could have been with 0 points in pocket there at the end. That is a tough one to jump back from in terms of morality. Now, I don't have confirmation from this from production or anything like that, but I assume we're going to be thrown to a break. So, Underdunk, we love you. Everybody in Twitch chat, we love you all, but we're going to be back very, very shortly with more Underdunk number 50 something. I forget which one. We'll see you in a sec.
Or
54. It's 54. It's Underdunk 54. I remember. Don't worry. What's going on, everybody? I'm Zoinks, joined by Nurse Gary, and we are in the thick of it here at Underdunk number 54. We are about to watch our winners finals matchup between our two undefeated teams so far. The only two teams remaining that way after many, many rounds. Great showing for today's Underdunk. It's so exciting. Well, Gary, you and I have only gotten the chance to cast one game, and it's already been so fun. Any highlights already that you saw in this one, or even in the games that happened prior to this?
I didn't get to catch many games prior to this early on in the tournament, but the set that we just got to cast, GG's No Team and Brouhaha, looking absolutely amazing out here. Super great for the grassroots scene. Looks like we're getting into draft here. I'm curious to see what we're going to go. We got the Pocket Rockets on the left side and GG No Team on the right. And we're starting with a ban on Blissey from Pocket Rockets. What a good choice.
Yeah, quite tactical. We'll see if the horse also receives the ban. That has been the double ban against GG No Team. Well, obviously, sans Blissey, because we saw that make its way through a couple of times. And GG No Team have been banning this Suicune and Psyduck in previous games. Is there a chance we see the Blaziken fall through? At least one of these major threats will be, as the Snorlax is the second ban. I actually kind of like that from Pocket Rockets. Get a little spicy, especially for a team that plays maybe the furthest away from the metagame we've ever seen in Pocket Rockets picks. So we'll see what their first pick ends up being. GG No Team are going to stick to the tried and true Suicune and Blaziken ban. And of course, Pocket Rockets picks like a very common pick, of course.
Yeah, but no, I totally agree. Pocket Rockets, they usually play some out of pocket stuff, and playing against them, it was one of the fun, like, you never knew what you were going to get. It's just, it's a mystery every time. And then we got Mamo and maybe Mamo. They haven't locked it in. Oh, we're switching to Lapras. I shouldn't.
Whoa.
Well, Lapras, Garchomp. We're still going with the Garchomp without the Blissey. I'm interested to see how this plays out for GG No Team.
Yeah, gonna be a little trickier for Golden, and that will be an Absol picked away from GG No Team. So Zero gonna have to think of a new central carry to bring into this matchup. I'm honestly, Gary, I have to admit, I'm so shocked at how early Lapras is getting picked up in this game. It's fine. It does fill the role of defender quite often, but it feels like it's kind of a better answer into Pokemon like Inteleon, like Armarouge, things like that with some of this burst special attack. Alolan Ninetales, I guess we'll have to see how that matchup plays out. GG No Team, though, looking at a relatively squishy composition on the other side so far, is going to lock in the Inteleon. So having that long-range burst damage, they will be accosted by a Leafeon and an Absol quite often, but if they can avoid that damage, they should be having a lot of targets they can find with those shots.
Yeah, absolutely. Inteleon has the potential to do wonders here without Pocket Rockets having that typical healer build, and we get our first Galarian Rapidash game, Zoinks. I'm so excited to see what Z-Ray does with this. I haven't gotten to see much play of it in tournament at all, just because of the ban of it during NAIC, so this is exciting to see.
Yes, and we have it from very official sources. RTOs, who tried one Galarian Rapidash game, I think, and apparently has had that bug fixed. So we're back into play, and the horse is going to be running some interesting items. We are going to go with the Drive Lens and Special Attacker specs. So we are going to be stacking in two different ways for the Galarian Rapidash. So those of you keeping track at home, get those notepads out. There's going to be a lot of things to write down. Z-Ray is running all over the map, as well as those wise glasses. So similar in vein to an Absol, in that it should have a rather quick clear once it starts scaling up. Will be a very fast threat, hard to lock down thanks to that passive, but obviously not having the same amount of burst that Absol will have, but trying to bring the value in other ways. I know you and I have not too much experience with it, but the one rumor I've heard is that it's almost always Dazzling Gleam and Smart Strike. Have you heard anything different?
I have not. I've heard that is the build to play, so I'm excited to see if that's what we get, or if maybe we'll see something new here from Z-Ray. Also, back to the Alolan Ninetales pick. I think it would be good here, utility-wise, playing into the Garchomp.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so you're the bot lane attacker player, so you obviously understood the A-Net. I'm the Garchomp player, and I hate playing into Alolan Ninetales. So much so, take a look at this, is that Pocket Rockets are actually going to be bringing the Alolan Ninetales into the top side. Not only that, the Alolan Ninetales will have a light bulb above its head, by the way. So, Livingston is going to have that, and will probably be getting the red buff, if I'm reading the minimap correctly. So, a slow affecting auto attack Alolan Vulpix. That is a very scary early game Pokemon.
Yeah, totally agree. That sounds absolutely terrible to deal with playing in the top lane. And we do see here that it does have the red buff, so I'm curious to see how this is going to play out for them. Absol going to the bot lane to get that Duck and Leafeon some experience. They are able to pick up the Lapras here. Really good to get that early pick for them. We have Galarian Rapidash in the top lane awaiting the birds.
Ooh, few points in for Pocket Rockets as well in this bottom tier 1. So not only is that great for just getting a little bit of levels, but it's also keeping that enemy attacker just at that Sobble stage. Devastating to deal with. Dazzling Gleam, I think, picks up one of those wild Pokemon with the Alolan Ninetales that's taking the lion's share of experience. It has 20 points in pocket and almost at that level 5, despite having the experience share. So Pocket Rockets kind of crushing it in this early game so far.
Yeah, absolutely. This surprise rotation here from the Leafeon, I like it to try to just put some extra pressure on the top path or the jungle here. Galarian Rapidash answering. And we see that we got the Drizzile on the side of GG No Team, but unfortunately we do still have a Gible here.
Oh. Well, you caster blessed them, Gary, in that one, so we will get the last hit there as we get the level 5 goodbye. Impressive. Your first caster blessing before a caster curse. Yeah, it's honestly, that's record-breaking. But here we go. Oh, picture perfect Alolan Ninetale Blizzard Avalanche combo. Actually cuts off any member of GG No Team with a melee attempt to steal. Isolates in the entire pocket of wild Pokemon. Really great stuff. Golden is caught out, so gets that Psycho Cut debuff put on top of them. But it looks like so far Pocket Rockets have not found a way to break through. That could all change with this triple Pokemon push onto the top side and uncontested. Golden just kind of has to forfeit those points. And that is a very dangerous Overdunk looking tier 1.
Yeah, absolutely. And level-wise, we are looking pretty even now. I would say the carries are a little bit in a better spot on the side of Pocket Rockets, but again, we're still pretty even here. Got a fight going on up top. Ford might be getting picked off here, but stealing the berry from the side of GG No Team, but unfortunately going down.
Really tough choice to make there as the Aegis player, right? Like, you're in shield form, so you're defensive, you're getting heals, but to make it to the berry, you gotta switch to sword form. It's kind of 50-50. You're likely screwed either way, so tough spot to be in. Nice eject button by Sceptile, though. Able to dodge the Emerald 2-step of that Leafeon. Tries to go for a really quick charge-up burst snipe shot. Will not hit the first, will hit the second. As Psyduck, one of the most immortal supports we've ever seen touch the game, will finally fall after creating so much space. Absol trying to take full advantage of it, and they will succeed, knocking out the Registeel before the snipe shot can even fly past.
Yeah, absolutely. Really good play there from Absol, getting that done and over with before the Intel was able to come back. Intel playing a little forward for that HP bar, making me a little nervous.
They can turn invisible, it's fine.
Right. Inteleon are only one on the side of GG No Team with their ultimate. And then we've got Absol, Psyduck, and Leafeon that are at the level to have theirs. But we're looking at a break here on top, and then possible Regieleki take.
So, no large overdunk or anything like that, right? Sometimes teams elect for a bigger score to try to keep that points tempo, but it is being met with a Regieleki walking towards tier 2, allowing Pocket Rockets to get a little fiendish in this enemy central area, trying to steal away the red buff. Absol will succeed. So we see that floating below them, and Gabite just taking too much damage. Not even the Garchomp at this 5.5-minute mark. Really scary spot to be. And Pocket Rockets not done. We'll be getting a few stacks on the bottom side as well. And likely, Regieleki gonna land 40 points on Absol, 31 from A9. This is getting out of hand, Gary.
Pocket Rockets just putting an absolutely dominant lead, almost 300 points ahead, halfway through this game with no points on the side of GG No Team. But this wouldn't be the first time we've seen GG No Team come back from a lead like this.
Well, first time I've gotten the chance to commentate with Galarian Rapidash, and I saw the big triangle, and I was like, I think I did learn that Unite move, and my mind just went, triangle. So that is what I'm going to be saying now when it happens. Is Galarian Rapidash uses triangle. Alolan Raichu uses star. I think it was Bridget who mentioned it, is that every Unite move that we get adds to the game now, it's just a big shape. That is a bit of a cookie cutter setup that we've had in the design space so far. Maybe that'll change, as now we are going to be looking at this basement Reggie. Leafeon is caught out, stunned by Galarian Rapidash. That puts them in a very scary spot, and somehow they're walking away. Sai debuff is going to be good enough to get them the space, but Golden cutting them off before they can truly escape. Coup de Grace going to set up at least one KO, but this Cotton Cloud Crash saving the Garchomp. GG No Team might have switched up a few Pokemon in their draft, Gary, but still the same strat remains. Protect and empower this Garchomp at all costs.
Yeah, absolutely, and it works out in their favor.
Yeah.
Inteleon able to secure that Reggie steal for their side. Really helpful for them. Level-wise, we're looking pretty even here still. The Absol is a little bit ahead of everybody. Leafeon had that early lead and is now just kind of on par with everybody else. Galarian Rapidash almost going down there, but able to get out. Pocket Rockets decides not to push, just to go back, farm, and get things done.
Yeah, good use of triangle there. Not actually for any kind of damage-focused effects, but literally just to get 3 dashes and get back to their own side of the map. So good work from Galarian Rapidash. I think we're starting to see a little bit of why that Pokemon is picked, and honestly for me, that Smart Strike stun is ridiculous. Every time it's landing on Leafeon, they are sitting there for what feels like, well, 10 to 20 minutes, which is impossible, but that's what it looks like when Leafeon is caught out by that move. Galarian Rapidash looking for it again. There it is. Textbook answer. Leafeon with one Rapidash combo already down to half HP.
Yeah, absolutely. That stun from Smart Strike is something to not that you don't want to deal with. It is annoying. You're going to be there for a second, and it sets you up for failure really well.
Yeah.
GG No Team able to hold off that Regieleki from going into their home base and hold off that tier 2 push in the bottom lane. Still no points on their side, but level-wise, we're looking good. They're doing well in fights. They've been able to get picks. So honestly, this is looking like anybody's game. The Absol is a little bit ahead of everybody still level-wise, but I think overall that this could go either way.
Yeah, we've seen GG No Team in, honestly, an extremely similar position to this just a game ago. Wasn't it 293-0 in that game or something like that? Like, honestly, almost the exact same picture we're looking at again. This time, though, it is going to be Pocket Rockets fighting for that space. You see Saida constantly checking that early piece of tall grass with the Psychic. They can catch out a Pokemon to be great, but primarily playing for vision in that way. Aegislash will be hanging out in that tall grass. On the bottom side, if they catch a jump pad, a wide guard stun could be catastrophic for GG No Team to deal with. So essentially, the entire southern part of the map being held by Pocket Rockets in these tiny little clusters. Not to mention Leafeon potentially looking for a flank, a score. Really, their options are wide open.
Yeah, absolutely. Honestly, options are pretty open on both sides here. Playing opposite halves of the Rayquaza. We have GG No Team set up top lane. Rapidash looking for that Leafeon, and we're about to see what goes down there.
Yeah. With all this time to play around with the clock a little bit, GG No Team actually sends their Garchomp away to get to level 14, which is a pretty devastating combo, and that Leafeon is getting so low. Galarian Rapidash is going to take them out with the help of everybody else, but now it's the Rayquaza. I mean, that main story, Absol, Aegislash, who cares? It's A9 that takes down the Rayquaza. Fairy Ice type, yeah, I don't think we could really script it any better to take down the big dragon.
Yeah, absolutely. And that play there from Pocket Rockets was quite intelligent. They just sent the Leafeon to distract, and then they were like, okay, well, the other 4 of us, let's hit the objective. And they were not ready for that on the side of GG No Team. Will be hard to come back from this game. I can't imagine any team like seeing that 0 points scored. But again, they played a good, strong game. They were looking fine in team fights. Pocket Rockets just knows how to work the map.
Yeah, they did such a phenomenal job. I think GG team though, like you just said, there are some parts of this composition that I think were working quite well for them. Particularly, I think this Rapidash combo was doing really well. Golden's just proven themselves on the Garchomp again and again. That I think at this point you're kind of sticking with that strategy for the remainder of at least this tournament. I really do think this Lapras has got to change. If anything, I think GG team should consider picking up that first pick side, potentially pushing Pocket Rockets away from this Snorlax ban, because I think that was just such a key piece of their strategy in the previous set that we got to spectate. Seeing this Lapras, I just don't think was hitting the same buttons. Pocket Rockets, on the other hand, feels that they really had control of the map at any given moment. But I do think you were right with that Leafeon distracting strategy from Rizzlord. Did a great job there. As soon as you see Garchomp, Inteleon, and Rapidash, yeah, I think that's a pretty good play call to pull the trigger on the Rayquaza.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, not a very high damage game here. There wasn't very many team fights at all, to be quite frank. But I do agree with you about trying to get that Snorlax back, or a defender of similar like play style, I guess.
Yeah.
For lack of a better term, I can't think of what I would actually like to say.
No,
But
I think
I
you're
just
right.
think that Buddy Barrier Unite move was something that they really rely on for that Garchomp, and I don't think the Lapras was running Buddy Barrier, and in my opinion, I wouldn't run Buddy Barrier on Lapras. So I might look to play for a tank that's going to have the similar item build and the similar utility for the Garchomp.
Oh, I like that a lot. Yeah, we did see the hover over the Mamoswine for just a short, brief moment. We did move on to the Lapras, but potentially a good option, especially if we are running into this Absol Leafeon composition. Those are two really strong speedsters that would hate to get stunned for as long as a Mamoswine has the capability of. So potentially looking at more of an individual lockdown tank. Probably gone are the days of Slowbro. It feels like forever since I've casted a Slowbro game where I maybe forever that I've casted a Slowbro game that I felt like it was a good pick in the moment. That Pokemon, it had its time. It's not currently having its time, but who knows? Maybe we'll get a patch or two, and that'll change it all up. But yeah, I do think Defender is one of the spots to take a look at. But also, we got to find a way to kind of starve out some of these hyper carries on the side of Pocket Rockets. I think that was a huge problem for them. The Absol and the Leafeon just getting a little too strong. They did find a way to shut down the Leafeon in the early game, but then when they started fighting around topside a lot, we just saw Rizzlord kind of get a few back halves, easily scale back up, and all of a sudden the Leafeon was a major threat again. So I really do think we're going to need to, if you're playing against Pocket Rockets, you kind of need to defend any given part of the map at any given time. Not an easy task by any means, but still, you got to slow down this team somehow.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. All right, we're in a draft number 2 here, everybody. GG team taking the first side for the first time we've seen casting them. They're going to go with the Blissey ban, and we're going to see a Suicune ban on the team of Pocket Rockets.
Interesting. Okay, so really interesting choice for the second ban on purple side. Of course, you consider something like the Blaziken potentially being an option. You could throw Psyduck into the mix, but it will be Absol. So very likely Blaziken slips through here. Potentially Psyduck as well, because it will be Snorlax again. So Pocket Rockets with a bit of a soul read, seeing what's been happening in the previous sets from GG team and calling that out as a major point of infrastructure. GG team has an interesting place to be in for this first pick. We're going to leave the Garchomp and lock in Blaziken.
And I think that is the smartest thing they could have done. Blaziken in an incredible spot right now. Locking in Psyduck and Galarian Rapidash on the side of Pocket Rockets. I'm excited to see Galarian Rapidash again. And no surprise with the Psyduck here.
Yeah, Psyduck, so phenomenal. And now, if you got that Smart Strike to work with in stuns, now you're going to have the Psyduck to pair with it as well. And okay, we're going to see yet another defender choice, but this one with a bit of healing properties, right? If you're going to have the Comfey, you could go with a Mean Look Snarl. That is my preferred set for the majority of Umbreon play, but if you really want to all-in defend this Blaziken, you could go with the damage reduction of Wish and try to play around that a little bit. We'll see. Some interesting picks being hovered here, the final portion of GG team's drafts. But with the Comfey already selected, it feels like a Zoroark, bit of a match made in heaven. They're going to lock that one in. Potentially a Pikachu to round out the attacker role for GG team.
The Pikachu I find a little bit interesting here. And honestly, I like the Zoroark pick, But again, I think the Alolan Ninetales, although Zoroark is good into it, if A9 lands its stun on that Zoroark, it is game over for that Zoroark get into this team comp that they are going against.
Yeah, that's so tough. You got Illusion, you got Full Heal, and other than that, you're kind of up creek. So we'll see if Z-Ray can dodge some of these major stuns, not to mention A9 stuns, Galarian Rapidash, Psyduck stuns, Garchomp's got a pull, Zarina's got a Unite move. There's a lot on the enemy side that will be able to slow you down. I think Pikachu maybe just trying to keep up in terms of slowing down some of these enemy team comps with, I imagine, that Volt Tackle set against Garchomp's Arena, but you could go Mage Pikachu. Not a ton of mobility outside of Galarian Rapidash, so you could get some value, but the Cursed Incense was removed off of Sceptile's item build, so I have to imagine we're going with Volt Tackle Pika.
I would also have to agree there, and I just think Volt Tackle Pika might get a little more use here. I feel like Thunder or Double Thunder is better into a tankier comp than what Pocket Rockets likes to run. So I do think they're making the right decision here. Also, just gotta say, GG No Team flexing a lot of badges this game. We got 2 gold badges and a blue badge. Excited to see some Blaziken gameplay since we don't get to see that very often anymore.
Yeah. I think most players right now would say for good reason, with how powerful this Pokemon has been. I'm pretty excited for that nerf incoming. I think one of the most deserved nerfs that we saw in this most recent patch. Gary, take a look at this. The Alolan Ninetale is going to be going with that same route. So the EXP Sheer A9 will have a red buff going into the top side. Of course, this time it gets the Blaziken, not the Garchomp. Blaziken, a Pokemon that does like to stack a little bit more than the Garchomp does. So GG No Team might be in a bit of a riskier spot than they were in games previous.
I agree. They definitely just have to be careful about when they try to stack. Alolan Ninetale's a very hard Pokemon to stack against itself. On top of a Garchomp, yeah, that's a tough lane to try to stack against. I also like the Serena bot lane. Not something that you see very often, but yeah, I feel like it could definitely have some utility here. Zoroark ganking the bot, able to pick, and the Zoroark and Pika are able to pick up the kill on the Psyduck, and it looks like the team of Pocket Rock is just going to have to retreat.
Yeah, good patience from Z-Ray. I think was trying to wait on that stunning move from, of course, the Eevee that will become the Umbreon, that waiting for those tears. Does not want to get stunned when Zoroark is within range. That would just be catastrophic. So instead, they kind of be really patient, have to bail back. It was a smart decision. You get a nasty pull of that Comfey, but with the Alolan Ninetales already using their combo, no chance to lock down that support. They are able to retreat back to the Torchic. So for Pocket Rockets, doing a pretty good job of slowing down the scaling. However, they did not prevent Torchic from evolving into Kabuskin, canonically the ugliest Pokemon to ever exist.
That is one that I've never heard before. But we have Zoroark in the jungle here with the Galarian Rapidash. Pocket Rockets answering very quickly. Zoroark more than likely able to escape just because of the mobility of that Pokemon. But Garchomp also rotated down and, well, looks like he still does get out.
Yeah, I thought that Rapidash had a chance to catch, but we did see there a lot of cooldowns used by the Zoroark, though, right? We had a few different stuns. One was Illusion cleansed, and the other was Full Heal cleansed. So Zoroark will be lacking a lot of major cooldowns for this next team fight, which makes a 2-on-4 a rather tough prospect. A little bit easier if you're able to take out one already, as Z-Ray does find a way to KO Galarian Rapidash. Impressive stuff, and then lines up the Psyduck right after. So GG No Team is Zoroark Comfey duo, you know, as the prophecies have foretold. Doing pretty solid so far.
Absolutely. Zoroark, a very fun Pokemon to watch. I admire good Zoroark players because I just know that I would never be able to be good with that Pokemon. It is beyond me. It's beyond me. But some really good gameplay here from them. Blaziken getting a little low, retreating just to farm. Level-wise, we're looking like pretty even. Garchomp 8, and we have the Zoroark at 8, and everybody else is kind of in that 6-7 level. So right now, pretty even, 44 to 73, with GG No Team in the lead.
Yeah, doing a really good job of setting up this Zoroark. Obviously, at this stage of the game, it is by far your highest level Pokemon. Pocket Rockets have not found a way to shut it down whatsoever, so at this point, it can just scale up to the moon. Pocket Rockets do have a chance to push in this Regieleki. Zoroark is going to elect to go after a level 9 Garchomp. Even with the Unite move, can't quite full combo it. Does absorb the Unite from the other direction and will get the knockout, of course, with the help of Blaziken, Umbreon, and Comfey. Takes a village sometimes to take down these Garchomps.
Yes, absolutely. And Pocket Rocket's also able to secure the Regirock. So both objectives going over to the side of Pocket Rockets. Very smart play there from them to go after the Regieleki first, in my opinion, because I think they expected the Regirock fight on the side of GG No Team.
Yeah, I totally agree. We do have this empowered Psyduck with their Headache. This is going to make things a little challenging for Zoroark, but of course that's great coverage by the Pikachu. Unite move does make it really difficult to follow, at least off of that goal zone. Umbreon will fall, but a very sacrificial falling on top of the grenade, if you will. You do not want your double-digit level Zoroark to be going down in that situation. Your level 8 EXP share Umbreon, however, yeah, a worthy sacrifice. Great play from GG No Team.
Yes, absolutely. I totally agree. I'm always, if I'm on a tanker or support and I go down and my attackers are like, I'm sorry. I'm always like, no, it's my job. Don't apologize. You should not be going down. I should be. So
Perfect.
Totally smart there. Galarian Rapidash has been in the back lines a little bit this game, just quietly scaling, being and Zoroark being neck and neck for highest level in the game. Getting a pick on the A9 here. It looks like we have the Regieleki coming back up. I wonder what the teams are going to look for here.
That's so interesting. Yeah, you're right. I haven't seen Galarian Rapidash in a hot minute, so, but they have been scaling level 11 already, and geez, yet another just exchange of blows on the bottom side. And again, it's this Zoroark and Pikachu combo, Grass Knot and Volt Tackle. That's illegal. What a stun onto that enemy side. Pocket Rockets suffering on the back end of that one. It will be GG No Team adding up a few more KOs. Mean Look not being able to be cleansed by that Pastel Veil. Really unfortunate timing. They will be locked in place. So GG No Team locking up yet another KO. This Garchomp locked away inside that mean circle.
Yeah. Mean Look being really useful here. I feel like as of late, people have been leaning a little bit away from Mean Look just because they are realizing like, oh, maybe this isn't the best utility of this Pokemon. Zoroark able to pick up a kill on the Psyduck and on A9, and they are still rolling through, but it looks like Zoroark is going to go down, and Pocket Rocket's able to get a good push here on the bottom side of GG No Team.
Yeah, Pocket Rockets using their own Mean Look in the form of Triangle, and very effective, very super effective move from that Galarian Rapidash. Shutting them down, and yeah, I think finally that Zoroark getting KO'd is a sigh of relief for a Pocket Rocket. It's like, okay, we did it. We can catch up in EXP. Obviously, it's still a scary threat. They still have a Blaziken that Comfey can pocket onto, of course, but still, if you can take out this Zoroark, this game is 100% winnable. Not to mention, they're holding the lead with a very, very good map position as well. They still have a tier 1 to play around in the final stretch. They can go back to it. They can heal. It's also going to be the easiest one to defend against any kind of back cap scoring potential. And why not add a few more points to that board as Psyduck takes one of the boldest routes back to their side of the map that I've ever seen and heads into the enemy central area to try to recall.
Yeah, and the Pika using its Unite move there to get the Psyduck, I find that a little bit interesting. Not that Pika doesn't get its Unite move back fast, but it's just not a lot of high value for that Pikachu necessarily. Galarian Rapidash able to take down that Pikachu, and Pocket Rocket's able to defend their bottom T1 here for quite a bit.
Oh, man, that Psychic stun onto Blaziken was almost fatal. However, just this Pokemon's so tanky at the moment. Those shields, every time it's using its Unite move. Not to mention that Comfey has latched onto it. They will fall. Respawn timers will line up, but in a bit of an awkward state. Everyone will respawn before the Rayquaza, but potentially not with enough time to make it to that Rayquaza pit. Umbreon going to be in that same space, and Rayquaza counting down 5 seconds away. The entire roster of Pocket Rockets preparing themselves as best they can. Zarina about to get to that level 13. Garchomp at 14 is a very powerful team that GG No Team is going to have a fight against.
I really like the A9's positioning here. Smart play from them to get that passive off of the Umbreon as well there, so that they don't have to worry about that not being stunned. Pikachu picking up level 13 on the side of GG No Teams, and Pocket Rockets just sitting here playing with the Rayquaza a little bit, trying to draw in GG No Team.
Yeah, Garrett, I like your pointer on the A9. I actually really like, because with this, you just are constantly playing a bit of rotation battle against the Zoroark. Alolan Ninetales does not want to get caught up by that Pokemon. In fact, they would like to be the ones setting the trap, rather. So instead, trying to play counterintuitive to where the Zoroark is looking for your backline. Instead, just convert that backline into the front line. Now, with no support or healer on the team, I should say, Alolan Ninetales will have to go back to that goal zone to top themselves up. Psyduck will take the role of the front line for the time being.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see the Zoroark is looking for that flank here, unable to get in at the moment, and we're at a bit of a stalemate. All ults still up on both teams. Zoroark looking to get a pick here on the Psyduck, but Psyduck just being that tanky mon. Triangle going down from the Glaring Rapidash. We have ults flying out left and right, Zoinks.
Wow, okay, it is going to be Pikachu getting a nice lockdown, so a bit of a treat with their own medicine as a response from both these teams. However, there are 3 members of Pocket Rockets down, so this is GG No Team's chance to take this away, and Blaziken overheat with a full shield to work with. Yeah, that's going to take it every single time. Galarian Rapidash, unfortunately, not able to take down any of those Pokemon in that center spot. Will try their best to break this Blaziken shield before it reaches the goal zone. It will come just short. GG No Team racking up the points here in the final 10 seconds.
Yeah. Very solid game here from GG No Team and Pocket Rockets. Pocket Rockets in the lead most of the game, but GG No Team able to come up on top after that bit of a stalemate at the Rayquaza fight.
Yeah, impressive stuff from them. Playing around the Zoroark Comfey duo, I think, extremely well. Really making sure that they were pocketed, protected, and even with all the enemy crowd control, able to avoid it with that full heal and that illusion passive that Zoroark can utilize. Tricky things to do, tough timings to hit, but it felt like GG No Team was finding them after game.
Yes, I totally agree. Z-Ray hitting the MVP on that side of the team, looking really, really good on the Zoroark. Like I mentioned earlier, I just can admire such good Zoroark players because, again, I just does not compute in my brain.
You could do it. There's too much self-Gary slander. I bet you would crush it on Zoroark. You know what? That's your homework. You have to go on a Zoroark arc before next Underdunk.
Oh my gosh. I don't know if you want me to tank your Elo like that guy. But looking at the stats here, 93k on the Zoroark.
Sheesh.
Good Lord, what an effective Pokemon. I was a little skeptical, I won't lie, looking at the side of Pocket Rockets, but Z-Ray doing a wonderful job managing that.
Yeah, I think they crushed it. Impressive stuff. And finally, I mean, I say finally, we've only gotten to see 3, or I guess this is our 4th game we finally got to see from GG No Team, but seeing a slightly different strategy, right? Pocket Rockets banning the Snorlax, picking the Garchomp, just really forcing GG No Team into a lot of new territory for their picks. But because of all that, they just do a great job and force them onto something new and really put pressure onto that team. But GG No Team rises to the occasion, showcases that, yes, they in fact can play with even more comps and even more Pokemon.
I absolutely agree. And I liked getting to see the Umbreon game, honestly. I feel like Umbreon kind of got brushed under the rug a little bit for a little while.
Yeah. I agree.
I feel like it hasn't been as impactful, but I feel like in that game right there, I can't remember which player was on it, but they definitely made an impact for their team. And I think that was what helped the Zoroark succeed so much, was that mix of mean look and then the Volt Tackle from Pikachu. They actually had quite a bit CC on their side themselves, and I think it played out in their favor.
Yeah, they made sure that there was nowhere to go ever. And both teams did so, I guess. So all's fair, I suppose, in love and war in this scenario. I guess it's Snakeser. It's a tough one to say. There's a lot of letters. Some are capital, some are lowercase. It's a bit of a riddle. So, hey, Gary, welcome to commentating. Players love to mess with us in terms of how their names are said. So, yeah, welcome to the circus that we all have to deal with. But hey, you blessed those guys in the caster seat. So, well done. Well done.
Absolutely. Looking into getting into draft number 3 here with GG No Team and Pocket Rocket. GG No Team on the side of first pick and Pocket Rocket taking that second pick. and we are going to see the Blissey ban and a Suicune ban yet again. Pretty
Okay.
textbook here. Our
Yeah.
top 2 from NAIC. We're not surprised.
Nope, not at all. Now, interesting, do we see the top 3? Because Blaziken, yeah, okay, this is interesting. Oh, okay, I'm not even going to talk about my last point. Do you first pick Eldegoss in this scenario?
I'm going to say no.
Okay, fair. That Blaziken's pretty good. The only reason I asked is because we did see GG No Team play a slightly different support than the Blissey one other time before, and well, other than the Comfey, of course, and I did like their Eldegoss quite a bit, so I was interested if we would go to that. However, with priority picks like Blaziken running around, I guess you still got to go with them.
Yeah, absolutely. I will say, though, I am a little surprised they didn't lean towards their Snorlax comfort pick for first pick. That's
yeah.
where I thought they were going. So Pocket Rockets was able to pick up that Snorlax and picking up the Absol on their side. And now we're looking to see that Eldegoss pick and a Mime pick again. Second Mime game tonight. I don't know what is going on, but I'm not mad about it. I like watching Mime out on the field when I'm not in the game.
Totally agree. Okay, interesting. It will be Inteleon and Clefable rounding us the Pocket. So, gone are the days of Alolan Ninetales, I guess. GG No Team getting a bit too bulky, potentially. So, we're not going to see that one instead. But Snorlax and Inteleon are got to be some of the best Pokemon in the game at last hitting within that laning phase for sure. So, poor Sceptile on this armor is just going to have a really tough time. They will have that Mime backup, though. So, potentially, we'll see a close contest.
Yeah, totally agree. I think this might be the most normal looking comp I have ever seen from the side of Pocket Rockets.
That's true.
And I'm very excited to see them play like a normal support. I'm not used to seeing it from them. I'm sure they've done it in the past, just not usually when I've watched them play.
Right.
And I do agree, this Armarouge may have quite the difficult time early on. But again, Z-Ray on that Leafeon could be a danger to the side of Pocket Rockets.
Totally. Yeah, you're so right though about Pocket Rockets comp. It is the most normal. Like, I'm gonna wait till final preparations are over to see where the light bulbs end up, of course, but I do think that they are likely gonna be on that Snorlax and the Clefable. Gary, I don't know if you had the chance to watch any of the Japanese tournament that happened just this last weekend at PJCS, or and I didn't get to see too much of it either, but I did look at the stats, and Clefable, by far and away, the most banned Pokemon in that tournament. Like, not even close, in fact. Suicune also picked 5 times in total in that event, which is just wild to me. Yeah. And never banned.
That just speaks to the difference in the game play styles of the different regions. Because don't get me wrong, I do think Clefable is a wonderful ban because I think Clefable has a lot of utility in a lot of senses that NA doesn't really view all the time.
Yeah,
I have always been a Clefable truther. I've always been Clefable's like #1 supporter. But getting into the game here, looks like we got the LD and the Blaziken head into the top path against that Clefable, and it looks like our Garchomp, and then we are going to see the Lax and the Inteleon down here against the Mime and the Armarouge.
Okay, so maybe for the first time tonight, Gary, I feel like we're getting no red buff shenanigans. So both these teams kind of having a more fair handshake-esque fight on the top side as they are going to be contesting over wild Pokemon, and it is going to be that Clefairy picking up all of those last hit secures, a 9 points in pocket. Looking great for them as Criminal picks up another one. So much of this farm on the top side going in the favor of Pocket Rockets. This Gibble Clefairy combination just devastating to deal with.
Absolutely. Leafeon being very smart here and early ganking that bottom path, but Absol answering and able to take down Leafeon on the side of GG No Team. I really like the idea there from Leafeon to try to get the Armarouge online as fast as possible, but Pocket Rockets was able to answer.
Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, the only thing worse than being the smart one is having someone be even smarter. And Absol with the read on them kind of out-rotates Anti-Hero with a great play. And shutting down the Leafeon is such an important Pokemon to KO. And take a look at that, even potentially getting greedier. Absol seeing if they could steal away one of these buffs. Watching the respawn timers of your enemy central area Pokemon is a really cool skill that a lot of top-level players are able to do. And players like me, maybe not so skilled at doing it.
Right there with you, Zoinks.
Okay, good. Thank you. Solidarity. Yeah, I know you're so much better at it than me. Don't worry. It's fine.
Oh, stop. I'm being so for real. But anyways, we got Pocket Rockets throwing in some points up in that top lane, putting them in a lead of 65-4. GG No Team looking to do the same on the bottom path here, while Snorlax is trying its best to defend the goal zone.
Yeah, I mean, doing not a bad... I mean, the goal zone's not gone, right? So if that's our margin of success, doing a pretty good job so far. It will be quite a few points in for GG No Team. However, I think most notably, or maybe the most important one being the Eldegoss, getting some free scores down there with the rest of the team. A 4-player push really needed to get their support up to that level 4, get that evolution, and now all of a sudden Moondust almost at that level 5. So caught up after a great successful push on the bottom side. That early game lead that Pocket Rockets had at the top side of the map, a little bit more mitigated now.
Absolutely. Pocket Rockets still looking a little bit ahead of in carry-wise, that Combustion only being a level 5, just because of how good of an early game that Garchomp and Clefairy had. But it looks like GG No Team pushing this tier 1 pad with ease right now, just dropping some goals left and right, getting that Leafeon stacked up, and getting their Pokemon online.
Man, Z-Ray's been kind of crushing it. In a few of these fights, it feels like the Clefable has been priority number 1 to take down, and without a Follow Me Clefable and Snorlax not quite at the breakpoint to have its moves, it felt like Leafeon was just kind of free-walking around the backline. It's pretty impressive, but now the whole defense will be there. Follow Me already used on cooldown, trying to distract a few of those enemy Pokemon, but GG No Team with a very offensive-minded strategy. Great catch on the snipe shot by the Eldegoss, trying to protect their Mr. Mime, who was pretty low. And Regieleki getting ever closer, and Pocket Rockets actually going to elect to take this fight aggressively. Oftentimes we'd see this Regieleki just walk, and it will, so not a huge overdunk. They're fine with that, but I love that play call to kind of surprise GG No Team and go across that line of scrimmage with their Regieleki, if you will, and push that fight.
I do as well. Armorer's looking pretty good here, able to pick up a couple KOs and put out some nice damage onto that defender and support on the side of Pocket Rockets. We have Z-Ray leading the levels at level 11 and just continuing to go up from there. Absol starting to match. Both teams just looking to get up on levels and farm and do the things they need to do to set themselves up for success.
Yeah, Pocket Rockets actually choosing the more patient route, right? Like, in that last team fight that they evidently, you know, it was a tight one, but a lot of Unite moves used by GG No Team in that scenario, notably the Leafeon Emerald 2-step, things like that. They could try to play for an aggressive push, and they will catch the Leafeon again. So Pocket Rockets, despite, I'd say, taking it patient, find a way to set up a great team fight inside of that middle of the map area, and then taking it even further to the enemy central. As Follow Me tries to line up for that Blaze again. A great heavy slam into the snipe shot combo, but a T-ball in the enemy central area. Great setup.
Absolutely. Looking like really good play here from Pocket Rockets. The absolute amount of just chunk damage they have on that Inteleon and Absol on their side is insane. It's a 1-2. You could be done so quick from those two Pokemon. It's not even funny.
Yeah. Jeez, I think Snapshot did 8,000 damage to Registeel. I don't have the exact numbers, but it was around that. Oh, and wow, catches just a quick shot onto the Leafeon, so much so that they fire off a second one immediately without charging it. Because, you know, hey, if it works, we're going to Vegas. We'll put 200 on black. But so far, Inteleon has been doing a ton of damage. Really good value from this sniper. I think being set up by the Snorlax, but also just making really good play calls and getting good target priority. There's nothing worse than when your Inteleon is only hitting the tank on the other side, right? But if they're getting priority targets like these Leafeons, that's amazing. Snorlax goes down, but hey, they had vision on 5 players, so it was a ward. Just a very big ward was the Snorlax.
Yes, absolutely. Looking right now, we have 198 on the side of GG No Team, 172 for Pocket Rockets. Level-wise, we're still pretty even. That Blaziken looking a little low compared to the other carries in the game. Would like to see him get a couple more levels there before that Ray fight. Easily able to defend off that Regieleki on the side of GG No Team. And right now, we're just farming and trying to figure out some things.
Yeah, that's a great point, Gary. I was not catching on to how low this Blaziken is at level 10. I guess knocking on the door of level 11, but and even with that tier 1 breaking, right? Obviously, Blaziken with the attack weight in these games, with the goal zone broken, you have to imagine they got a few sacks, but I think a lot of that was aided by the Regieleki a little bit later on in the game. Again, another very aggressive play from our friend, the Snorlax. Ice just trying to put as much disruption and time as they can. It's a minute away from the final stretch, and, well, it's just one quick way for Snorlax to get its Unite move back, and that is by getting itself knocked out. It's not pretty, but it's honest work.
Can't say I haven't been in that same
Yep.
before.
Guys, I need 20% on my Unite move. I'll see you later. I'm going enemy central.
Yep, absolutely. Sometimes you just gotta put yourself out of your misery, and in the long run, it'll pay off. Pocket Rocket's able to rip this Regirock right off the map in time for this Rayquaza fight, and that'll be helpful keeping them alive. Leafeon looking to get a small back cap here, probably for a stack, but Lax and Absol on its tail.
Oh, man, that's a tough KO to give up. GG No Team are going to lose the Leafeon. So, again, at the beginning of the final stretch, right as it spawns in, Leafeon will be doing its darndest to join the rest of their ranks, as it will only have a couple of seconds to operate on. Regieleki is going to be KO'd about as close to 2 minutes as you can. And now, Pocket Rockets have a 6th member of the team who's backcapping. Report the Regieleki.
Honestly, what a good play here from Pocket Rockets to be ready to rip that. Getting a level 15 on the Absol, that is something scary to deal with, let me tell you. We got level 13 on Intel and 14 on Garchomp. Pocket Rockets looking to lead this fight. And the Intel is just popping all. It looks like they're just going to go for the rip here.
Okay.
And they're going to be able to get it, and they get it. Oh, I was not expecting that at all, and I don't think GG No Team was either.
Yeah, well, I guess according to plan for Pocket Rockets, if that was the case, if they weren't expecting it, then perfect. You strike while the iron is hot. Pocket Rockets going to win this set 2-1 Absol with a very clean KO streak of 4 to close out this match. And Pocket Rockets going to send GG No Team down to the losers bracket, and we'll hang out on the winner side awaiting their matchup in the grand finals.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm excited to see who GG No Team is going to go up against, and I believe that is going to be, it'll be the winner of Brouhaha and Barrel of Monkey. Brouhaha, like I said earlier, they were looking good, and Barrel of Monkeys has been able to make their way through this loser bracket, so I'm sure they are on fire as well.
Interesting. Yeah, I'm taking a look at my start GG. I did see a report, but now that report's gone, so who knows? We'll see. We'll see what that matchup leads to very, very soon. Yeah, our next match on broadcast will be that losers finals one, likely, unless we can catch that losers semis. But yeah, I think that one will be the case. GG No Team, we've got to see them a lot on our broadcast here in the second half, obviously. It's just how these things tend to go as we get later on in the night. We end up following some of these squads, but it looks like Brouhaha have won their matchup. So we will be getting a rematch, I think, of GG No Team versus Brouhaha in the losers final. So a run back. We'll see if either of these teams have learned from their draft or some of those final moments, because I think that was some of the pivotal stuff. On the side of Pocket Rockets, though, they are an enigma that is going to be tough to solve. When you least expect it, they play the most normal comp you've ever seen.
Yeah, absolutely. I think going into this rematch of GG No Team and Brouhaha, the possibility of the tables being turned could be great. Brouhaha coming off of a win, GG No Team coming off of a tough loss here, going, in a really tight set with Pocket Rockets. So I'm excited to see if that has anything to do with it. And Brouhaha will surely be coming in swinging with vengeance.
Oh, yeah. And I believe they're going to be coming back in best of one territory too. So if you have Vengeance on the brain, best of one might be the way to enact it. I would say it is a scary world already. Why don't you become the main villain of the scary story? I think it's a great spot for them to be in. GG No Team, though, I think they're looking forward to their rematch against Brouhaha potentially, but they're really looking forward to a potential rematch against Pocket Rockets in that grand final because they want to try to become the Underdunk number 54 champions. Maybe it's what it's all about, and that's what we're going to be all about. In just a few moments, we're going to jump to a very short break. When we come back, more Underdunk right after this. Oh, we're in. Okay. Countdowns are imaginary with Kyle sometimes. It's really fun. And then you said something else. 5 seconds left of the ban phase. And he said, Zoinks will bring us in. And then nothing. Anyways, what's up, everybody? It's Underdunk number 54, scuffed as usual. My name is Zoinks, joined by Nurse Gary. Gary, how you doing?
Good. Going into this game here, we have the rematch of Brouhaha and GG No Team. Brouhaha banning the Blissey against GG No Team this time. Very smart on their part, and I'm excited to see where this draft goes.
Okay, do we get the Scyther again? I would absolutely lose my mind if we do, but no, instead it will be that Snorlax locked up. So, Brouhaha, knowing that that was such an important part of that composition, will be taking that away. Love that decision. So, a lot of learning has happened since our last set. GG No Team, though, again, put in this position with the Snorlax Defender and Psyduck are both unavailable. So the Umbreon put in a little bit of work, but now we are going to see, no way, wow, okay, we actually aren't. A literal last-second switch. It will be Mamoswine picked up for GG No Team.
Yeah, I love the pick of the Mamoswine here. Mamoswine is good. I think it can be hard in some senses with sometimes getting level locked before getting to be a full Mamo. On the side of Brouhaha, it looks like Chimi is gonna go for that Armor Rouge again, and we are getting a Clefable here, and I am liking this trifecta that Brouhaha has going on right now.
Yeah, it's a whole lot of bulk, and notably, Mamoswine and Inteleon aren't both great users of the curse-style items, right? So getting a little bit of counter healing against this Clefable will be difficult if they can't grab a Pokemon that works a little better. Garchomp could use Curse Bangle. We don't see it too often. Is a fun moveset, but I mean, if you're attacking a Clefable with auto attacks, you're probably in a worse position anyways. But Garchomp Umbreon will be picked up, so likely going to be a support Umbreon from Moondust, full Mean Look and Wish heal set. So both these teams will have healing on their side of the composition. We actually don't see that too often anymore, Gary. We actually see both teams having a true healer.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not very common anymore. On the side of Brouhaha, we're picking up that Scyther again. I'm so excited to see Tim go off on that Pokemon again. And we've got XLR8 on a Mewtwo Y picking that up here.
Interesting. I mean, when you have these Clefable compositions, poke damage is kind of your best friend, right? Anytime you are likely going to be winning a war of attrition. Yes, Umbreon does have healing with that wish, but it is certainly not to the levels of a Moonlight Clefable. So when we see this, I think we're likely going to be leaning into just a ton of range damage from Chimmy and XLR8. Just constantly pepper in damage and make GG No Team have to either retreat or just kind of all in on some of these fights. Golden, by the way, won't have the backup that we saw before with that Blissey. We'll have the Buddy Barrier on the Mamoswine to play around with, but that's certainly not the same as a hardcore pocket support.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking here too, Z-Ray playing the Dodrio. I'm excited to see what they do with this. I feel like Dodrio is either going to be really good into this comp or really not good into this comp.
It's one or the other. I think I know which one Z-Ray wants. We'll see. We'll see which one ends up. However, Z-Ray does have Gold Badge on Dodrio. So if there's any Pokemon or any player that can wade this maze, maybe this Dodrio player and Z-Ray can. Obviously, Mewtwo Y will be that #1 target that it wants to chase down. Armor is a little trickier with that Fire Spin moveset, making it tough to do some dive damage. Clefable and Snorlax certainly not going to be on the menu first and foremost. That being said, I think GG No Team has played around this target the Clefable comps pretty well in games prior. We'll see how well it can go against Brouhaha, who've already had a chance to take a look at this GG No Team squad.
Yeah, absolutely. And honestly, I feel like Scyther has even more targets this time than they had against
yeah,
GG No Team last time.
That's a great point. Yeah, well, what excites you about Scyther in this comp?
I'm very excited to see Scyther go in against the Inteleon, and I think Scyther might outplay Dodrio speedster wise. Personally, I know.
Yeah.
I think the amount of damage it can put out happens a lot quicker, and Dodrio is also just squishy like Scyther is. So it could be a toss up. It depends, like I said before, on the player. So it could go either way, but I'm excited to see what they do there.
Yeah, me too. I do like Scyther's tank busting abilities too. If we got that Mamoswine and Umbreon on the other side, I think both those Pokemon Scyther can realistically deal with. It just can't get stunned in the midst of that, which is
Yeah.
a tough order, but still a accomplishable one. I believe we did have a game crash, potentially from one of the players, potentially from Kyle. So we'll get you all into this game very shortly. Do not worry. It is best of one territory. And it sounds like we just got a game crash. Kyle, what are we doing then? Are we going back in the game? What's going on? We're loading. We're booting it up. It's just one of those situations where we got to boot it up. I know you guys can't hear production. Probably. I don't know. Kyle's got it set up. But it is always very funny when I just kind of sit here silently for a moment and then go, yeah, that makes sense. Boot it. So I like to give good intel from one-sided conversations. But don't worry, everybody. I can finally stop yapping. We're in the game.
All right, everybody. So looking here, we have pretty even levels going on so far. Level 5 on the Drizzile on the side of GG No Team, and level 6 on that Garchomp. We have level 6 on Scyther and on Mewtwo-Y, and we got that level 5 going on Armarouge. Hopefully, the side of Brouhaha is able to get that Clefairy to Clefable.
Gary, take a look at this Snorlax item set. Helmet Swag is rocking the Assault Vest on Snorlax. It feels like that third tank item. Just so much influx in these days at the moment. And the Assault Vest, of course, you will have a better Drizzile matchup, but that is the only special attacker on the other side. Of course, it will become Inteleon. I don't know why I called it Drizzile in the given moment. That's all right. Helmet Swag going to be bringing that to the table, at least here at the start. Tame Impala is caught up in that Ice Fang. And it will be the Snorlax eating up that mean look. So Helmet Swag, very happy about that. I think, obviously, our Umbreon player may be a little frustrated. That's where we cast onto.
Yeah, absolutely. Inteleon picking up a really good snipe there. The Clefairy was trying to score to be able to get that itself Clefable. Unfortunately, Inteleon put a stop to that. GG No Team looking absolutely powerful right now. 74 to 67, so it's a close game. But level-wise, I am favoring this side of GG No Team.
All right, everybody, we're going to be jumping back to our faces here just for a moment, but don't worry, we're going to be jumping back into the game very shortly. But yeah, I think you're absolutely correct here, Gary. GG No Team really off to the races. They're the ones with all the momentum. They're feeling very strong at the moment. I think one of the biggest things has just been the top side's been a landslide victory for them. We saw Armarouge now double dip into the central area twice to try to catch up on levels, which means that Impala's Scyther is going to be having to do a little bit of extra farming to try to catch up, at least keeping pace with GG No Team's central area Pokemon. So a challenging spot to be in for this Brouhaha squad. But they've been in these spots before, and GG No Team definitely this is a fun rivalry matchup almost between these two teams at this point.
Yeah, for sure. I totally agree. No matter what, we know we're going to get a good game out of both of these teams. Both looking really strong tonight. And I know both of these teams want to try their second hand at the team of Pocket Rockets and try to come out on top.
Yeah, Pocket Rockets, sometimes they do become raid bosses of Underdunk events. I think it's this event, no exception in this one. They are so good tonight. They've been playing great Pokemon Unite in these tournament games, and well, sometimes just making unexpected decisions, like let's just wipe a Rayquaza off the map. And if they can continue that in the grand finals, it will be a fantastic look for them, as it already has been in so many rounds of this event. Just a reminder, everybody, where we are at in Underdog number 54. We are in the losers finals, which is, of course, a best of one game. We'll be jumping back in very shortly to that matchup, but this is a winner go home scenario, or win or go home, not the winner go home. That'd be a very wild rule set. Don't win Pokemon Unite. Instead, we will be our loser headed home in the third place position. The winner of this matchup, again, like you just mentioned, Gary, getting their chance to play against Pocket Rockets in the grand finals. And we are at the 5-minute mark. Helmet Swag holding it down on this Snorlax.
All right. So we're looking here. We have Pretty even levels on both sides here. We do still have that Mamoswine not quite fully online yet. And you know, like I said earlier, that is one of my biggest concerns with that Pokemon. When it does get online, it is very useful, but until it does, it is kind of tough out here for them. Looks like we have a top push here from the side of GG No Team, trying to put that Regieleki in to tier 2 on Brouhaha.
We do. Unfortunately, just to color in everybody, unfortunately, we have encountered a game bug, which is a bit of a bummer. That does mean we are on Helmet Swag gameplay only. So, for all you Helmet Swag enjoyers over there in the Twitch chat, we are got a bit of a fan cam going on in this match, and I've never been more upset that a defender is not rotated to their goal zone than in that last team fight, in which they just hung out in the central area, just chilling. Unfortunately, Gary, welcome to casting Underdunk. Sometimes this is how it goes down.
And that's totally okay with me. I'm here for the fun of it all. And, you know, gotta keep things interesting. Helmet
Exactly.
Swag being on this lax, I'm sure it's going to be interesting seeing their gameplay, considering they are a strong player. Looking here, we got 13 on that Dodo already on the side of GG No Team. I was a little skeptical, but it looks like the Dodrio is paying off here.
Yeah, it's been a pretty solid game for them so far. Take a look at this Mamoswine teeing up that play. Great shots by Inteleon. A charge snipe shot and a boosted auto. Enough to take out this Clefable. No easy task. Reminder, I was talking about it in the draft phase with none of these cursed items. Helmet Swag, please move. I was talking about these cursed items being one of these keys to taking down Clefable. Not a single one on this GG No Team. Instead, relying on just their raw damage in the Dodrio, Garchomp, and Inteleon. That's certainly a lot of burst damage, especially from this sniper.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks like we have the team of GG No Team lining up here for that top Regieleki, and it doesn't look like Pocket Rockets is going to even try to contest it, considering GG No Team still has their tier 1 pad up on the top lane. They are instead going to go for the bot Reggie here, and hopefully get that buff for this Rayquaza fight.
Interesting. So we'll be Regice. So, you know, maybe not the one they were looking for, but I don't think this Snorlax had leftovers, so now they kind of do. 20 seconds remain on our clock to the final stretch. Dodrio chilling around that Regieleki defenseless goal zone at that tier 2. I think it might last until the final stretch begins, so Dodrio looking for a very early Hundo Burger. Brouhaha might be wise to their tricks, though, have set up in a pretty offensive position around this Rayquaza pit as Helmet Swag defending that opposite grass and goes in for a big heavy slam. Caught in the mean look, though.
Yeah, Umbreon being able to fend that off really well. Mamoswine with a big Ice Fang here, getting the Snorlax really low. Snorlax goes off. Inteleon ult is popped. They pull on the Scyther here, and it looks like the guys of Brouhaha are the only ones going down. We got Garchomp down, and the team of GG No Team is losing health rapidly. Lax able to get a good engage here on the Inteleon. Inteleon goes down, and Brouhaha starting to rip this Rayquaza.
Ooh, there is a level 15 Dodrio available for GG No Team, but it certainly doesn't have a lot of HP, and I think Brouhaha knows that. However, they are behind in points by quite a bit, so as risky as this may be, Rayquaza is a must for this team, trying to burn it down at the moment. Scyther going to take it down. Helmet Swag with a very solid block, making sure that nobody could get within melee range, at least not unless they were jumping over some of those pit walls. Impressive stuff from Brouhaha, locking down the Rayquaza. Now they just got to get some points in, but that Snorlax shield is busted.
Snorlax shield busted, and this Mewtwo Y shield busted. Really good job here from the Umbreon and Mamoswine, just picking on these two, making their lives a little harder just by stalling them out here. Mewtwo Y able to dodge that snipe shot from Intel, and they are going to be able to return back to the home base to defend their goals. We have Brouhaha 415 with GG No Team at 299 with 27 seconds left. I'm not sure if GG No Team is going to be able to pull this one off.
Yeah, it's tough. Brouhaha are also in favor with that. They are going to not send a single player to try to backcap it all. Garchomp Unite move to try to break through, but Snorlax block, superseding that Unstoppable. A very tough defense to make your way through on a good day, and Snorlax shutting it down on an even better one. Impressive defense from Brouhaha as they will earn a spot in your grand finals. The salty run back complete. GG No Team exiting our tournament at 3rd place.
Yeah, absolutely. Both of these teams having really, really strong runs tonight here in Underdunk 54. A
Nice, you remembered it.
100-point finish.
I just said you remembered it. Nice. I never remember the
Yes.
number.
It took me a second. I had to think about it. I was like, what did Zoink say? But unfortunately, GG No Team going home in that 3rd place slot. Brouhaha getting the chance to get that run back against Pocket Rockets in the grand finals.
Ooh, I can't wait. And I don't think we have gotten the chance to cast that matchup, right? Between those two teams. So that'll be very fun. We get a look, Gary, at these two squads facing up against each other. Reminder for everybody watching at home, our grand finals does have kind of an interesting rule set because we are in double elimination brackets. So in terms of match record, Brouhaha they do have 1 loss where Pocket Rockets doesn't have a single one, meaning that we will play a best of 3 set and potentially move on to a bracket reset, which will be a best of 1. All that said with an asterisk because we do have some clauses where if teams, it's getting too late, we can shorten it up. If teams want to, make this thing a little quicker, but who knows? We'll bring you as much Pokemon Unite action as the grand finals will give us. I promise it's going to be an absolute blast, but you're going to have to wait just a little bit longer because we're going to jump to a very short break. When we come back, Underdunk 54 concludes. All right, what's going on, everybody? We're back in draft, and thank God we're not in Columbus, Ohio. Here we go. Snorlax ban, Blaziken ban. Brouhaha gonna be on that loser's side of the bracket. If anybody is curious, we have had a gentleman's agreement. That's why you see a 1 in the Pocket Rockets column to the 0 on Brouhaha. We are doing a 1 best of 3 to decide our tournament winner, and Pocket Rockets are gonna start with that 1 game advantage, seeing as they are coming from our winner's side, and they have yet to lose a match in our tournament. Gary, how do you feel about these bans, especially seeing a Scyther into that ban category?
Yeah, crazy bans here from these teams, very targeted, and I kind of like it. They're both like going at each other. The Scissor Scyther ban for Tame Impala, the Absol ban so that the anti-hero can't get it, the Snorlax ban. Yeah, just some really good bans here. Both sides looking to pick up some pretty good early picks here. Brouhaha picking up that Armor Rouge once again. They've been sticking with it. And of course, Pocket Rockets is going to take that Garchomp.
I keep seeing this Alcremie hover, and I want it so bad. Like, come on, Brouhaha. let's just give it a shot. But unfortunately, not as of yet.
I thought they were about to right there.
Seriously, like multiple times. They're toying with me. This is crazy.
Yeah, I would be so excited for an Alchemy game too, but I don't blame them for going with the Clefable Umbreon.
Not yet.
Here.
Yeah, we'll bide our time. Just wait. We'll get a lot of Alchemy games.
Well, or it's going to be Bandit time. So we'll see.
One of the two.
The future awaits. Looking for the last 2 picks here on the side of Pocket Rockets. Ooh, a Talonflame. I haven't seen a Talonflame yet tonight. Maybe we did early on. But Talonflame and Mew, quite interesting picks to round out the set of Pocket Rockets. It's not the way I thought they were going to go, but of course, with Pocket Rockets, you never know where they're going to go.
Right. Well, and yeah, who knows? We have a goal getter, a score shield currently equipped. So I think, by the way, I don't know if this, that duo has been getting more popular in ranked over the last couple weeks, but the other day I got dumpstered by a Talonflame Comfey with goal getter. Like truly dog walked. Like it was, I don't know if I've lost that bad in months, and it was pretty impressive. So if you're out there and you beat me with Talonflame Comfey collar, just want to give you one shout out, and that I'm training to never let it happen again.
Yes, and then we got Brouhaha rounding out with the Serena pick. I almost said Leafeon, but they've had that since the start. It was just on the bottom now, so threw me off a little bit. But with the Serena pick, I love Serena as a Pokemon. It was my first main in this game. Don't look at my win rate on my profile. I'll hunt you down if you do. I didn't know how to play this game at first, but I will always support a good Serena player. But I think both comps looking very strong here. The side of Pocket Rockets do have a little more poke with that Mew.
Yeah.
Brouhaha doesn't really have as much to answer that.
Yeah, it feels like this Armor has just been kind of that standout pick for Chimmy throughout this tournament. They've just been locking it in almost every single game. They've never really been faded off of it. But it's really only the Garchomp that it feels like it's the main answer to. Talonflame probably going to be able to avoid the majority of that Fire Spin counterpin damage, just with either the Fly or Brave Bird Aerial Ace, like really either direction they want to move with. So I don't know. We'll see. But we'll see if it pays off, because Brouhaha, the ones with their backs against the wall, Gary, down 0-1 in this series, and we just began.
Yeah, absolutely. In the bottom lane there for that Armor Rouge too, it's going to be a rough early game going against a Mew and a Psyduck. That is a very impressive early lane. And in the top lane here, we have Leafeon and Clefairy. Hopefully, Brouhaha is able to get that Clefairy into Clefable ASAP Rocky. Leafeon already on Leaf, looking good here pretty early.
Shout out ASAP Rocky. I'm glad. Big fan. Oof. That Psyduck, it's kind of crazy. Like, obviously, we talked about it. It is still a powerful Pokemon. We have seen its fair share of bans today. We've also seen a fair share of picks on that Pokemon. But it does keep that kind of immortal sense of itself, even at the early game. Like, level 2, level 3 Psyduck, still a hard knockout to find. But on the top side, it's going to be a little bit different. I think Sand Attack will only obscure the vision of the Steenie. And Criminal going to be in a tough spot. Will eject button to escape the Leafeon, and they will be cut off. GoFable does have that Moonlight healing, but not enough at this level 4 to save him from the Talonflame.
Yeah, absolutely. Talonflame just able to burst so much. Getting the rotation top from the Mew as well. Just super impressive here from the side of Pocket Rockets against Brouhaha. I'm sure these teams have faced quite a few times outside of Underdunk as well. From other leagues and everything we have. But we have Pocket Rockets with 75, Brouhaha with 28. So still anybody's game, but we're getting ready for the mid-birds here.
Yeah, you played against both these teams in that league we were talking about a little bit backstage, right?
Correct.
Were they? Okay, gotcha. So let's talk about Pocket Rockets a little bit. They're the ones in that winner's side of the grand final seat. When you're going into a game against Pocket Rockets, what do you think has to be the game plan? Like, what do you think are the key things you need to do to beat this team?
Honestly, it really depends on what they draft. As we know,
Sure.
Pocket Rockets are known for some really out there drafts, but they make them work in the best ways. You always have to be ready at your goals because they are aggressive when it comes to scoring. So you always want to be on the lookout for that. They're always looking to push a goal in some sense or another.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. And Brouhaha, I think, wise with their tricks too. They're being pretty aggressive on this bottom tier 1. So there's two methods to take down a team that loves to score. You either defend against their scores, or you just double up on your own. Right now, I think Brouhaha trying to get a few points in on the bottom side. Unfortunately, it will be the swing for the Mew and the Talonflame to shut them down. One interesting thing from Brouhaha is I don't know if we've seen this at all yet today. Please correct me if I'm wrong, anybody, but there is a Flame Charge Fire Spin Armourouge. So instead of going for a little bit of crowd control with that Psyshock, instead opting in for a bit more of shielding to give yourself. Pushing in, getting that big orange glowing fiery shield every single time they line up in these Flame Charges.
Yeah, I definitely think that is the first time we've seen it since we've been casting Zoinks, and I kind of like that pick here. That shield could prove to be very helpful for them.
Yeah.
The side of Pocket Rockets able to break that tier 1 against the Umbreon up here, and we just have the Garchomp ripping away at the Regieleki. And Pocket Rockets was able to get this. I think they were able to get the Regice, I believe. And then we have the Regieleki walking towards tier 2, and Brouhaha just trying to figure out the best way to counter this team.
Yeah. Mew griefing the Garchomp there, by the way. Taking that Regieleki last hit did mean that the Garchomp had to go back and knock out the Ball Toy to get their 9. So if I was Garchomp, I'd be a little grumpy. You do all the work of ripping down the Rayquaza and someone else just steals your 9 evolution. That hurts a little bit. But they still are ready with their Unite move for the next fight. Problem is, so is Brouhaha. This is Arena looking to see if they can queenly ascend onto these 20 enemy targets. This Mew Unite move, and of course the Psyduck getting powered up with the Headache. All really tough matchups for this Arena as they are deep in enemy territory.
Yeah, absolutely. This Talonflame able to just chunk everybody so quickly. Serena getting that Queenly Ascendant off on the Talonflame, able to take the Talonflame out. That is a huge KO for Serena, considering that Talonflame was the highest level on the side of Pocket Rockets.
Bit of a world tour with scoring animations that we just witnessed as players were scoring every single spot on the map, it seemingly. When you're watching a team fight, and then all of a sudden it's like, actually, everybody left the team fight. Instead, we're just going to be getting a few points in. Not a huge surprise. We got Pokemon with goal getters and things like that on the menu. Garchomp does land that full combo on the Leafeon, and even with that enhanced healing on the boosted auto attacks, level 10 Garchomp just cannot deal with some of those Razor Leaf Aerial Ace combos of that Leafeon. Such a scary Pokemon, especially at this stage of the game. We're getting to that point where Garchomp might outscale it, but we haven't quite eclipsed that point yet.
Yeah, absolutely. Level-wise, we're looking like Brouhaha has a tiny bit of a lead here, but Garchomp and Talonflame making it match. Both teams here going for this Basement Reggie. Talonflame able to secure the right side of Brouhaha, looking low on HP here, trying to retreat back to their pad.
Yeah, I mean, great work from Talonflame in that fight, not only securing the objective, but kind of running interference on the whole enemy team, was doing so much damage that even a Clefable Moonlight wasn't able to out-heal what the Talonflame was doing. There was a cool play by Chimmy, avoiding the Flame Sweep from the Talonflame, that big pulling Unite move, by using their own, using Psycho Boom, jumping up mid-air, giving themselves unstoppable, and, you know, preventing the Talonflame from pulling them. It was kind of a clever plan, but unfortunately for them, it is still going to be Pocket Rockets that is walking away with that lead. And of course, the level lead to boot as well as Garchomp and Talonflame both boasting a very impressive level 12.
Absolutely. Is Talonflame able to escape that little moment in the jungle here and able to secure the Regieleki top lane that is going to walk towards the Brouhaha tier 2? It looks like Brouhaha has an interesting position here, trying to get back to defend that. Oh, Leafeon tries to Emerald 2-step the Garchomp, but Garchomp unites in return, going towards that base, getting some damage on all these Pokemon here. We have the fight breaking out. What a nice ult there by Talonflame to try to push the enemy team off the pad, but they are able to stay on. Talonflame takes out the Clefable, and Garchomp just ripping away at these ones on the pad.
Man, a pretty confident push for Pocket Rockets onto that tier 2 against a Clefable composition, by the way, trying to break through and just raw damage numbers. Flame Sweep pulled one way, Dragon Rush pulled the other, but neither of which are going to have enough firepower to take down this Brouhaha team, who put up a pretty remarkable defense on that tier 2, and now they're going to have an advantage going against this fight. Against this basement Reggie. Pocket Rockets are not going to send too many members, as I think Blissy's already gotten vision on at least one, but potentially 3 enemy Pokemon on Brouhaha.
Yeah, unfortunate here that Pocket Rockets is not able to be down here, considering it is a Reggie steal, which is a huge buff going into this final Rayquaza fight. Going in, we have Pocket Rockets at 266 and Brouhaha at 206. Pretty close battle here. Truly anybody's game. Level-wise, we're pretty even, so I'm excited to see where this goes.
Yeah, this Leafeon's arena going to be very much the forward fighting force. Armor is probably going to be more in charge of defending the back line against a few of those threats. It will be Garchomp getting that Bliss assistance, lining up, and it will absolutely delete that Zarina. Devastating amount of damage, and that's one target down. You know what Pocket Rockets likes to do? Force their advantage, and it will be slipping through their fingers as Leafeon is going to be the one to last hit the Rayquaza.
Leafeon out here with an incredible secure. I believe they used their Unite move, Emerald 2-step, to secure that Rayquaza. Way to be smart there and save that until that moment, because what better move to counter a Talonflame fight.
Yeah, impressive. Any of those vertical motion Unite moves always feel good to jump a Talonflame. And all right, everybody, we are going to be going to a deciding game number 2, technically game number 3 on the score sheet, as Brouhaha have tied this up and will potentially force this tournament to end in just 2 games. Pocket Rockets have again a chance to end this thing, but wow, what an interesting series. Very, very close. The points were extremely close leading into the end, and I mean, Pocket Rockets, let's be honest here, Gary, punished for their hubris a little bit. You know, they tried again to just take out that Rayquaza with that little bit of an advantage they had, and snuffed away by Brouhaha.
Yeah, absolutely. I am kind of shocked they didn't go for more of a team fight there. I do think that the side of Pocket Rockets really could have done some damage there in a team fight, and they just decided to go for the rip, which I was very surprised by from them.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. I had these same sentiments going into it. Obviously, there was some great secure options on the side of the enemy team, but you had some great secure options on your side as well. I think Mew, low-key, one of the best secure Pokemon around Rayquaza and these end games. Not only can you kind of become immune to anything in your Unite move, Electro Ball just does a great amount of splash damage. Solar Beam does have a decent amount of firepower these days, and I don't know, Mew does feel like a pretty solid spot, so maybe they were just like, you know what, let's take this one advantage that we have to work with, but with Zarina being KO'd especially, you know, there's nobody that can get locked down. Let's give it our best shot. But Leafeon, which is such an impressive play there at the end from Brouhaha. Now we tied this up. I know it's getting late. I know people are getting sleepy, but I have to admit, I'm pretty excited this one is going to a second game, because these two teams are really fun to watch.
Yeah, I totally agree. What a good set to go to a game 3. They're both very entertaining, and they both are teams that play stuff a little bit out of the ordinary compared to most others.
All right, and Gary, we get another chance to hover El Cremi for an entire draft. Let's go.
Right. All right. We're sticking with the typical bans here. I mean, going for the target ban again against Tame with the Scyther. And then we have the side of Brouhaha sticking with that Absol ban. I think considering these two teams, these bans are pretty on the nose.
Yeah, no. Oh, I was going to say no Snorlax ban, but I guess that was the targeted one for the GG no team squad. So finally, we're starting to see the Snorlax go away, and there it is, the bloody Akremi cover. Every single time, I will not be baited by you this time, Brouhaha. Instead, I will acknowledge what is most likely going to happen. We will see Clefable likely from this team, but I do like the Psyduck pick. Scyther obviously not the option, but Snorlax first pick, very, very strong.
Ooh, and Brouhaha deciding to go with the Inteleon for Chimmy, switching them off of the Armarouge. I'm excited to see where this goes. Pocket Rockets going for the EXP share, Machamp and Mr. Mime.
You know what's so crazy is I think the craziest part of Ice's item build is the charging charm. You know what I mean? Like that is an item choice on Machamp. But hey, if you want a little bit more move speed while chasing folks down with submission, there you go. X speed, charging charm, floatstone. This is gonna be a you said Kyle said Boyd, it screwed up my word. Diabolical lineup. Also, I am listening to the Tame Impala on Spotify right now, so just want everybody to be aware.
All right, we got Pocket Rockets locking in the Zoroark and the Luca here. Interesting pick on the Zoroark there, in my opinion. It's quite the team comp on the side of Pocket Rockets. And then we have Brouhaha locking in the Galarian Rapidash here, and they locked in Comfy as their support. They were flying through supports there at the end. I don't know if Comfy was what they meant to end up on or not, but I do think it could be useful here for their team.
Yeah, I have to imagine Antihero on the Zoroark is likely because they saw that Comfey pick. I mean, I imagine it would be. You see it locked in, they have one more Pokemon to select. They're likely going to be going with Zoroark. Let's just pick it up ourselves instead. But geez, hey, everybody watching at home, if you ever wanted evidence that Snorlax is the only viable defender right now in this metagame, take a look at this matchup. We would rather play Mr. Mime and Machamp EXP share than any other defender in this meta.
And it's so crazy to think about, because like I feel like nothing happened, that all these other Pokemon just got better. Like,
yeah,
it's a lot of the tanks didn't even catch nerfs or anything. Just some of the other Pokemon just got good.
Genuinely. Yeah, I really hope that some top level teams could start showing some of these other defenders at the highest level. Otherwise, we're going to be in for a very unfortunate round of defender buffs. And I've seen enough discussion about crowd control on Twitter for one lifetime. Thank you very much. Let's get into game number 3, though. We have Pocket Rockets at 1, Brouhaha also at 1.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've got the Leafeon and the Machamp in the bottom path, Luca and Mime in the top path, and then we got the Comfey with the Serena in the top lane, and of course Snorlax and Inteleon. Machop looking to jungle invade, Snorlax reading that very quickly, and the Galarian Rapidash able to secure still, and Mr. Mime even invading as well.
Ooh, okay. I mean, Pocket Rockets, we've talked about their shenanigans. We've talked about their inclinations. And already we are seeing just some really scary stuff out of this team. Like, stuff that, honestly, we should probably lock them up for. Mr. Mime at level 3 hasn't taken a single enemy wild Pokemon, but is not for lack of trying, as they are going for this red buff, and it will unfortunately not steal it away, as Galarian Rapidash, level 5, and absolutely dumpster in this invade strat.
Yeah, absolutely. Galarian Rapidash did a really nice job here, keeping a level ahead and making sure that they locked in and got that farm. Serena able to pick up a kill on that Machop there. Pocket Rockets having 4 in that top lane, or excuse me, 3, ready for the birds and ready to push.
Yeah. No, you're right. I did lose count too, but I was trying to look for where the Machop was, and that's right. They're hustling. They're doing their best to try to catch up. And ooh, Galarian Rapidash going down. Machop did show up a little bit later, but its help will be rewarded, as Pocket Rockets will take that knockout and getting in a ton of stacks. So, if there was one of these matches that I feel like Armarouge would really love to be in, it's when every single enemy Pokemon is a melee attacker. Pocket Rockets dealing very up close and personal damage. Brouhaha instead are gonna have to kind of fight that from range. Zarina might have to see some triple axle shenanigans or something like that, but other than that, Brouhaha gonna have to just try to poke damage this Pocket Rockets team down while they're running full force at their face.
Yeah, absolutely. I totally agree. Armarouge would have gone lovely into this comp. Currently sitting at 65-12 with the side of Pocket Rockets in the lead. Level-wise, though, Brute might have the tiniest bit of an advantage early on. Serena able to pick up a couple KOs here, and Snorlax going down on the side of Brouhaha.
Oh.
Serena picking up on a KO on the Zoroark, and we are pushing pads at the bottom lane.
Oh man, our Zarina does go down, putting together those 3 knockouts, a really nice string of plays. They do not get to level 9 from that, and wow, what a nasty Fell Stinger from Shimmy. Never mind, get on the Inteleon, stay off the Armarouge. Nice play to dodge that Emerald 2-step. Unfortunately, the only good news is they will not get KO'd, but points are going to rain in for Pocket Rockets. You might have missed that main combo, but still, the points are going to be very worth it.
Absolutely, if you look at 100-point lead here now compared to what it was before, and Zoroark able to get some stacks in. We have Brouhaha looking to maybe rip this top Regieleki, while Pocket Rockets is mostly bottom lane ripping that bottom Regi.
I think when Zoroark's an illusion, he should use scoring animations from the wild Pokemon. I want to see how a Selgor scores, please. I think that'd be a whole lot of fun. I guess I gotta play more catch-em mode. Anyway, Inteleon with a nice counterpunch against this Regieleki push, already at 2 KOs. And with that Leafeon, or with that Zarina and the Comfey, we could potentially line up even more, but it's actually the Zarina the one to get that big KO. These triple axle plays are fantastic. Again, into these big melee compositions, these area of effect attacks are going to be phenomenal. Not only does Zarina hit a lot of targets, they also heal themselves, and with that Comfey pocket, they can fight for quite some time. Great shot from Intel. Shimmy lining up such a nice knockout. They try to take down the Mime as well, and they will knock them out right on the doorstep of their own Tier 1.
Yeah, Shimmy looking absolutely busted on the Intel right now, landing snipe shots left and right. Fell Stingers are just on par with what they should be. Galarian Rapidash looking a little low. They're able to get out. Brouhaha trying to make something happen up here top, but unfortunately it looks like it's kind of even at the moment.
Man, Lucario knocking on wood, so thankful for that Regirock buff that they had. Otherwise, those 2 snipe shots would have taken them down. But wow, Zoroark getting 2 KOs in a row. Reminder, the Comfey actually on the orange side of the map in this matchup, and Zoroark actually taking this one down without a pocket support. Their supports being a Mr. Mime and a, well, Machoke at the moment. So we don't see too many players having the ability to pull off Zoroark without that hard pocket. Trainer LGC, the easiest one to point towards, who always plays without a pocket very impressively. But so far, this Pocket Rockets team making it look pretty good as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Pocket Rockets still have that really good lead here. The champ able to take down the Serena, and then it looks like the fight is going to continue boiling down here. The team of Pocket Rockets looking really low. Intel able to clean up well. Snorlax and Galarian Rapidash helping. It looks like we're about to get in a big influx of points on the side of Brouhaha.
Yeah, I think just a little, rushing some of those scores. I think they might have had a slightly bigger overdunk if they did their math, but Galarian Rapidash really wanting to break that goal zone and give themselves enough time to take down this Regieleki. They won't have it, though, but Machamp is already going to fall. A smart strike into a heavy slam. That Leafeon having nowhere to go, taking them down, and now Regieleki paced up to go towards Tier 2. Could this be the moment that Brouhaha tries to take away this points lead? Zoroark adamantly trying to shut that down on the other side as they keep scoring on that bottom Tier 2.
Yeah, absolutely. And Bruja making the smart play here, messing around in the jungle of Pocket Rockets to try to lower their levels. Leafeon looking to get the intel, but lacks a Galarian Rapidash right there to protect him. But not from this Luca. Luca Unite going off, Comfy Unite going off. Unites are going down the left and the right currently.
Okay, Machamp had used their Unite move already, but a pretty well-timed Snorlax block from Helmet Swag kind of shut it down in its tracks, or at least allowed the Snorlax to stay pretty healthy during the attack animation. Zoroark gets hit by the Smart Strike, and that is enough stun time for Serena to capitalize completely. Does send them sky high. Zoroark hit again, airborne with that heavy slam, and I think that's drop kick passive damage that knocked out the Zoroark, by the way. Truly, no rest for the wicked, as they're going to fall.
Yeah, Dropkick passive damage isn't what it used to be, but it can still make or break a
I remember when
an
dropkick
opponent.
passive damage was a hell on earth.
Yes, oh my lord, it used to be crazy. Machamp going down here to the Inteleon. Inteleon on fire with these shots right now.
Seriously.
Level-wise, Brouhaha a little bit ahead, having 13 on 2 of their Pokemon, while we only see one level 13 on the side of Pocket Rockets. But Pocket Rockets leading score-wise 243 to 132, heading into this final Rayquaza fight. I don't think either team is going to be able to get either Reggie before this fight occurs.
Yeah, I agree. The more likely one would be this bottom side. It looks like Pocket Rockets are not going to listen to your warnings. Instead, are just going to turbo knock down this Regirock. So they will. Now, the most interesting part about this, Gary, is that they're going to be kind of giving up typical Pocket Rockets behavior. Now the Rayquaza pit is going to be controlled by Brouhaha, but this Snorlax is such a scary spot. Does have the chance to Unite move, will bring themselves back up to full HP. That's one major Unite move gone for Brouhaha.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a good catch out there from the side of Pocket Rockets. Intel on the side of Brouhaha, just staying in the back, just wailing out snipe shots, trying to land them left and right. Mime taking out the Serena here, and it looks like Unite moves are being popped left and right. Galarian Rapidash, the only one besides Lucario that still has their Unite move.
Wow, that is the scariest X speed you just post Unite movement champ running across the cross chop into the Inteleon. I mean, a terrifying spot to be, and Pocket Rockets are doing a good job of extending this fight right now. Rayquaza has barely been touched. Of course, the Lucario and the Zoroark getting to work already. And Snipe Shot will do a ton of damage, but not quite enough. The final dash of Galarian Rapidash will land and get that KO, but Zoroark here to contend. Again, that Smart Strike stun is unreal. And Zarina going to take a Zoroark down for the second time in the last 2 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. Brouhaha doing exactly what I was just about to say. Ripping the Rayquaza. It could go either way. You know how secures are. They're funny sometimes. Brouhaha able to secure the Rayquaza. Are they going to be able to score enough in this 40 seconds to change the tide? And
yeah. And it seems like enough was zero. Zero ended up being enough for Brouhaha, as we see the white flag from Pocket Rockets. So Brouhaha clutching up 2 games in a row. In that first matchup of our grand finals, Leafeon Unite move being the secure, obviously for that Rayquaza. This time around, it's Inteleon's Snipe Shot. But I think Brouhaha setting the pace in that final team fight a lot more than Pocket Rockets, and at least a lot more than we saw in that first game of our grand finals.
yeah, absolutely. Brouhaha looking absolutely dominant here.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna have to say that Serena was on top of their game. I can
True.
always admire good Serena play. And that Galarian Rapidash with the 98k good damage output from them. And they were just playing so smart and just scaling and doing what they needed to do to make sure they could come out on top this game.
Yeah, it was impressive. Jeez, 98,000 damage on Galarian Rapidash. Man, okay, you know how we were talking earlier on in the broadcast, Gary, but sometimes we see Pokemon that we don't often play and make me want to pick up the game. Yeah, this game might have been preaching the good word of horse to me. I think Accelerate, there's almost 100k damage on the Galarian Rapidash has inspired me to potentially pick it up. But of course, we got to ask Kyle. Kyle, how you doing? How was that grand finals for you?
I'm glad I'm in Columbus, Ohio, and thank you very much.
Sucked to hear.
Yeah. Yeah. PETA, the horse is here. That thing is insane. That thing is insane. Okay, going into the I know that's bad, right?
I loved it. I loved it.
Going into the final stretch, I think we had a very brief team conversation because I had seen a lot of players playing it on ladder. Specifically, I saw Liko playing it for version 1. And then I think Flareon's might have been practicing it, or someone on Orange Juices. I can't remember who it was. But I saw like enough people practicing it where I was like, guys, we're going to have to pick or ban the horse. And thank God it was banned for the entire tournament. Otherwise, we would have somehow found a way to lose an extra game that wasn't even played. But it would have been at least less enjoyable because that Pokemon is so oppressive when it's played right. And you saw it exactly right in that last game. But I got to give props to Chimmy. Those snipe shots were insane.
Yeah, why weren't we on Inteleon so many games before?
Yeah, I need
kind of perplexed.
I need the Inteleon. I think we need the Inteleon lessons from Chimmy. I think that's what I'm into.
Yeah. Well, the tough thing about Inteleon lessons, and I've learned this lesson again and again, is that the lessons just hit your snipe shots.
Yeah, true.
Unfortunately, I just keep not learning that lesson.
I don't know. I forget actually. I try to aim.
I know. Nah, Jimmy was cooking. That was sick.
But yeah, congrats to Brouhaha. They broke a streak. I was ready to talk about how Pocket Rockets are now 3 straight Underdunk titles. But they were able to break that streak. So maybe a new streak incoming because this Brouhaha team is really good. If I'm not mistaken, Brouhaha won the final tournament of the Indigo League. So this is, and
I think so.
I think they did. Maybe I'm thinking wrong. I think Brouhaha did, and then Pocket Rockets was up there. I want to say it was Brouhaha versus Pocket Rockets in that finals, but I could be wrong. I could be misremembering. I have to ask Draku about that. But either way, congrats to these teams. Congrats to all the teams that participated in Underdunk. We had 28 teams play. 30 teams almost got in. But I think there's some last-minute signups that didn't go through, and you know how that goes. But either way, one of the biggest Underdunks that we've had in the last few months. So props to all the teams that showed up, showed out. Excited for the future. Just a quick reminder to teams, maybe people as we're going in, is the First Step Summer Series. So we are, First Step in chat. We are going to be looking for some mentors. We are essentially setting up this series in the hopes of helping people that are interested in competitive Pokemon. We identified that there are so many players that are either interested or don't really know where to start or self-conscious about maybe trying to go onto a team for the first time. So this is what it's for. Looking for some mentors to help out these players get better, learn, maybe find a team or two to compete in some of these grassroots tournaments because the off season is going to be absolutely filled with them. So what a better time to do it and have some fun. Maybe meet some new people and enjoy some grassroots competition. But we are going to be going ahead and ending. But before we end, I want to say thank you to everybody. Obviously, Gary, Zoinks, thank you for joining and closing us down. But before we go, I just want to do a quick roundtable. Zoinks, any last minute shout outs, anything you want to talk about or any observations of the night?
Yeah, no observations of the night. But of course... big shout out to Nurse Gary, Underdunk casting debut, absolutely crushing it. Of course, to our other commentator duo, Bridget and Speedy, earlier on in the evening. We had to get one more Bridget mention in before the end of the show, of course. And then this one might be like kind of seemingly random, but tomorrow on the official Pokemon channel, our boy Spraggles is going to be on the first ever official Pokemon quiz game show. So go cheer on our Pokemon Unite boy and hope that he has enough Pokemon knowledge after Gen 2 to slide through to a good placing. We'll see. It'll be fun. So those will be my show. I think it's 11 a.m. Pacific on the Pokemon Twitch channel. It'll be cool.
That'll be super fun. I'm really excited to watch that. That'll be really fun. And Gary, obviously congrats on the first Underdunk broadcast. How does it feel? Get in there, Nurse Gary. Get in there.
No, thank you. I was super excited to be here. Super excited that I was actually able to do it. Shout out to Kyle and Zoinks and all the people that have like been very encouraging with me in this endeavor. Considering I'm a newbie, but yeah, it was a great time. One takeaway from tonight: ban Snorlax.
Yeah.
Ban
It's
Snorlax.
Okay, but not
and
against
I'm
me.
gonna live on
Okay,
it.
so the only Pokemon I can win with. Don't ban it against me in my
Okay,
games.
maybe not against Zoinks. Let Zoinks play it. Okay,
Yeah,
guys, come on.
thank you.
We don't want to see his intel.
Big
getting a
shout
gold
outs. Other than that, big shout outs. You called it Speedy and Bridget for taking us the first few matches. Got to give a shout out to Beena, as always, on the cams. Also, the mastermind behind the First Step Summer Series. Always the best observer in North America, as long as BlueStacks doesn't grief her. That was a weird BlueStacks.
Yeah, shout out to Helmet Swag for
Shout out
being
to
the
Helmet
moment,
Swag.
for bootsing the house down. Work all of it. It was really impressive.
I love it. But other than that, big shout out to me for running production and inting. How many different
all right,
times?
end the stream.
Not speaking up in the mic loud enough, sending Zoinks in when he didn't know we were going in. All the fun stuff that good producers do. But no, shout out to the TOs, Lordy, Schmeedy, Squirtle all helped out, making sure that we had a smooth bracket with minimal issues. But other than that, sign up for First Step. 2 weeks, we'll be back with Underdunk. We are potentially looking, after the First Step series is over, looking at adding another day into Underdunk. And I believe we have a potential new start time pending verification with our poll that we ran. But other than that, hope everybody has a fantastic night. Enjoy your weekend. And we will be back in 2 weeks. All right, we'll see y'all next time, everybody. Bye-bye.
Bye.